Beast Taming, I can even breed gods and demons. Chapter 1, Teleporting Mist, Blue Star. Little brother, stop sleeping, something big is happening. Hey? Who is it? Who's saying I'm handsome? Feeling someone pulling on his arm, Chen Fan opened his eyes with some impatience. The next moment, the scene before him left him momentarily dumbfounded. It was a massive square. Countless people filled the square, some in panic, others shouting loudly, creating chaos and confusion. Strangely enough, everyone seemed to be between the ages of 18 to 27 or 28. No elderly people. No children. All these people were surrounded by a mysterious, pitch-black fog in the center of the square. No one knew what was outside the fog. All they could see, apart from the throngs of people, was a light column about 50 meters high in the center of the square. The column emitted a soft white light, illuminating the whole square. However, the white light could not penetrate the surrounding mist. All of this made the scene feel eerie and unreal. What was going on? Why were many people talking about being transported? I was clearly playing with Snowy on the grass in the park. How did I end up in such a strange place? Just as Chen Fan was bewildered, a furry head rubbed against his palm. Snowy. Chen Fan looked down at the ragdoll cat in his arms, suddenly feeling a warmth in his heart. Under these eerie circumstances, having Snowy by his side helped dispel much of his fear. Just then, the morning sun rose, and the mist suddenly began to dissipate rapidly. As soon as the mist dissipated, people hadn't had time to rejoice when they were completely shocked by the scene before them. In the square's four directions, southeast, northwest, there stood enormous and terrifying monsters. A 20-meter-tall black ape, its eyes filled with murderous intent. A giant red ant larger than an elephant, breathing fire. A tiger with horns and a tail like a meteor hammer, slowly swinging its tail, creating pits on the ground. And a green bull resembling a mammoth, which lay on the ground as if asleep, but each exhale stirred up a gale. Each monster was enormous in size and exuded an overwhelmingly fierce aura, causing people to retreat in fear. Atop the monsters' backs or shoulders, stood a person. 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them were not very old, seemingly in their early 20s, wearing battle armor and carrying swords on their backs, looking imposing. Especially the woman on the black ape's shoulder. She was about 1.77 meters tall, wearing armor but revealing slender and pale legs which caught the eye, making it easy for one's mind to wander. However, in this situation, no one dared to look at her twice. After all, the black ape was terrifying enough. Moreover, at the edge of the square, there were rows of strangely shaped armored tanks and soldiers wearing armor, their guns loaded and ready. Dark gun muzzles and cannon barrels aimed at the dense crowd. Everyone in the square instantly felt their hair stand on end. Damn it, what's going on? Are aliens invading? A muscular man nearby, possibly in his mid-20s, couldn't help but let out a curse. Chen Fan couldn't help but take a second look at the man. He recognized his voice. This man must have been the one who had woken him up by pulling on his arm earlier. I was clearly working overtime at the company. How did I end up in such a strange place? What happened? Why did I end up here as soon as I crossed the school gate? This probably isn't Earth anymore. Look at those monsters. That gigantic ant is even larger than an elephant, and it's spewing fire from its mouth. Did we get transported? So many people transported together? Are we some kind of chosen ones? I want to go home, woo-woo. People were discussing, their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were in tears. Some had emotionless faces, some were panicking like crazy. But everyone's voice was subdued. After all, there were 4 terrifying monsters surrounding them, and black gun muzzles pointed at them. No one dared to make a scene under these circumstances. Chen Fan was no exception. At 18 years old, he might have seemed calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. Having grown up in an orphanage and experienced hardships, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive in the face of this eerie situation. Suddenly, roar! The 20-meter-tall black ape let out an angry roar. The roar echoed through the sky. Many people felt their eardrums in pain. The whole square became silent instantly. The ragdoll cat Snowy, being held by Chen Fan, was also startled and buried its head deep in Chen Fan's arms. "Don't be scared, I'm here." Chen Fan hurriedly reassured it. At this moment, the woman standing on the black ape's shoulder nodded in satisfaction, raised her hand and waved it gently. Above the void, a light screen appeared out of nowhere. Large Chinese characters slowly appeared on the screen. People immediately crowded forward, trying to get a closer look. Chen Fan followed the crowd, quickly reading the text on the light screen. After 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Fan looked away. Chapter 2, Teleporting Mist, Blue Star. 2. This is a magical guardian beast world called Blue Star. More than 2,000 years ago, when Blue Star had 2 moons, this world gave birth to guardian beast masters and star martial artists. Awakening as a guardian beast master, one obtains the qualifications for the beast master's space and can sign contracts with awakened monsters with talents, fighting and growing with guardian beasts. Those who cannot awaken as guardian beast masters may have a chance to awaken as star martial artists, absorbing star power and practicing martial arts. However, star martial artists are far inferior to guardian beast masters. This is the world of guardian beasts. This is the era of guardian beasts. Every year on this day, 200,000 young men and women are transported to this world by the mist. These 200,000 people are chosen randomly and scattered throughout the world. This is the Guidance Plaza outside East Sea City in Tang Country. There are currently 20,000 people in the square. Next, these 20,000 people will undergo awakening guidance in batches. Through awakening guidance, they may awaken their talents to become guardian beast masters or star martial artists. After the awakening guidance is over, regardless of whether they have awakened or not, everyone needs to pick up cold weapons such as swords and participate in a test. The test is to stay in the wilderness outside the square for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can come back alive after 3 days, you pass the test. Teams are allowed, but each team must not have more than 4 people. Guardian Beast Masters and Star Martial Artists who pass the test can enter one of the 3 major academies in East Sea City to learn and train in Guardian Beasts and martial arts. Those who have not awakened their talents but have passed the test can have a second chance to awaken. Whether they are transported here or born in Blue Star, everyone has only 2 chances to awaken in their lifetime. If, after the life and death test, one still does not awaken their talents during the second awakening guidance, these people need to work as miners in the caves outside East Sea City for 3 years before they can qualify to live in the city. This rule applies to every main city in various countries of Blue Star. What? Even if we awaken our talents, we still need to participate in this life and death test. The wilderness outside is filled with trees over 100 feet tall. Who knows what kinds of monsters lurk inside? How could we possibly beat them with just cold weapons like swords? What's the point of giving you a gun? Look at that giant ant, do you think an ordinary gun can kill it? And that King Kong, the King Kong in King Kong Skeleton Island destroyed several fighter aircraft. Damn it, they even limit the team size to 4. If we encounter these terrifying demon beasts, even if all 4 of us were armed with rocket launchers, we might not be able to beat them. In the square, the noise starts up again. People are panicking and at a loss. But a low roar from the huge black ape silences all the clamor instantly. In this different world, the rules are set by the strong. Surviving in this world is not easy. Without chips, value, or strength, you are ultimately just dust. After the black ape's roar, many people begin to calm down. All right. The woman on the black ape's shoulder speaks softly, raising her hand. I believe you understand your situation and know that this is Tang Country, East Sea City. After the awakening guidance is over, each of you will receive a smart wristwatch to wear on your wrist. It's a combination of a mobile phone and a computer. You can connect to the internet through the device and access the information you want to know. At this moment, a young man musters the courage to ask, "Can we not participate in this test after the awakening guidance?" After participating in the test, if we still cannot awaken as guardian beastmasters or star martial artists, can we not work as miners? The woman on the black ape's shoulder laughs. You cannot abstain from participating. Those who are unwilling to participate will be killed on the spot. Killed on the spot. The young man who had asked the question is terrified. The woman continues, "Of course, after participating in the test, you can choose not to be a miner. If you don't want to be a miner, you won't be able to live in East Sea City. You'll have to live in the wilderness. Well, outside the main city, we call it the wilderness. The world is vast, you can go wherever you want if you have the strength. But I must remind you. Out in the wilderness beyond the main city, there are countless extraordinary monsters and other dangers. Even for powerful guardian beastmasters and star martial artists, it's a constant battle for survival. So you'll have to think carefully about whether or not to be a miner at that time. Alright, start lining up now. Prepare for awakening guidance. 50 people per group, forming 3 circles around a lighthouse. Each group has only 5 minutes for the awakening. Begin." The woman standing on the black ape's shoulder doesn't give anyone another chance to ask questions. A group of armed soldiers walks over, guiding people to line up. At the same time, in the eastern part of the square, a group of soldiers moves out a bunch of lighthouses. There are exactly 10 lighthouses, each more than 3 meters tall and emitting a faint blue light. A crowd surges forward, with many people trying to push their way to the front. On the side, the bulky young man tugs Chen Fan's sleeve. "Little brother, since everyone has a chance to awaken, there's no need to hurry. Let's hang back a bit and observe." Chen Fan nods and stretches out his right hand. "Chen Fan." The young man grins and shakes Chen Fan's hand. "Wang Teng." "Chen Fan. My son Wang Teng possesses the Emperor's aura." "This name?" Chen Fan looks puzzled. "Brother Wang, do you read novels?" Wang Teng is taken aback. "What's the point of that?" Chen Fan. "Alright, maybe this guy doesn't read novels in his spare time, and because he's so big and muscular, most people probably wouldn't dare to joke around with him about his name, so he's never realized it. Little brother, after the awakening guidance, let's team up, alright?" Wang Teng takes a look at Chen Fan and whispers, "Then we can find 2 more people and venture into the jungle together. If we can awaken as guardian beastmasters or star martial artists, let's help each other grow." Chen Fan nods slightly, "Alright." Suddenly, Chen Fan feels a current surging through his entire body. Beastmaster system activating, 10%, 40%, 70%. Beastmaster system successfully activated. Beastmaster's space successfully opened. The next moment. Boom. An odd square space unfolds in Chen Fan's mind, approximately 30 square meters in size. The sky is full of white clouds, the ground covered in lush green grass, and there's even a pond of water. Well, it's actually just a small puddle. Around the square space, there is grey fog all around, a chaotic and hazy scene. Strangest of all, towering on each side of the square space is a huge gate, leading to who knows where. Beastmaster system. Is this the Beastmaster's space? Chapter 3, The Beastmaster System, Snowy Awakens. Is this the Beastmaster's space? What do the 4 doors inside the Beastmaster's space mean? Are these doors for the guardian beasts to come in and out? Chen Fan's heart was filled with ecstasy, but his face remained impassive. He just quietly looked at the system panel outside the Beastmaster's space. Rows of explanatory text emerged in his mind. Beastmaster system, demon beasts can be cultivated, magical creatures can be cultivated, gods can be cultivated, demons can be cultivated. Everything can be cultivated, everything can become a pet. The host can obtain energy by helping guardian beasts grow, regardless of whether they are his own guardian beast, or killing monsters. This energy can be used to help guardian beasts evolve and unlock other system functions. After the Beastmaster system is activated, the number of guardian beasts the host has contracted is no longer limited, which means you can contract as many guardian beasts as you want, as long as you can afford to keep them. The system is quite cheeky. Chen Fan glanced at the energy bar at the bottom of the system panel. The energy bar showed that he already had 20 energy points. Above the energy bar, there were many things that looked like cloud clusters, which should be the skills that can be unlocked using energy. Perhaps it was because he didn't have enough energy, all the cloud clusters were not unlocked, and he couldn't even see what skills they were. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. Even if he couldn't unlock other skills, just having the ability to cultivate and evolve guardian beasts with the Beastmaster system was enough to make him reign supreme in the world. This is so powerful. It even says everything can become a pet, they can even cultivate god demons. Chen Fan then looked up and saw the black ape in front of him. In front of him, a virtual panel immediately emerged. Monster name, Wild Savage Ape. Combat level, level 10, Elite. Species level, Extraordinary/Moderate. Monster attribute, Water. Monster weakness, Earth. Species skills, Furious Wave, Water Cannon, Sea Blue Shield, Deep Sea Vortex. This skill has not awakened yet, it has a chance to awaken after upgrading to level 11. Monster status, Annoyed. Monster preferences, likes quiet, listening to light music, being lightly tapped on the shoulder. Potential level, 3-star. Requirements for breakthrough to level 11, 100 pounds of devil banana, 100 pounds of blue raspberry, 500 pounds of milk tree leaves, 3 days of high-intensity training, 15 energy points. The higher the potential level, the easier it is to evolve, and the fewer materials are needed. Application steps. Species level evolution routes, 2 routes. First, normal evolution path, Wild Savage Ape, Stone-skinned Demon Ape, Iron-skinned Demon Ape. Materials and methods needed for evolving from moderate extraordinary level to high extraordinary level. Second, hidden variant evolution path, Wild Savage Ape, 8 Arms Madness Ape, Primordial Grey Ape. Materials and methods needed for evolving from moderate extraordinary to high extraordinary level. Normal evolution route is relatively easier, while hidden variant evolution route is more difficult, but hidden variant evolution route can maximize the species level up to its limit, its potential is infinite, and this is the system's optimal evolution path. Looking at this data, Chen Fan's eyes shone. The functions of the Beastmaster system were really powerful. Not only could it boost the combat power level of guardian beasts, but it could also improve the species level. Not only could it see the normal evolution routes, but it could also see the more powerful hidden variant evolution routes. Doesn't this mean that as long as he finds the necessary materials and follows the method given by the system, he could cultivate even the most ordinary guardian beast into a myth-level guardian beast? Awesome! Overwhelmingly powerful! Chen Fan almost burst out laughing. He shifted his gaze and looked down at Snowy in his arms, then suddenly froze. Monster name, Ragdoll Cat, Snowy. Combat level, level 1, just awakened. Species level, awakened/low. Monster attribute, Thunder attribute. Monster weakness, Fire. Species skills, Thunder Cat Claw. Monster status, Afraid. Monster preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or on his shoulder, likes being gently touched on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level, 6-star, the higher the potential level, the easier the evolution, and the fewer materials are needed. Breakthrough to level 2 requirements, 5 pounds of fresh fish meat of level 1 or above, 1 level 2 fish crystal nucleus, 10 Energy Points. Application Steps. Evolution Route, 2 routes. First, Normal Evolution Path, Ragdoll Cat, Bloodthirsty Cat, Star Space Shadow Cat. Materials and methods needed for evolving from low awakened level to moderate awakened level. Second, Hidden Variant Evolution Path, Ragdoll Cat, Phantom Thunder Cat, Purple Lightning King Cat, Thunder Devouring Sky Piercing Cat, Emperor. Materials and methods needed for evolving from low awakened to moderate awakened level: 10 pounds of fresh fish of level 2 and above, 1 level 2 or above Thunder Attribute Monster Crystal Nucleus, 3 level 2, including 2 and above Fish Crystal Nucleus, and 40 Energy Points. Application Steps. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Snowy has awakened? Did she awaken after crossing over? Her potential level is even higher than the previous Wild Savage Ape. The potential level of that Wild Savage Ape was only 3 star, but hers is 6 star. Meow. Seeing Chen Fan staring at her with wide eyes, Snowy lifted her paw and lightly tapped Chen Fan's arm. Seeing that Snowy's status was afraid, Chen Fan gently rubbed her little head to comfort her. Chapter 4, The Guardian Beast System, Snowy Awakens 2. I need to find a way to get more level 1 and level 2 fish to help Snowy level up. Knowing that the hidden variant evolution path was far better than the normal evolution path, Chen Fan completely ignored Snowy's normal evolution operation method. He glanced at the jungle outside the square and silently nodded his head. There must be rivers in the jungle, so catching fish shouldn't be a problem. He just didn't know how strong level 1 and level 2 fish attacks were. At this time, the first round of guided awakening had come to an end. There were exclamations of surprise coming from the crowd. Chen Fan looked up and saw that some of the people sitting around the lighthouse were surrounded by twinkling starlight, with a glowing 6-pointed star array in front of them. Some people were also surrounded by starlight but without a 6-pointed star array in front of them. Most people had nothing unusual around them. Silence. A young man in armor explained a few things loudly. The people got a lot of information from his explanation. Chen Fan also thought. It turned out that the ones with a 6-pointed star array and twinkling starlight were those who had awakened their Guardian Beast Master talent and Star Martial Artist talent. And those who had only twinkling starlight but no 6-pointed star array had only awakened their Star Martial Artist talent. The potential of a Guardian Beast Master and a Star Martial Artist was vastly different. Because a Guardian Beast Master itself also possessed the talent of a Star Martial Artist. Both practiced star power. Star martial artists could only strengthen their bodies through star power and use it to stimulate martial arts techniques or martial arts methods. Guardian Beast Masters could also strengthen their bodies through star power and use it to stimulate martial arts techniques and martial arts methods. However, Guardian Beast Masters could also sign contracts with Guardian Beasts, directly obtaining their power and growing together, fighting side by side. For a Star Martial Artist and Guardian Beast Master of the same level, unless under special circumstances, the Star Martial Artist would generally be crushed by the Guardian Beast Master. Like the woman on the shoulder of the Wild Savage Ape, she had such a big Guardian Beast, how could a Star Martial Artist of the same level fight her? She didn't even have to take action herself, that Wild Savage Ape could flatten the Star Martial Artist, right away. And who could be sure how many guardian beasts she had? What if she summoned a group of gorillas, one by one they took turns fighting you, could you withstand it? In Blue Star, the status of Guardian Beast Masters was much higher than imagined. However, the awakening ratio seemed a bit too low. Out of 500 people split into 10 groups for guided awakening, only 52 people awakened their Guardian Beast Master talent. Only 1/10. Meanwhile, the number of people who awakened their Star Martial Artist talent was relatively higher. Out of the 500 people, 105 people awakened their Star Martial Artist talent, with an awakening ratio of over 1/5. According to this ratio, there might be around 2,000 people becoming Guardian Beast Masters and over 4,000 people becoming Star Martial Artists out of the 20,000. However, the rest of the people still have a chance for awakening in 3 days. Chen Fan didn't know how many more people could actually awaken in the end. Chen Fan shifted his gaze to the other 3 guardian beasts around him. The combat power level of the other 3 guardian beasts was all 10, and their species level was all extraordinary/moderate. However, their potential level was 1 star lower than that of the Wild Savage Ape, with only 2 stars. Looking only at the potential level, Snowy could almost crush them. At this time, the people who had awakened were cheering and jumping, led by a group of soldiers to the other side to test their Guardian Beast Master talent and Star Martial Artist talent. And those who hadn't awakened appeared downcast, their faces unsightly. Wang Teng sighed, those who have awakened are truly favored by heaven. There is another opportunity after 3 days, but if the second guided awakening still doesn't work in 3 days, we will have to become minors. Even after crossing over, we will only be ordinary people, living at the bottom of society for the rest of our lives. Sigh, I really hope I can awaken as a Guardian Beast Master too. I don't want to be ordinary after crossing over. Someone next to him said, being a minor is just the beginning. It's going to be challenging to survive the next 3 days. Who knows what kind of monsters are in that jungle? The mood of many people around became extremely heavy. Chen Fan didn't say anything, his face remaining calm. One of the main reasons being that he had grown up in an orphanage, fighting with stray dogs countless times, so he had seen a lot of storms. But mainly because he already knew he had extraordinary abilities. An hour and a half later, Wang Teng nudged Chen Fan lightly, "Brother Chen Fan, it's almost our turn." Chen Fan nodded his head. Each lighthouse accommodated 50 people, 10 lighthouses were used at the same time, with 1 guided awakening session for 500 people. 5 minutes per session, there were still about 3,000 people left now. Soon, Chen Fan and Wang Teng's group began to move, and the people were led by a group of soldiers to sit neatly around a lighthouse. As soon as he sat down, Chen Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Feeling the glow of the lighthouse, he felt as if the warm sunlight shining on him in winter. Chen Fan closed his eyes, clearly feeling a strange energy emanating from the lighthouse and entering his mind. But in the Beastmaster's space, it seemed as if only a gust of wind had blown through, and after that, there was no movement at all. 5 minutes later, a group of people with various expressions stood up. Chen Fan looked around, nothing unusual. Wang Teng on the other side of the circle shook both arms and shouted, I've awakened my star martial artist talent. I'm a star martial artist now. Ha ha ha. A girl who had awakened her guardian beastmaster talent nearby was crying with joy, sobbing out loud. Others who hadn't awakened their talents lowered their heads, walking off to the side in silence. At this moment, there were 3 groups of people in the square. One group was those who had already awakened their talents. One group was those who had gone through the guided awakening but hadn't awakened their talents. The last group was those waiting for their turn in the guided awakening session. Nobody deliberately separated these people, but people's self-awareness made the lines between them very clear. From this moment on, perhaps these were people of 2 different worlds. Reality was just that cruel. Chen Fan smiled, ready to step forward and congratulate Wang Teng. But he saw Wang Teng glance at him, then walk directly to the girl and said, "Sister, I've awakened my star martial artist talent and you've awakened your guardian beastmaster talent. Let's team up later. Although you've awakened your guardian beastmaster talent, you don't have a guardian beast yet and your power isn't strong, so I can protect you." As he spoke, Wang Teng rolled up his sleeves and revealed his well-developed biceps. "Okay." The girl nodded her head. Wang Teng was delighted. Without even looking at Chen Fan, he walked towards the group of people who had awakened their talents, looking for other teammates. Chapter 5, Can I actually enter my own guardian beast's space? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Wang Teng, who had awakened his star martial artist talent, indeed had no obligation to protect or take care of him, a non-awakened person. But did he have to be so realistic about it? He had said earlier that he wanted to team up with me and help each other out. Now that he's become a star martial artist, he won't even give me a glance? Chen Fan shook his head with a smile and walked towards the group of non-awakened people. It's not that he minded letting others know about his own awakening, it's just that the way he awakened was a bit strange. He had awakened even before the guidance process began, and there were no abnormalities around him. He would check up on it later. Anyway, he would have a second chance to awaken in 3 days, so it wasn't too late to announce his awakening then. In the next few days, he needed to utilize the system to help Snowy improve its combat power level, which would be inconvenient to do while teaming up with others. So, Chen Fan directly stood among the non-awakened crowd. Don't worry, little brother. We have a second chance to awaken in 3 days. A bespectacled young man gently patted Chen Fan's shoulder and consoled him. Chen Fan politely smiled at him. A few minutes later, squads of soldiers came over and began distributing smart wristwatches. As the woman on the Wild Savage Ape's shoulder had said, this smart wristwatch was a combination of a mobile phone and a computer. It even had WeChat on it. After Chen Fan put on the smart wristwatch, he turned it on. A virtual screen similar to a computer interface immediately appeared in front of him. Chen Fan's fingertips lightly touched the virtual computer interface, operating it just like a tablet. After some exploration, he quickly became familiar with the computer on his wrist and found an official forum for Guardian Beast Masters. The first pinned post on the forum was about a hand-drawn map of the Beast Masters' space. Chen Fan moved his finger and clicked on the post. But as soon as he clicked on it, he was stunned. None of the Guardian Beast spaces for all attributes inside the post were the same as his. In those images, all of the Guardian Beast spaces were grey, with no blue sky or white clouds, only the center of the image was in color. The water attribute Guardian Beast space had a light blue color like an ocean in the center. The fire attribute Guardian Beast space had a fiery red color like flames in the center. There were no blue skies, no white clouds. There were no grasslands, and no doors. What was going on? Chen Fan suppressed the shock and annoyance in his heart and started to examine the system interface carefully again. Upon examining it, he almost jumped up. In the lower left corner of the system interface, there were 2 tiny lines of text and buttons. The text read: if the host wants to enter the Guardian Beast space, press Enter. If the host wants to leave the Guardian Beast space, press Exit. Below the text were 2 buttons, one marked Enter and the other marked Exit. Both the text and the buttons were pitifully small. If Chen Fan hadn't noticed something strange and meticulously examined the system again, he might not have even noticed them. Damn system! Such an important feature was hidden in such an unnoticeable corner. And the font was so small. Wasn't this deliberately setting people up to fail? Hold on. I can enter my own Guardian Beast space? Can all Guardian Beast Masters enter their Guardian Beast spaces? Chen Fan opened the Guardian Beast Master forum, intending to register an account, and then ask some questions about the Guardian Beast space. Please enter a nickname. Hottest guy on Blue Star. This nickname has already been registered. What the hell? Which shameless bastard took it first? Tang Country's hottest guy. This nickname has already been registered. East Sea City's hottest guy. This nickname has already been registered. Damn, this is infuriating. What should I do if I'm too handsome? This nickname has already been registered. What should I do if I'm awakened by my own handsomeness every day? This nickname has already been registered. Handsome is all I have. This nickname has already been registered. These damn shameless bastards. These Guardian Beast Masters are so damn shameless. Chen Fan frowned, thought for a moment, and entered another nickname, Hottest Guy on Blue Star's Dad. Registration successful. Well. Chen Fan sighed with relief. Just registering an account on a Guardian Beastmaster forum made him see the darkness and ugliness of this world. There are just too many shameless people here. Chen Fan opened the forum and posted, "May I ask, brothers, can Beastmasters enter their own Beastmaster's space?" After a short while, a bunch of replies appeared under the post. The Beastmaster's space is a place for guardian beasts to rest and meditate. Guardian Beastmasters entering their own Beastmaster's space? What the hell are you thinking? It's been over 2,000 years since the first Beastmaster appeared on this land. How can someone still bring up such a stupid question? Clearly a casual player, probably doesn't even have a Beastmaster's space yet. Look, the registration date is today, probably just arrived from outside. What's wrong, you up there look down on us outsiders? Wasn't your father from outside? If not your father, then wasn't your grandfather from outside? Can you determine when the transmission mist began? I have every reason to believe that the first Beastmaster in Blue Star's history was from outside. Why are you making a fuss up there? Outsiders and locals are just a joke, and after so many years, who can still clearly distinguish between outsiders and locals? I came here 30 years ago, and now my son is getting married. Is my son an outsider or a local? Don't derail the topic, let's continue discussing the strange question asked by the poster. Do you want to cage yourself, poster? If I could enter my own Beastmaster's space, why would I need to buy a house? Actually, it's not just the poster who has this idea. Think about it, when you encounter a powerful enemy, just enter your own space, and the enemy is instantly at a loss. It's an invincible skill, but you may have to spend your whole life to awaken it. Just wait patiently. Sometimes I think it's not fair. When we're out in the wild, our guardian beasts can enter the Beastmaster's space to rest, while we have to deal with the wind and rain. If we could really enter our own Beastmaster's space, wouldn't that be great? The latest message is from a guy with the ID Invisible Perv. Poster, why are you asking such a weird question? Could it be that you can freely enter and exit your own Beastmaster's space? If you're that awesome, I'll eat shit and commit suicide. Chen Fan replied below the last message, no free meals. Invisible Perv got angry instantly, kid, with the way you talk, you must have gotten beaten up a lot, right? Chen Fan, you guessed it, I usually get beaten up 3 times a day. Invisible Perv sent an angry emoticon. Chen Fan, your expression is like you suddenly found out that the 2 beauties you live with also stand to pee like you. Invisible Perv, give me your name and address, I'll come to find you. Chen Fan, an ancient saying goes, a blade of grass on the ground is a treasure. Invisible Perv, what do you mean? Chen Fan, nothing. I just suddenly felt inspired and couldn't help but recite some poetry. Invisible Perv, if you're a man, give me your name and address. I will definitely beat the shit out of you today. Chapter 6, Guardian Beast Evolution Route. The post had just been sent out, and soon there was a large number of replies. We have been researching Guardian Beasts' evolution routes for 2,000 years, and now we have achieved remarkable results. Many guardian beasts can be found on the Beastmasters forum for their evolution routes. You can learn how to do it yourself. There are too many types of monsters, and even the mountains, rivers, and plants can evolve. In the spatial gate, there are always a bunch of previously unseen monsters that come out every year. It's impossible to know about the evolution route of all monsters, but we are always striving. That's right. Even professional beast-raising masters dare not say they know all the evolution routes of guardian beasts. In any case, human beings have been researching guardian beasts for so many years, and there are still quite a few achievements. For many known guardian beasts, we have basically found 1 or 2 evolution routes. The evolution routes of all guardian beasts are closely related to the Beastmaster's space. In the Beastmaster's space, the probability of guardian beasts breaking through the species level is higher, and this is the reason why many highly intelligent monsters are now willing to sign a contract with humans. Even if you know one or two evolution routes, it is extremely difficult to help guardian beasts evolve to a higher species level. Yes, it is relatively easy to increase the combat power level, but the species level is really too difficult, and it depends on opportunities, which can only be encountered but not sought. The latest reply seemed to be an advertisement. Do you want to cultivate your own guardian beast? Come to our Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. Reasonable prices, no deception to children or the elderly. If you provide the materials yourself, it only costs 150,000 union coins to increase the combat power level of a guardian beast within level 5. Our address is... Chen Fan was furious. You even said trick you, do you think I am an idiot? However, soon that person sent another message. The previous one was a typo. It's Protecting You Beast Masters Studio, not Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. This damn input method. Is it really a problem with the input method? Chen Fan sneered. But the price quoted by this Tricking You Beast Raising Studio allowed him to roughly understand the current market for cultivating guardian beasts. Provide the materials yourself, and for a guardian beast within level 5, it costs 150,000 union coins to increase a combat power level. Chen Fan opened Qiandu and searched for housing prices in East Sea City. He found that a 100 square meter house in East Sea City costs around 900,000 union coins. Inside the city is the most expensive, outside the city is cheaper. So, including the materials, upgrading a guardian beast's combat power level to level 5 would cost more than a house in East Sea City's inner city? This is simply robbery. Do beast raising studios make so much money? Chen Fan suppressed his impulse and after reading through the replies one by one, he entered Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route in the forum's search box. Several posts by professional beast raising masters immediately appeared. Awakened Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route, Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Below was a seemingly authenticated beast raising master's evaluation. This is the best evolution route for an awakened Ragdoll cat. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned. That's it. The best evolution route. Looking at this evolution route, when the Ragdoll cat evolves to its final form, it becomes a Star Space Shadow Cat. This evolution route is the same as the ordinary evolution path shown in the system. However, on his system panel, there is also a hidden variant evolution path for Snowy, which is obviously much stronger than the normal evolution path. Moreover, on the system panel, Snowy's hidden variant evolution path ends with an ellipsis, obviously indicating that it can break through to even higher levels. But the normal evolution path stops abruptly at the Star Space Shadow Cat. Chen Fan then entered Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route in the forum search box. Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route, Wild Savage Ape Stone-Skinned Demon Ape Iron-Skinned Demon Ape. As expected, the ordinary evolution path given by the system is basically consistent with the evolution path searched on the forum. However, according to the forum's information, the Wild Savage Ape has only this one evolution path. But the system also provided a hidden variant evolution path, allowing the Wild Savage Ape to break through to the level of the Primordial Grey Ape and above. The difference between the two evolution paths is huge. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart once again, and opened 2 pages, entering combat power level and species level respectively. Guardian beast levels are divided into combat power levels and species levels. Combat power level, 1 to 5, ordinary, 6 to 10, elite, 11 to 15, leader, 16 to 20, war general, 21 to 25, commander, 26 to 30, king, 31 to 35, overlord, 36 to 40, emperor, 41 to 45, dominator. Species level, awakened, extraordinary, lord, monarch, legend, epic, myth. 7 species levels, each divided into low, medium, high. Combat power level is the strength level of the guardian beast, based on star power as a reference. and is only a rough estimate of the guardian beast's combat power. Species level represents the innate advantage and development potential of the guardian beasts, determining the upper limit for the combat power level of guardian beasts. However, this limit is not unbreakable. Once it's broken, it's possible to awaken even more powerful talents and abilities. The same combat power level only indicates that their star power is on the same level, and it does not mean that the actual strength of the guardian beasts is exactly the same, because the species level needs to be taken into consideration. Guardian beasts with the same combat power level have the same star power, but the higher the species level, the stronger they are. Star power is the main strength of the guardian beasts, but it is not the only strength. In addition to star power, guardian beasts have strength from their species. For example, a rabbit and an elephant with the same combat power level 5 both have the same star power, but the species level of the elephant is much stronger than that of the rabbit. Having an innate advantage, the elephant has a much larger body and greater strength. So even with the same combat power level and star power, the elephant may still crush the rabbit with the same combat power level. It's not until the levels of rabbits and elephants are raised to a certain level that their star power becomes much stronger than the power brought by their species, and the gap between the two sides will gradually close. Star martial artists and guardian beast masters cultivation levels range from first rank to 9 ranks. Higher than 9 ranks exist, but ordinary people do not know about them, and each rank is divided into 5 layers. For both star martial artists and guardian beast masters, star power is an important measure of strength, but it's not the whole story, because it also requires opening meridians and apertures. When starting cultivation for star martial artists or guardian beast masters, after reaching the required star power, they need to create 8 main channels and at least 72 collateral channels, then forge the Star Sea in order to break through to the first grade realm. In the first grade realm, star martial artists or guardian beast masters need to open the 9 apertures, after reaching the standard of star power, to finally break the limit of the first rank and reach the grade 2 realm. The cultivation of guardian beast masters and star martial artists is relatively more complex than that of guardian beasts. In the world of guardian beasts, guardian beast masters have much greater development potential than star martial artists due to multiple contracts and the growth of guardian beasts, which in turn helps the beast master grow more quickly. After silently noting down this information, Chen Fan took another look at the 4 guardian beasts surrounding the square. These 4 guardian beasts, including the Wild Savage Ape, had a combat power level of 10, which made them elite. Their species level, however, was moderate extraordinary. Both their combat power level and their species level far surpassed Snowy's current abilities. However, Chen Fan believed that if he could collect the necessary materials, it would only be a matter of time before Snowy surpassed these 4 powerful guardian beasts. But that's for later, there's a need for money and time. The priority is to find a way to increase Snowy's strength to level 2. Otherwise, the jungle assessment over these 3 days would be extremely dangerous. At this thought, Chen Fan opened the 1000 degrees map. He then typed Tang Country East Sea City Guidance Plaza on the map. A large map immediately appeared in front of him. On the map, there was an introduction to the Guidance Plaza and the surrounding jungle. The jungle surrounding the Guidance Plaza was called Black Ant Forest. The Black Ant Forest had several iron veins with many level 1 and 2 iron-eating black ants and holy beetles living in it. Chen Fan moved 2 fingers to enlarge the map. Enlarge. Enlarge further. There it was. The Black Ant Forest had a river called the Sinking Star River. The Sinking Star River flowed from west to east, winding through the entire forest. Due to the countless blue-scaled demonic fish living in the river, their scales were like shimmering stars under the sunlight. The river was named the Sinking Star River. There were many blue-scaled demonic fish in the Sinking Star River, mainly level 1 to 3. They were extremely ferocious and had strong attacks, making it the most dangerous place in the Black Ant Forest. The reason it was considered the most dangerous was that other monsters in the forest such as the iron-eating black ants and holy beetles generally had level 1 and 2 powers. Although they were numerous, they posed little threat. Thus, there's a red warning about the sinking star river on the map. Chen Fan furrowed his eyebrows. Are the fish with combat power level 3 that terrifying? It seems they'll need to be careful. No. For him and Snowy, who haven't started cultivation yet, even level 2 might be extremely dangerous. Chapter 7, The Golden Age of Guardian Beasts. Recognizing the degree of danger in the sinking star river, Chen Fan was a bit frustrated. Catching this fish isn't that easy. When he was a child, whether he was catching fish in the fields or in the river, it was full of fun. He never thought that in Blue Star, catching fish would mean risking being turned into a sieve. Thankfully, Snowy was awakened. Moreover, Snowy is a thunder attribute guardian beast. The attack power of a thunder attribute should be very formidable. Let's walk along the riverbank first and look for some paddy wetland water pits. These places usually have fish, and it is clearly much safer than the sinking star river. Besides, the system can check monster level. If I see a level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish, can't I just avoid it? Chen Fan made up his mind and nodded silently. The fish in the sinking star river can help Snowy improve its combat power level and species level. Even if the level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish was really dangerous, he was determined to take a crack at it. After checking the information on the sinking star river and black ant forest, Chen Fan started to look at other information about Blue Star. One day, over 2,000 years ago. After the sun set, it didn't rise the next day. There were 2 moons in the sky. The entire Blue Star fell into a panic, believing that the apocalypse had arrived. Until the 3rd day, when the sun rose slowly once again. But in the sky of Blue Star, countless black cracks had appeared. The cracks lining the sky were mysterious spatial gates, connecting a plethora of bizarre different dimensions. Some spatial gates were filled with perilous spatial turbulence nearby. Whether it was humans or machinery, anything that made contact with the spatial turbulence would be ripped to shreds. Some spatial gates stabilized over time, unleashing countless creatures wielding extraordinary powers. These creatures rampaged, plunging Blue Star back into panic. Strange powers seeped through each spatial gate into Blue Star, causing transformative changes, almost like a rebirth. On one hand, plants and animals began to grow wildly, mutating. Mountains, rivers, and plants could evolve into spirits, even antique swords could give birth to souls. Every living creature had the possibility of extraordinary evolution. Awakened creatures all wielded powerful powers, like wind, rain, lightning, fire, hurricanes. They threatened humanity like divine beasts out of myths. But on the other hand, humans awakened their bloodline powers, and extraordinary powers. Bloodline powers were a hidden force deep within human souls. Many people could manifest a different space in their mind through meditation. It was used to communicate with and cultivate extraordinary creatures and was thus referred to as Beastmaster power. Extraordinary power, known as star power, was a force humans came to command after the spatial gates spewed out strange energies. Those who awakened star power, not necessarily awakened Beastmaster power. Yet, those who awoke their Beastmaster power certainly awakened star power. People who could only use star power for cultivation were coined star martial artists. Those who possessed both star power and Beastmaster power were hailed as guardian Beastmasters. Although star martial artists could also cultivate to greatness, the vast majority of them were merely foils to guardian Beastmasters. Because guardian Beastmasters changed the entire world. When countless extraordinary monsters appeared on Blue Star, human living space was greatly reduced, and faced a vast crisis. But the appearance of guardian Beastmasters changed this situation. After the mutation, monsters were widespread across Blue Star, posing a tremendous threat to humans. Forget about the cold weapons of 2,000 years ago, even modern firearms could only work on relatively weaker monsters, and were hard-pressed to threaten the stronger ones. Humans were almost driven to desperation, forced to eke out an existence in corners and protect themselves. Until the Guardian Beastmasters appeared. Guardian Beastmasters made contracts with many monsters, providing humans with powerful allies, and turned around the humans' oppressive predicament. Monster is actually a broad term. Whether hailing from other worlds, or mutations of Blue Star's flora and fauna, all extraordinary creatures aside from humans were labeled as monsters. Awakened beasts and birds. Mutated plants of all kinds. Ancient swords that had borne spirits. Fire sprites that awakened in volcanic lands. Water sprites born in lakes. Even goblins crawling out from the fissures. All these monsters could form contracts with Guardian Beastmasters, becoming their partners, known as Guardian Beasts. Guardian Beasts and Guardian Beastmasters can provoke each other and grow together. In the beginning, humans only captured weak extraordinary monsters, or hatched their eggs and then made contracts with them. But after many years, both humans and extraordinary monsters discovered. Extraordinary monsters in the Beastmasters space grow incredibly fast, almost multiple times faster than in the outside world. Additionally, within the Beastmasters space, Guardian Beasts can more easily break through species limitations, achieving unimaginable extraordinary evolution. Many awakened intelligent extraordinary monsters began actively seeking contracts with humans, hoping to take advantage of the humans' Beastmasters space for rapid growth and to break through combat and species limits. Just like that. Powerful Guardian Beastmasters, leading powerful Guardian Beasts, gave humanity a glimmer of hope for their rise. Many years later, the entire world was once again dominated by humans. Powerful Guardian Beastmasters and star martial artists joined forces to build one main city after another, resisting the invasions of terrifying monsters and alien races. Several years after that, humanity established a brilliant Beastmaster civilization, stepped out of the main cities, and began to explore the world behind one spatial gate after another. Blue Star, Beastmaster World, Golden Age. I think I get it. It really makes one look forward to it. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking eastward from the square, there were clearly 7 cracks distributed across the distant sky. There are 7 spatial gates near East Sea City. Among these, how many are stable enough for humans to enter for exploration? Chen Fan blinked, not dwelling on the matter of the cracks. Anyway, with his current strength, he was definitely not qualified to enter those secret realms for exploration. The Black Ant Forest, filled with many level 1 and 2 iron-eating black ants and holy beetles, was already brimming with danger for him. Chen Fan slowly scrolled through the information on the Beastmaster forum with his fingers. At that moment, groups of soldiers came over, guiding the crowd to line up again, and then distribute weapons. Along the edge of the square, there were rows of weapon racks. All of them were cold weapons. Swords, spears, axes, hammers, shields. Chen Fan's gaze quickly swept across the weapon rack, and he picked up a fishing spear and a dagger. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is. The fishing spear is very handy for spearing fish or dealing with other monsters. The sword and knife are cool, but he hasn't started training yet. Without star power or any swordsmanship skills, he would just be hacking aimlessly. They are far less practical compared to a fishing spear. As for the dagger, Chen Fan purely prepared it for slaughtering fish. Afterward, Chen Fan lined up with the crowd again and received a small bag of food and water. The food was 3 palm-sized loaves of bread, a chicken leg, and a bottle of water. Everyone looked at the scant amount of food, and complaints arose, but with the Wild Savage Ape and other terrifying guardian beasts present, no one dared to voice their complaints loudly. All right. The woman on the Wild Savage Ape's shoulder clapped her hands and announced loudly, "The sun has risen, and I will lead the team to leave. You should find people to form teams and prepare to enter the Black Ant Forest. In the Black Ant Forest, we have safety houses made of deep-sea refined steel which can withstand monster attacks. You can enter the safety houses at night, but you must leave after dawn. Also, the number of safety houses is limited. At night, many of you may have to camp outdoors. Ignoring the people's complaints and noise, the woman waved her arm and led the team away. As soon as they left, the square immediately erupted into chaos. Those making noise made noise, those teaming up formed teams, everyone was in a mess. To everyone, Chen Fan, who had not awakened any talent and had a rather lean physique, was completely disregarded for teaming up. The young man with glasses wanted to call out to Chen Fan but was pulled away by his companions. Chen Fan didn't mind, and while the chaos ensued, he squeezed into the forest with his fishing spear, heading towards the sinking star river marked on the map. First, get a little farther from the crowd. Find a place where there is no one, and see if he can sign a contract with Snowy. Chapter 8, Signing the Contract, First Training. The Black Ant Forest spanned over 80 miles in diameter. When 20,000 people entered, it was like a handful of sand being scattered into a large lake, quickly disappearing without a trace. Chen Fan held Snowy with one hand while carrying a fishing spear in the other, striding swiftly through the forest. He didn't stop until he had covered 3 or 4 miles. Then he found a forest clearing and carefully set Snowy down. He had chosen a route marked as relatively safe on the 1000 degrees map. So, on their way here, they hadn't encountered a single iron-eating black ant. Snowy lay on the ground, looking up at Chen Fan with her big, twinkling eyes that resembled dazzling, colorful sapphires. Chen Fan opened the Beastmaster forum, followed the instructions, squinted slightly, focused his mind, and connected with his Beastmaster's space. Above and below Chen Fan and Snowy, 6-pointed star arrays shimmering with multicolored light appeared. 2 6-pointed star arrays sandwiched Chen Fan and Snowy between them. The steps for contracting a guardian beast on the Beastmaster forum were quite complicated, requiring a lot of time and effort. But as soon as the 2 6-pointed star arrays were activated, the Beastmaster system popped up a prompt. Beastmaster's space opened. Do you want to sign a contract with the ragdoll cat Snowy? Chen Fan was overjoyed. The system can directly contract guardian beasts? Then I don't need to perform the more complicated tasks. Without any hesitation, he clicked yes. As soon as he clicked yes, Chen Fan's left index fingertip hurt for a moment, a drop of blood oozing out. The drop of blood flew from his fingertip and fell into the 6-pointed star array beneath his feet. Immediately, the 6-pointed star array began to spin slowly. Bound by blood, sealed by the array. With my blood as the binding force, I establish an unbreakable bloodline contract for eternity. A voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan's drop of blood fell and merged into the array below him. The 2 6-pointed star arrays spun rapidly, emitting a golden light that condensed into a sheet of white paper burning with golden flames, appearing between Chen Fan and Snowy. Blood-red text filled the paper, written in a very peculiar way. However, both Chen Fan and Snowy instantaneously understood its contents. The next moment, in Chen Fan's mind, a series of little girl-like whispering sounds suddenly emerged. I really want to eat that chicken leg. When will my master give it to me? No, I should let him eat it. This forest seems very dangerous. What if he doesn't eat enough and encounters a monster? I really want to eat fish. I don't know why, but I feel like I can grow really big in the future, as big as that fire-spewing colossal ant. If I could grow that big, I could carry my master, and he wouldn't be so tired. Were these Snowy's thoughts? Can I hear Snowy's thoughts? No wonder Beastmasters can work seamlessly with their guardian beasts. They can communicate with each other through their thoughts. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly as he sent his thoughts over. Snowy. Snowy blinked. What is it? Snowy. Chen Fan squatted down and continued, we used to rely on each other for survival. Now we've come to this strange world together, and we need to support and help each other even more. I want to sign a blood contract with you. Will you be my partner? MHM. Snowy blinked and nodded her head. She raised her little paw and gently pressed it on the burning golden flames paper. The paper instantly burned to ashes, turning into countless twinkling stars, melding into the void. At that moment, Chen Fan felt the souls of himself and Snowy connected as one. An odd, warm feeling enveloped them. Immediately after, a virtual panel appeared in the Beastmaster's space. Guardian Beast name, Ragdoll Cat Snowy. Combat power level, level 1, just awakened. Species level, awakened/low. Guardian Beast attribute, Thunder. Guardian Beast weakness, Fire. Species skills, Thunder Cat Claw Plus, consumes system energy, can increase skill proficiency for Guardian Beast. Guardian Beast status, Happy. Guardian Beast preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or on his shoulder, likes being gently stroked on the head. Potential level, 6 star. Breakthrough to level 2 requires 5 pounds of level 1 or above fresh fish, 1 level 2 fish crystal nucleus, 10 energy points. Usage steps. First option, normal evolution path, Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat, materials and methods needed for evolving from awakened/low to awakened/moderate. Second option, hidden variant evolution path, Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning King Cat Thunder Devouring Sky Piercing Cat Emperor, materials and methods needed for evolving from awakened/low to awakened/moderate, 10 pounds of level 2, including level 2, or above fresh fish, 1 level 2 or above Thunder Attribute Monster Crystal Nucleus, 3 level 2, including level 2, or above fish crystal nuclei. Usage steps. Looking at the panel, Chen Fan contemplated thoughtfully. After Snowy became his guardian beast, the virtual panel underwent some changes. The word monster had been replaced with guardian beast. The virtual panel was now fixed within the Beastmaster's space. A plus symbol appeared after Snowy's skill, showing that system energy could be consumed to increase the skill's proficiency. Beneath the words Thunder Cat Claw was something resembling an experience bar, indicating Snowy's skill proficiency. Chapter 9, Signing the Contract, First Training 2. A Guardian Beast's skill proficiency can be increased using energy or through repeated training. The higher the proficiency of a skill, the higher its accuracy, the faster its speed, and the stronger its power. Chen Fan stared and saw that Snowy's Thunder Cat Claw proficiency was only at 1. The highest proficiency level is 100, with a full bar of experience at 100. That means, if he were to purely use system energy to raise Snowy's skill proficiency, it would require 100 points of energy. Chen Fan didn't mind using energy directly to help Snowy reach the limit of Thunder Cat Claw's proficiency. The problem was that the system currently only had 20 points of energy. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a strange force coming from Snowy's body and it transferred to his own. Boom! Chen Fan's body trembled slightly, and his joints made crackling sounds. This is the power of the Guardian Beast that is feeding back to the Guardian Beastmaster after signing a contract. An understanding surged through Chen Fan's heart as he gently clenched his fists. He had previously researched a lot about Guardian Beasts and knew that Guardian Beastmasters and their Guardian Beasts mutually promote and grow together. The Beastmaster's space contains the power of a Guardian Beastmaster's bloodline and soul, which can help the Guardian Beast grow rapidly and make breakthroughs. And each time a Guardian Beast's combat power level and species level increase, they will feed back to the Guardian Beastmaster's star power, greatly increasing their own star power. After all, Snowy had just awakened and was only at level 1, so the power feedback this time didn't seem to be very strong. However, Chen Fan still felt his own strength increase substantially within that instant. He could already clearly feel an odd power circulating rapidly throughout his body. This was star power. Chen Fan walked over to a moss-covered large rock, took a deep breath, and then slapped his palm forcefully on the rock. Boom! The large rock shook violently, and from the center where Chen Fan's palm landed, spider web-like fissures cracked open in all directions. Chen Fan looked at his palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, he felt that Snowy was only level 1, so the power being fed back to him wasn't very strong. He didn't expect that one slap could nearly shatter the rock. With such power, even if he were to use a large iron hammer and gave it his all before he crossed worlds, he might not have been able to accomplish this. And this was when he didn't know how to use star power yet. If he learned how to stimulate star power, the power of this slap would probably increase even more. Chen Fan gratefully rubbed Snowy's head. "Snowy, thank you. My strength has increased a lot, and I can feel the circulation of star power in my body now." Snowy closed its eyes in enjoyment, lightly patting Chen Fan's arm with its small paw. Chen Fan smiled and pointed at a small tree 5 meters away. "Snowy, use your Thundercat Claw to attack that little tree." Snowy stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes, then glanced at the small tree. After that, it casually waved its little claw. There was no movement to it. It was just an ordinary claw swipe. Chen Fan scratched his head. "That's not how you should swing your paw. Concentrate and think. Don't you remember a skill called Thundercat Claw? You can release lightning power from your claws." Snowy looked at Chen Fan, back at the little tree, and then mustered up its energy, fiercely swiping its claw. Still, there was no movement. Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but held back. Right. After the system was activated, there were 20 points of energy available. First, use some energy to raise Snowy's skill proficiency. Chen Fan focused his thoughts and clicked on the plus sign next to Thundercat Claw on the virtual panel. 1 point of energy consumed, increased Snowy's proficiency by 1 point. 5 points of energy consumed, increased Snowy's proficiency by 5 points. After adding 10 points to Snowy's Thundercat Claw, Snowy's skill proficiency in it reached 11. There were still 10 energy points left on the energy bar. Chen Fan wasn't sure how difficult it would be to obtain more energy later, so he kept 10 points in reserve. That's because after catching fish later, it's essential to use 10 points of energy to help Snowy upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Chen Fan stopped and said to Snowy, "Snowy, give it another try. Use the Thundercat Claw to attack that small tree. Focus and believe in yourself." Snowy looked at her little paws, then at the small tree, and gently waved her paw. Crackle! A cat's paw made of lightning shot out and grazed past the small tree, hitting a large tree 7 meters away, creating a charred hole in it. Meow, scared. Snowy, surprised by her own power, jumped back into Chen Fan's arms. "Don't be afraid, this is your skill, and you're awesome, Snowy." Chen Fan was both shocked and delighted. As expected, the power of lightning is formidable. It's not only fast but also destructive. Chen Fan embraced Snowy and went over to inspect the damage. The hole in the large tree was about the size of his clenched fist. If this were to hit a person, would Snowy's attack be so terrifying with just a combat power level of 1? But on the other hand, the small tree was only 5 meters away, and the accuracy seemed a little off. "Come on, Snowy, practice a few more times, and you'll be familiar with this skill." Chen Fan held Snowy and returned to their original position, signaling her to continue attacking the small tree 2 meters away. This time, Snowy was much more proficient. With quick left and right swipes of her 2 paws, a lightning cat paw formed and flashed out with each swipe, at an astonishing speed. However, none of the 9 lightning cat paws hit the small tree. "Meow meow, am I terrible?" Snowy looked timidly at Chen Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Fan chuckled wryly, "Snowy, you're so amazing, how could you be terrible? You've just learned this skill, and being able to use it so proficiently is already quite impressive. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. With more practice, you'll be able to improve your accuracy." With Chen Fan's encouragement, Snowy started swinging her paws at the small tree again. This time, she didn't hastily swing but stared at the tree for a while before raising her paw and gently swiping. Boom! A lightning cat paw hit the small tree, causing the tree with a diameter of 5 centimeters to snap with a bang. Success! Chen Fan picked up Snowy and burst out laughing. Snowy also meowed happily in response. Together, the two of them practiced the Thunder Cat Claw on various small trees in the forest clearing. Chen Fan learned about Snowy's attack power and the maximum distance she could attack with her Thunder Cat Claw. Meanwhile, Snowy's use of the Thunder Cat Claw became more and more effortless, and her accuracy increased significantly. Not only that, but she was also gradually able to control the power of each attack. However, after using the Thunder Cat Claw dozens of times, Snowy's spirit began to falter, and her head drooped weakly. Chen Fan also felt that Snowy's energy seemed to be severely drained. He quickly took out the chicken leg he had received in the square. Snowy, let's rest for a while. Eat this chicken leg, and later I'll take you to catch fish. Catch fish? Snowy's eyes widened with excitement. She grabbed the chicken leg with both paws, ready to eat with the leg in her clutches. But just as she was about to put the chicken leg in her mouth, Snowy suddenly stopped. She stared at Chen Fan, brought the chicken leg over to him, and conveyed telepathically, "Eat, eat." Chapter 10, Mocked by a Fish? Snowy, you eat it. Chen Fan took out the bread. I have bread. Snowy stared at Chen Fan without moving. Looking into her sapphire-like eyes, Chen Fan felt his heart melting. I can't cultivate yet. If we encounter powerful monsters, we can only rely on your Thunder Cat Claw. Chen Fan gently touched Snowy's head and said, besides, the fish in that river are quite powerful. When catching fish, your attacks are necessary too. So if you're full and have enough energy, we'll be safer. Snowy blinked and lowered her head, eating the chicken leg. After Snowy finished eating the chicken leg and drank some water, Chen Fan put her on his shoulder, held the fishing spear, and ran towards the southeast direction like the wind. With Snowy's power replenishing him, his strength increased greatly, and he didn't feel tired at all when running. Chen Fan even felt that, with his current strength, he could run faster than before even if he carried a pig on his shoulder. After another 2 miles, a river about 7 or 8 meters wide appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Sinking Star River. Be careful. There are many level 2 and level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish in the river. They're very powerful. Chen Fan put Snowy on the ground, and they both approached the riverbank with caution. When he was about 6 meters away from the riverbank, Chen Fan stopped and hid behind a big tree with Snowy. According to the information he found on Qiandu, 6 meters was already within the attack range of the blue-scaled demonic fish. At this distance, it was also the most suitable for Snowy's Thunder Cat Claw. If it were further away, the attack power of the Thunder Cat Claw would greatly decrease. Chen Fan peeked out from behind the tree, squinting his eyes. In his sight, a series of system panels appeared in the sinking Star River. Monster name, Blue-Scaled Demonic Fish. Combat Power Level, 1 to 3, Ordinary. Species Level, Awakened/Moderate. Monster Attribute, Water. Monster Weakness, Earth. Species Skills, Water Gun, Water Cannon Bomb. Monster Status, Joyful. Monster Preference, Loves to fight, attacks wildly at any sign of movement. Potential Level, 1 star. Breakthrough Requirements: Evolution Route, 2 routes. What the hell? A bunch of battle maniacs. Chen Fan stared at the system panel, speechless. A group of fish actually loved fighting and would wildly attack at any sign of movement? Chen Fan quickly took a look at the big tree he was hiding behind as well as the cyan stone more than 2 meters high on his right. Both the tree and the stone had many irregular holes, all traces of the damage inflicted by the blue-scaled demonic fish. Chen Fan gasped and felt as if he had accidentally entered a wolf's den. If such attacks hit his body, wouldn't he be riddled with holes? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan looked back at the sinking star river. 1, 2, 3. No way. There are 8 level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish and 15 level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish in this section of the river. Chen Fan frowned, picked up a stone, and threw it towards the sinking star river. Plop! The stone fell into the water. The next moment. Swish! 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 One after another, the water bullets shot over like spearheads. Some water bullets hit the tree, shaking it and making loud noises. Some water bullets flew past the tree, landing on distant stones and tree trunks, punching holes in them. Chen Fan's eyes widened, speechless. It was fortunate that these fish couldn't get ashore. If they could, there's no way to win, just admit defeat. Time to change locations. Holding a fishing spear to fight a group of fish wielding guns didn't make sense. Chen Fan waved his hand and decisively took Snowy back about 5 meters, then followed along the sinking Star River downstream. A few minutes later. Meow! Snowy tugged at Chen Fan's pant leg and pointed its little paw to the left. Chen Fan looked in that direction and couldn't help but laugh. A small water pit. A stream from the sinking Star River had formed a water pit with a diameter of less than 3 meters in a depression. Chen Fan gestured, and he and Snowy sneaked over to the little water pit. They hid behind a stone less than 3 meters away from the edge of the water pit, and Chen Fan looked out. System panels were appearing one by one. 6 level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish and 1 level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish. No level 3. Chen Fan was thrilled. If he couldn't defeat a level 3, could he not defeat a level 2? Chen Fan picked up a stone with a diameter of 1 foot and threw it directly into the water pit. Plop! As the stone hit the water, it splashed high. A few water columns flew out of the water pit at an angle. But because the water surface was more than a meter above the ground, the water columns either hit the mud or flew diagonally into the sky, posing no threat to Chen Fan and Snowy crouching on the ground. Suddenly, 2 apple-sized, rainbow-glowing water bubbles floated up from the edge of the water pit. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment before his face changed dramatically, and he picked up Snowy and jumped behind the cyan stone. Boom! Boom! As Chen Fan grimaced in pain behind the stone, 2 water bubbles on the other side exploded like bombs. This was the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish's skill, Water Cannon Bomb. Chen Fan had seen this skill before in the system panel. He never would have thought. Chen Fan struggled to get up and saw that the other side of the cyan stone was full of holes from the water cannon bomb's explosion. How can this be? Chen Fan was shocked and furious, puffing smoke from his 7 orifices, as he picked up another larger stone. He carefully peeked out his head beside the water pit. He saw the only level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish in the water pit spitting a string of bubbles at him. Bajuo bajuo bajuo! Chen Fan blinked and looked at Snowy. Is this stupid fish mocking us? Snowy nodded, hum. Chen Fan was speechless. He never imagined that he would be mocked by a fish one day. Don't be too arrogant! Chen Fan shouted, today, I have to catch you and roast you. Inside the water pit, the fish's eyes showed contempt as it spat out another string of bubbles. Bajuo bajuo bajuo! Then, 2 of the bubbles suddenly grew bigger and flew upward. It's this move again. Chen Fan dropped the big stone, picked up Snowy, and ran. The blue-scaled demonic fish's water gun was quite fast, but the water bubble bomb was much slower. It floated gently in the air, and as long as they were a little careful, they were unlikely to get hit. Sure enough, when Chen Fan and Snowy had run 7 or 8 meters away, the water bubbles exploded like bombs less than 4 seconds after they surfaced. A series of cone-shaped water columns shot out in all directions. Chapter 11, Catching Fish, Helping Snowy Improve Combat Power Level. This stupid fish's AoE skill is quite impressive. Chen Fan's eyes shifted. Snowy, go around from the side and circle to the other side of the water pit. Later, I'll throw stones into the water pit from this side, attracting the attention of those demonic fish. Then you can take the opportunity to attack them with the Thundercat Claw. First, deal with that level 2 one. Oh, the biggest one, the one that just attacked us with the bomb. As long as we deal with the largest one, the rest will be much easier. Riol.c. MHM. Snowy was very intelligent, nodding her head and quickly moving to the other side of the water pit. She lay down on the ground, motionless. On this side, Chen Fan picked up a stone and walked to the edge of the pit, throwing it in. The group of blue-scaled demonic fish in the water pit were furious. Water guns were fired continuously, water bubble bombs were also constantly flying out, chasing Chen Fan and incessantly bombarding him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Snowy on the other side stood up. Her 2 cat paws were enveloped by the power of thunder and lightning, and she unleashed 4 consecutive Thundercat Claws attacks on the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish. The blue-scaled demonic fish was just surfacing and angrily blowing bubbles when, unbeknownst to it, it was struck by 4 Thundercat Claws attacks. Several bloody holes were opened up on its head and belly, causing it to flip over and reveal its white belly. Snowy, retreat! After dodging a few water bubble bombs, Chen Fan waved his hand vigorously. Snowy responded very quickly, turning around and retreating to a safe area. Several sharp water guns flew by, not even touching a single hair on her. Well done! Chen Fan laughed heartily and gave Snowy a thumbs up from across the water pit. Meow! Snowy happily waved her little paw. Next, it became much easier, as there were only 6 level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish left in the water pit. The level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish could only use the water gun skill and did not have the water bubble bomb skill. Chen Fan kept throwing stones on this side, attracting the attention of the blue-scaled demon fish. On the other side, Snowy's Thundercat's Claw wouldn't stop attacking. In less than 10 minutes, the 6 blue-scaled demonic fish were killed and floated on the surface of the water. Chen Fan had Snowy deliver 2 Thundercat Claws to each blue-scaled demonic fish, then used a fishing spear to bring all 7 fish up. The level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish was more than 2 feet long, and the level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish were also more than a foot long. Chen Fan checked Snowy's attribute panel. To help Snowy upgrade from level 1 to level 2, she needed 5 pounds of fresh fish meat of level 1 or above, 1 level 2 fish crystal nucleus, and 10 energy points. The fish meat was enough. The level 2 fish crystal nucleus was also available. Energy, the current system energy was 19 points. Chen Fan clicked on the details and found that there were 10 points of energy left in the system before. This time, killing 6 level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish earned 6 energy points and killing 1 level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish earned 3 energy points. With everything ready and no need for the east wind, Chen Fan glanced at the method on the system panel, which was very simple. Grill or boil the fish directly for Snowy to eat, then let Snowy use the power of thunder and lightning to refine the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish crystal core while she's full. Very well. Chen Fan couldn't wait and took out a dagger, dug out the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish crystal core, then removed the guts of all 7 fish, cleaned them, and placed them on a tree leaf over 1 meter in diameter. He found a spacious and safe place, collected some dry firewood and dried leaves, and piled them all together. Snowy lay next to the tree leaf, watching Chen Fan quietly. Although she didn't quite understand what Chen Fan was doing, she didn't move since he hadn't let her eat the fish. After Chen Fan finished all the preparations, he picked up Snowy, grabbed the sack filled with the 7 fish, and returned to the side of the firewood pile. He put Snowy down and pointed to the pile of firewood and leaves, saying, "Snowy, use your Thundercat's Claw to help me make a fire." Snowy looked at Chen Fan, then at the firewood and dried leaves, and gently waved her paw. Bang! With the Thundercat's claw firing, the firewood scattered. But, the dried leaves caught fire. Chen Fan hurried to his feet, gathered the scattered firewood, and then blew a few breaths to make the fire burn more vigorously. He picked up a fish with a spear and began grilling it directly over the fire. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, and Snowy, who was sitting next to the fire, drooled. "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." Chen Fan glanced at Snowy and comforted her. In a short while, the first fish was grilled. Chen Fan tore off a piece and gave the rest to Snowy. Snowy lay on the large tree leaf with a diameter of more than a meter, grabbed the grilled fish, and began eating it wildly. Chen Fan also took a big bite. "This blue-scaled demonic fish tastes really good, it has few bones and a lot of meat, each mouthful is juicy, it's just a pity there's no salt." Chen Fan ate and grilled fish at the same time. All 7 fish were grilled. However, Snowy could only finish 3 before having a full belly. The rest of the fish, Chen Fan wrapped them all up with large leaves. 3 fish that weigh about 5 jins should be enough. On another note, Snowy has started eating significantly more since she awakened and gained new abilities, she can eat so much now. Chen Fan took out the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish's crystal cores and placed them in front of Snowy. Snowy widened her eyes while looking at the diamond-shaped core. She clearly sensed the strong water attribute energy within the core as well. Chen Fan also lay on the leaves and said seriously, "Snowy, use your paws to hold onto the crystal core, and then slowly channel the power of lightning. Remember, slowly channel it. Do not blast out the power like how you did when attacking, understand?" "Snowy, To be on the safe side, Chen Fan got a small stone, and let Snowy hold it, then slowly channeled the power of lightning. Zzz. 2 small paws of Snowy's were bursting with lightning, enveloping the small stone. The power of lightning, strong enough to destroy the small stone, managed to wrap around it without instantly detonating. "Snowy, you're so smart." Chen Fan was overjoyed. Upon hearing the praise, Snowy squinted her eyes and showed a smile. Bang! The small stone held by her paws exploded into dust. "Stay calm, don't be hasty, and focus." Chen Fan patted Snowy's head, hinting her to use both paws to grab the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish's crystal's core. Hold the crystal core with your paws, then slowly channel the power of lightning, wrapping it. Chen Fan looked at the usage instructions on the system panel and said, "At that point, the power of lightning will guide the core's power out, and you will devour it all. Do you understand?" Snowy nodded her head, Under Chen Fan's watchful eyes, Snowy carefully held the diamond-shaped core. Her paws began emitting lightning again. The lightning wrapped around the level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish's crystal core. The next moment, Chen Fan sensed a powerful force surging out of the core. "Guide that force, bring that force out, and swallow it." Chen Fan felt his palms sweat. He directed Snowy based on the instructions from the system, but he wasn't sure if she could maintain control and guide the energy of the core using the power of lightning. A level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish was not easy to catch. If this one were wasted, it would not be easy to obtain another core in a short time. Snowy suddenly opened her mouth wide and inhaled forcefully. Zzz. She absorbed the lightning wrapped in a strange force, which flowed like water. The diamond-shaped core held in Snowy's paws turned into a dim, lightless stone and instantly crumbled. It worked. Chen Fan suppressed his excitement, stretched out his palm, and gently pressed it on Snowy's head. The last step. Expend 10 system points to help Snowy with the final upgrade. It was as if an electric current surged from Chen Fan's abdomen, running through his right arm and finally reaching Snowy's head. Snowy's body trembled violently. Boom! An extraordinary force blasted away Chen Fan's palm. Meow! Snowy let out a fierce cry, and her body suddenly grew larger. At the same time, her body was wrapped in lightning, making her appear as though she was cast from lightning. Chapter 12, Snowy Breakthrough to Level 2, Awakened Skills Thunder Flash. Guardian Beast Name, Ragdoll Cat Snowy. Combat Power Level, Level 2, Ordinary. Species Level, Awakened/Low. Guardian Beast Attribute, Thunder. Guardian Beast Weakness, Fire. Species Skills, Thunder Cat Claw Plus, Thunder Flash Plus. Guardian Beast Status, Happy. Guardian Beast Preferences, likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or on his shoulder, likes to be gently stroked on the head by Chen Fan. Potential Level, 6 star. Breakthrough to Level 3 Requirement, 10 pounds of fresh fish Level 2 or above, 2 Level 3 fish type crystal cores, 1 50-year-old thunder grass, or 1 50-year-old thunder element fruit, 15 points of energy. Usage Steps. Species Level Evolution Routes, 2. First, Normal Evolution Route, Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Second, Hidden Variant Evolution Route, Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning King Cat Thunder Devouring Sky Piercing Cat Emperor. Successfully broke through to Level 2. Chen Fan secretly nodded, the defense of the blue-scaled demonic fish is not strong. As long as it's not in deep water, Snowy's power should be able to kill Level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish in shallow water. However, there may not be Level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish in this kind of water pit. Without money to buy materials to help Snowy break through the combat power level from Level 2 to Level 3, the difficulty will be much greater. Suddenly, an odd force suddenly transferred from Snowy's body again. Snowy, who had broken through to Level 2, started transferring power to Chen Fan again. Although Chen Fan had experienced this once and was mentally prepared, he was still extremely delighted. Such strong power! Feeling the surge of that power, Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his fists. This time, the power transmitted by Snowy was at least 3 times stronger than the previous time. Under the condition where Chen Fan hadn't yet activated his star power, whirlwinds formed under his feet, creating dust everywhere. Chen Fan felt that his 5 senses had improved a lot. His vision became better. His hearing became more sensitive. Let me see how strong my power is now. After Snowy finished transmitting the power, Chen Fan glanced around and eagerly chose a tree. That tree was at least 15 centimeters in diameter and had a hard bark like stone. Chen Fan, using the method learned from the Guardian Beast Forum, controlled the power within his body using his consciousness, gathering it slowly on his right fist, then punched hard towards that tree. Crack! The tree with a diameter of about 15 centimeters broke apart, emitting a harsh sound. Meow! Snowy leaped onto Chen Fan's shoulder with a single jump. Chen Fan grinned, with my current power, I should be able to protect myself in this black ant forest, right? At least I don't need to worry too much about encountering level 1 monsters. Suddenly, Chen Fan paused. Hey, Thunder Flash! Snowy's awakened a new skill. Chen Fan tapped the plus sign next to Thunder Flash a few times, adding 9 skill proficiency points to Snowy. He then looked at Snowy and said, Snowy, you've awakened a new skill Thunder Flash. Try using this skill now to see how powerful it is. MHM. Snowy nodded and walked to the side. As for using skills, she was no longer as clueless as she was at the beginning. Moreover, after Chen Fan had added 9 points to Thunder Flash, her skill proficiency had reached 10 points. Snowy slightly narrowed her eyes. Crackle! A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Chen Fan was shocked. Where is the... No, where's the cat? Almost at the same time. Thud! On a big tree 10 meters away, Snowy slammed hard against it, then slid down the trunk. What the... Chen Fan rushed over in a hurry. With heartache he picked up Snowy. Snowy, are you all right? Are you okay? Snowy looked a little dazed, smiled with a grin, and let out a full burp. After checking Snowy's body and finding no injuries, Chen Fan relaxed. He turned his head to look at the spot where he had been standing before. Almost 10 meters away. Snowy just flashed in the sky, a bolt of lightning emerged, and then, like instant transmission, collided with this large tree. Chen Fan had been staring wide-eyed all the time. Apart from the lightning, he hadn't seen Snowy's flight route at all. It felt as if Snowy had passed through space. Is this thunder flash? So powerful. Right. If it weren't for the large tree blocking the way, Snowy might have flown even further, right? Chen Fan immediately took Snowy to a more open area and began studying and training the 2 skills Snowy had after breaking through to level 2. After more than 2 hours of training, Snowy became proficient in using Thunder Flash, and could easily control the distance of Thunder Flash. After the upgrade, the power of Thunder Cat Claw has also increased several times, able to easily make a big hole in a tree with one swipe. The current range of Thunder Cat Claw is 13 meters, the same as the distance of Thunder Flash. But with the cooperation of Thunder Flash, the distance of Thunder Cat Claw almost has no limit. Chen Fan let Snowy use Thunder Flash to cooperate with Thunder Cat Claw to attack, and all he saw was lightning flashing in the forest, large trees popping and appearing charred holes on them. Seeing this, Chen Fan was shocked and excited. What made him happy was that with Thunder Flash, Snowy's strength had improved by several levels. What shocked him was that if the level 2 monsters in Black Ant Forest had attacks close to those of Thunder Cat Claw, it would be extremely dangerous. Just now, he thought that with his current strength, he would be able to protect himself in this Black Ant Forest. Now it seems that he was still too overconfident. The level 2 monsters in Black Ant Forest might not be as powerful as Snowy, but they are definitely terrifying. Unless he breaks through to the first grade realm, he won't be able to withstand such a sharp attack. No wonder the long-legged beauty on the shoulder of the gorilla said that the test this time was to survive for 3 days and 3 nights. People who had just crossed over, even if they had awakened, were still ordinary people. Ordinary people armed with cold weapons, facing monsters of this caliber, even if a large group of people worked together, what could they do? They probably wouldn't even have a chance to run. I wonder how many people will survive after the 3 days. Thinking of the cruelty of this world, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Fan looked at the materials to upgrade Snowy's combat power level to 3, then opened Qiandu and searched for Thunder Grass. A bunch of information and pictures. After reviewing the information and pictures, Chen Fan opened the 1000 Degrees map, located East Sea City, and searched for Thunder Grass around East Sea City. On the map, many marks of Thunder Grass appeared immediately. These marks were places where Thunder Grass might grow or had been discovered before. But the problem is, the nearest marked area was more than 300 miles away from East Sea City. There's no Thunder Grass near East Sea City. To get Thunder Grass, it seems that only certain markets can sell it, if there's money, that is. Chen Fan's brow furrowed as he searched for Thunder Element fruit on Qiandu. This is a fruit that grows on shrub trunks, similar in size to grapes, with lightning-like patterns swirling around the fruit, making it quite peculiar. Chen Fan then clicked on the 1000 Degrees map, searching for the surrounding area of East Sea City. One by one, the marks of Thunder Element fruit appeared. Hey! Chen Fan's eyes lit up. One of the marks was actually at the edge of the Black Ant Forest. There's hope. Breakthrough to level 3 requirement for Snowy, 10 pounds of level 2 or above fresh fish meat, 2 level 3 fish crystal nuclei, 1 50-year-old and thunder grass, or a 50-year-old and thunder element fruit, 15 energy points. Getting 2 level 3 fish crystal nuclei may be a bit difficult, but not impossible. The only trouble is this Thunder Element fruit. Chapter 13 Level 2 Iron-Eating Black Ant. Black Ant Forest indeed had Thunder Element fruits. But the Thunder Element fruits grew on the edge of the Black Ant Forest, downstream of the sinking Star River, near the 10,000 Beast Mountain. Most level 2 iron-eating black ants in the black ant forest were concentrated in that area. Not only that, but many level 3 and above monsters from 10,000 Beast Mountain also roamed there, making it a high-risk zone. Chen Fan was also torn in his heart. After Snowy had a breakthrough to level 2, he could definitely try to fight level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish in the sinking Star River. After all, they were fish in the river. If they couldn't beat them, they could at least escape. Anyway, no matter how powerful the level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish were, they couldn't climb ashore. However, if he encountered level 3 and above monsters in the jungle, then it wouldn't be just his death. It would be his death for sure. With Snowy's speed and the new skill Thunder Flash, there might be a chance to escape. However, for Chen Fan himself, it would be a dead end. Should he go or not? After Snowy's breakthrough to level 2, as long as they didn't go to those dangerous areas, they wouldn't encounter any major dangers. After these 3 days, enter the academy for study, then open a Guardian Beast cultivation store, where he could easily make money and buy materials to help Snowy upgrade. He really didn't need to take such risks. But for some reason, there was an odd impulse deep inside Chen Fan's heart. Having grown up in the orphanage for more than a decade, Chen Fan often acted carefree and seemed like nothing bothered him. But he knew very well that deep in his heart, there was a streak of madness. Among the many children in the orphanage, he was the only one who had fought a group of wild dogs to protect a little sister. On the other hand, after signing the contract with Snowy, Chen Fan felt a deeper bond. He now eagerly anticipated Snowy's growth, so much so that he couldn't wait to pick a Thunder Element fruit to help Snowy improve his combat power level. He had never experienced this feeling before. First, let's find a place to enter the Beastmaster's space and check it out. Chen Fan had a sudden thought: if we can enter the Beastmaster's space at any time, it means we have an invincible state. Having thought about it, Chen Fan looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one and no monsters around, he entered a dense forest with thick trees. As soon as he entered the dense forest, Chen Fan contacted the Beastmaster's space. Immediately in front of him, a 6-pointed star array appeared. "Snowy, you go into the Beastmaster's space first." Chen Fan pointed at the 6-pointed star array. Snowy leaped into midair and jumped onto the 6-pointed star array, and then slowly sank into the Beastmaster's space. Before the 6-pointed star array disappeared, Chen Fan also jumped right into the center of it. But there was no response. The 6-pointed star array also disappeared quickly. As expected, it still relies on the system. Chen Fan clicked on the Enter button in the corner of the system panel. A vortex, more than 2 meters in diameter, appeared in front of him out of thin air. Is this the gate to the Beastmaster's space? Chen Fan touched his chin and then poked the fishing spear into the gate. The next moment, he saw half of the fishing spear sticking out in his Beastmaster's space. Interesting. Chen Fan threw the fishing spear inside and then tossed the leaf-wrapped grilled fish into the vortex space gate. Bang! The leaves, wrapped with a bunch of grilled fish, were bounced back. The grilled fish scattered all over the ground. Chen Fan was stunned. Why could the fishing spear be sent in, but not the grilled fish? Wait a minute. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, picked up 2 grilled fish, and carefully walked into the vortex space gate. A moment of dizziness later, Chen Fan stepped onto solid ground and appeared in his Beastmaster's space. Blue sky, white clouds, and green grass. 4 strange spatial gates. Meow. Snowy jumped and landed in Chen Fan's arms. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan held Snowy and rolled in the grass. After playing for a while, Chen Fan sat up holding Snowy. Stop playing for now, I want to check this vortex space gate. Chen Fan put Snowy down and stared at the grilled fish in his hand, lost in thought. When he threw the grilled fish into the vortex teleport gate earlier, it bounced back. But with 1 grilled fish in each hand, he successfully entered. What was going on? An idea popped into Chen Fan's mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. He placed the 2 grilled fish on the grass in front of Snowy and picked up the fishing spear before leaving the Beastmaster's space. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan clicked enter again. The vortex space gate reappeared. Chen Fan threw the fishing spear in his hand toward the vortex teleport gate. Bang! The fishing spear bounced back, almost stabbing Chen Fan's foot. Chen Fan picked up 2 small stones and threw them at the vortex space gate, but the stones were also bounced back. As expected, it didn't work. Whether it was the fishing spear, the grilled fish, or the stone, none of them could enter the Beastmaster's space without being separated from Chen Fan. Chen Fan's mouth slightly curved up, and he laughed. He picked up the fishing spear and pushed it forward, and both the spear and his arm entered the vortex space gate. Then, he gently threw it. The fishing spear fell on the grassland of the Beastmaster's space. So, that's how it is. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he finally understood what was going on. Aside from himself and the contracted guardian beasts, any external object needed to be in contact with him in order to enter the Beastmaster's space. Whether it was the fishing spear, the grilled fish, or the stone, once they left his hand, or rather, if they didn't have contact with his body, they couldn't pass through the spatial gate. Chen Fan was both surprised and delighted. Previously, he was actually worried that the teleportation gate of the Beastmaster's space would have a fatal bug. If an enemy or monster was near him, wouldn't they directly rush into the Beastmaster's space when he entered it? Now it seems that this problem does not exist. Without physical contact with him, neither enemies nor monsters could break in. Chen Fan let out a strange laugh, picked up the grilled fish from the ground, wrapped it in leaves, and then stepped into the vortex space gate. In the Beastmaster's space, Snowy was happily gnawing on a grilled fish. Another grilled fish was left with only its clean, intact skeleton. After the awakened, Snowy has become a foodie. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile and walked to a door in the Beastmaster's space. The Beastmaster's space seen on the Beastmaster forum had no door. Chen Fan was also very curious about what was behind the door. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully stepped towards the door. Bang! As if he had hit an air wall, Chen Fan squatted down with an ouch and covered his nose. At the same time, a system message appeared in his mind. To enter the different space, the host's cultivation realm must be at least above the 4th grade, and the guardian beast's combat power level must be at least 20. Damn you, system! You only provide a prompt after I hit my nose and my tears are about to flow? What took you so long? That was careless. When he first entered the Beastmaster's space, he knew to stab with the fishing spear a few times, but this time he was careless. Chen Fan stood up with resentment, holding his nose. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. Snowy covered her mouth and giggled quietly. It's not you who got hit, you try it and see if you can still laugh. Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's go, Snowy. Let's find materials for your upgrade. Chen Fan concentrated and clicked on the exit button on the system panel. The vortex space gate, exactly the same as before, appeared in front of him. Using the summoning array to let Snowy enter and exit the Beastmaster's space was a bit slow, so Chen Fan let Snowy go through the spatial gate with him and leave the Beastmaster's space. After confirming that he could freely enter and exit the Beastmaster's space, Chen Fan became more confident. He and the cat walked leisurely along the sinking Star River. Actually, besides the Beastmaster's space trump card, the system also has a feature to avoid danger. Within 50 meters, as far as Chen Fan's sight could reach, the attribute panel of the monsters would appear. This would allow Chen Fan to detect high-level monsters in advance. With such 2 trump cards, Chen Fan had more courage, and his running speed also increased significantly. Along the way, they encountered several water pits, mostly containing a few level 2 blue-scaled demonic fish. Chen Fan and Snowy used their old tricks, Chen Fan threw stones to attract the attention of the blue-scaled demonic fish on this side. Snowy went to the other side to launch surprise attacks, and in no time, those blue-scaled demonic fish were killed cleanly. Now they had more than enough fish to help Snowy break through to level 3. After grilling all the fish and sharing a big meal with Snowy, Chen Fan continued walking along the river with her. Time slowly passed. The sun set in the west. After running more than 5 miles again, Chen Fan suddenly slowed down and signaled to Snowy, about 30 meters to the left front, there is a level 2 iron-eating black ant and 4 level 1 iron-eating black ants. Snowy immediately bared her teeth and grinned, looking desperate to try. Alright, let's go wipe them out. Although they had been training Snowy for a few hours earlier, actual combat was the key to real growth. Seeing Snowy's eagerness, Chen Fan knew she wanted to show off her skills. He squatted down and slowly approached the iron-eating black ants with Snowy. As he walked, Chen Fan's eyes swept around. The surroundings were very safe. Except for the 5 iron-eating black ants, there were no other monsters. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and communicated with Snowy through his thoughts. The level 2 iron-eating black ant, with a body length of 60 centimeters, poses the greatest threat. We'll deal with it first. Yes. Snowy nodded. Chen Fan, when we get within about 20 meters, you use Thunder Flash to get close and then strike it with your Thundercat Claw. Remember, the iron-eating black ant's main attacks are a wide-area acid spray and a pair of large crab-like pincers. When you attack it, go around its back and keep a distance of about 4 meters. At this distance, your Thundercat Claw can exert its full power, and you can avoid its pincers. When you use Thunder Flash to close the distance, aim for the ant's head with your Thundercat Claw, and try to kill it with one blow. Also, watch out for the acid of the other iron-eating black ants. Snowy nodded repeatedly. How smart! Chen Fan gently rubbed Snowy's head. A flash of light shone on Snowy's body. Crack! The next moment, she appeared directly in front of the level 2 iron-eating black ant. Chen Fan was stunned. Chapter 14, Crushing. Suddenly, Snowy grew much larger, her claws wrapped in lightning, and with one single swipe, she smashed the head of the level 2 iron-eating black ant into the ground. GG. GG. The other level 1 iron-eating black ants were flustered and spewed out corrosive acid at Snowy. Crackle. Snowy's body flashed with a lightning glow, she used Thunder Flash and revealed her double claws, making 2 powerful swipes at the level 2 iron-eating black ant. Boom! Boom! The 2 strikes of the Thundercat Claw hit squarely on the level 2 iron-eating black ant's head, which had just been raised. The head of the iron-eating black ant was instantaneously smashed, leaving 2 large holes. The corrosive acid spurted out from the holes like a fountain, landing on the bodies of the surrounding level 1 iron-eating black ants. The level 1 iron-eating black ants immediately yelled cacophonously and scattered in all directions. Chen Fan, who was initially intending to help out, didn't feel urgent anymore. With one fishing spear, he pinned a iron-eating black ant running towards him on the ground by its neck. Kill them! While Chen Fan held onto the fishing spear tightly, he directed Snowy. However, Snowy didn't even need his directions. After killing the level 2 iron-eating black ant, her double claws waved, unleashing the Thundercat claws furiously. The remaining 3 level 1 iron-eating black ants were killed on the spot. On the contrary, the iron-eating black ant under Chen Fan's feet, although nailed to the ground by the fishing spear, still struggled fiercely. With Chen Fan's current strength, he was somewhat unable to control it and it almost broke free. Seeing this, Snowy flashed over with thunder, one claw swipe and she directly severed the head of the iron-eating black ant. Looking at the mess in front of him, Chen Fan was speechless. Was the tactic he explained earlier too complicated, and Snowy didn't understand it? Or did Snowy believe that these tactics were not necessary at all? However, Snowy's strength was indeed astonishing. The level 2 iron-eating black ant didn't even last a round against her. Meow. Snowy raised her head and meowed at Chen Fan, looking like she was showing off her achievement. Yes, yes, you're great. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Next time we still need to coordinate. You can easily kill level 2, but what if we encounter level 3 or even stronger ones? Battles require tactics. Even if you can crush them, using good tactics may prevent various accidents and risks. Snowy blinked and nodded her head. Chen Fan's face darkened. You clearly understand my tactics, you deliberately didn't follow them, didn't you? Snowy blinked and then rubbed her small head against Chen Fan's leg. You think you can get away with it by acting cute? Chen Fan continued with a straight face. You rushed straight to the front of that level 2 iron-eating black ant. What if it reacted quickly and sprayed acid at you or attacked you with its large pincers? I won't do that again next time, don't be angry, okay? Snowy continued to rub her small head on Chen Fan's foot. Chen Fan was taken aback. This was the longest sentence Snowy had communicated to him through thought since they had contracted. Most of the time, Snowy just made two sounds. The chill on Chen Fan's face melted away instantly, and he bent down and picked Snowy up. I'm not mad at you, but it was indeed too dangerous the way you did it, especially since you and I have never fought with iron-eating black ants before. When it comes to fighting, no matter the strength of the opponent, we need to give our all and not be careless. Snowy nuzzles her head against Chen Fan's chest. Alright, let me dig out the crystal cores first. I've heard that they are quite valuable. Chen Fan scraped out the crystal cores from the heads of the 5 iron-eating black ants with the fishing spear and knife. Humans can't eat the flesh of the iron-eating black ants, only guardian beasts related to certain attributes can eat them. The shell of the iron-eating black ant is a good material for refining armor artifacts. But now it's covered in disgusting corrosive acid and it's a pain to wash it off. It's not a question of how tiring it is, but there are a bunch of fish in the sinking star river equipped with machine guns. Chen Fan put the 5 crystal cores into the Beastmaster's space. Then he walked over to the corpse of the level 2 iron-eating black ant and thrust his fishing spear viciously into the ant's head. Crack! It felt like thrusting a fishing spear into a pile of chaotic rocks. The shock made his wrist tingle. The shell of this thing was as hard as steel. But Snowy's double claws of Thundercat directly smashed out 2 large holes in its head. The fish in the sinking star river, even with their scales, their defense is far inferior to this iron-eating black ant. The best defense for the fish in the sinking star river is actually the river water. If the blue-scaled demonic fish is in deep water, Snowy's Thundercat claws might not be so deadly. But if they come up to the water surface, how about getting some level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish by the riverbank first? For Snowy to upgrade to level 3, she needs 2 level 3 fish crystal cores. Chen Fan picked up his fishing spear and prepared to head towards the riverbank. Suddenly, a wave of noisy voices came from the dense forest on the left. It sounds like there's a lot of people over there, I wonder what's going on. Let's go take a look. Chen Fan, with Snowy at his side and fishing spear in hand, headed in the direction of the noises. The voices were getting closer. However, no monster attribute panel appeared in his line of sight. Just then, there was a rustling from the bushes on his left, and an animal about the size of a hunting dog bolted out. What the? Chen Fan was shocked, his hand already lifting the fishing spear in preparation to strike. Meow! Snowy launched a Thundercat claw, which struck a large hole in the animal's belly and sent it flying. Then, Snowy leapt from Chen Fan's shoulder and accurately pinned the animal, pressing its head into the ground. After struggling a few times, the animal was still. Chen Fan checked out the attribute panel. Black-haired wild rabbit, level 0. Just an ordinary rabbit, not awakened. But this rabbit was quite large, several times the size of the rabbits Chen Fan had seen before. The animals and plants on Blue Star really were extraordinary. The ants were larger than cats. The rabbits were larger than dogs. Chen Fan gently prodded the black-haired rabbit on the ground with his fishing spear. Dead as a doornail. Just then, a large group of people rushed out from behind the bushes. "Eh? Little brother, it's you." In the crowd, a young man with glasses showed a look of surprise. What a coincidence! Chen Fan also smiled faintly. After the awakening guidance at the guidance plaza, this bespectacled young man had patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Panting heavily, the young man with glasses ran up to Chen Fan, sword in hand. "Young man, why did you come out here by yourself?" Chen Fan didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "How come you guys came this way too?" "I checked the 1000 degrees map earlier, and it gets more dangerous the further you go in this direction." "Ah, don't mention it." The glasses youth chuckled bitterly, "We really had no other choice. Our 3 teams joined forces and killed several iron-eating black ants, only to find out that their meat was inedible. Not only is the meat of the iron-eating black ant inedible, the meat of the holy beetles can't be eaten either. After we finished our bread and chicken legs this morning, we only had some wild vegetables and fruits for lunch. We're all feeling quite hungry now. We discussed it and concluded that we can't go on like this. Today was only the first day. Even if we make it through today, how will we survive tomorrow? So we looked on the 1000 degrees map and found the area to the east of the Black Ant Forest. It's a bit more dangerous, but there are lots of animals. We figured, with 3 teams working together, there are 12 of us, we shouldn't encounter any dangers. After we hunt some game, we plan to return to the safe areas west of the Black Ant Forest before dark." But, who would have known, the animals on Blue Star have all evolved. A snake thicker than a tree trunk scared us half to death. A few squirrels easily jumping 5 or 6 meters high, all we could do was stare. "Look at this rabbit, we've been chasing it for a long time and we didn't even touch a hair. Eventually, it was your cat that caught it." Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. He really should have predicted this. These guys, like the glasses youth, were all ordinary people, none of them had awakened. Even an ordinary human on Earth wouldn't find it easy to catch a rabbit with a sword. Let alone on Blue Star? The rabbit now under his feet was bigger than a dog and ran like the wind. Forget about the glasses youth, even Chen Fan himself wasn't sure he'd be able to catch it. Chen Fan smiled, about to hand the rabbit to the glasses youth. Suddenly, the people who came with the glasses youth started to surround them with unfriendly expressions. Seeing these people spreading out, encircling him and Snowy, Chen Fan's mouth curled slightly. One of the young men, with a scar on his face, said coldly, "Kid, the rabbit under your foot is ours. Hand it over, and then get lost." Before Chen Fan could speak, a youth in a shirt beside Scarface whispered something into his ear. Isn't it a bit too much? 1 rabbit should be enough for us." Scarface looked at the little white cat by Chen Fan's feet hesitantly. The youth in the shirt replied impatiently, "Brother Feng, we've got so many people, how is 1 rabbit enough? We still have 2 days to go." Before Scarface could say anything, the man laughed sinisterly, pointing at Snowy beside Chen Fan, and said, "And your cat? This rabbit is big, but with so many of us, it won't last many meals. Give us your cat." The crowd around them all waved their swords, laughing eerily. Chapter 15, Furious Rampage. "Hand over the rabbit. And the cat too. This kid seems unwilling, doesn't he? Don't bother talking to him, just cripple him and throw him into the river if he resists." A group of people started clamoring, surrounding Chen Fan aggressively. The glasses-wearing youth panicked and blocked Chen Fan with his arms. "Brothers, the rabbit was caught by this kid's cat, I saw it clearly. You can't do this. We're all from the outside, shouldn't we help each other? You can't bully him like this." The youth in a shirt sneered, "Glasses, whose side are you on? Step aside, or we'll hit you too." "I." The glasses-wearing youth pushed up his glasses, reddening, I stand on the side of reason. He's younger than us, and he's alone. It's disgraceful for you to bully him like this. Hearing these words, Chen Fan's heart warmed slightly. The world is like this. There are people like Wang Teng who seem to look down on others from the moment they awaken. And those who value their own lives and treat others' lives as if they're worthless. And kind-hearted people like Glasses Bro. Everybody, hear me out. The glasses-wearing young man was still trying to persuade the crowd. We can negotiate with the kid, ask him to share a rabbit leg with us. This rabbit is so big, and he can't eat it all by himself. Shut up! The youth in the shirt snapped. Am I negotiating with him? I'm ordering him. A rabbit leg. Ha ha ha, I want the whole rabbit and the cat too. If he doesn't hand over the cat, kill him. Seeing the situation, Scarface advised, we don't have any grudges, just beating him up should be enough, no need to kill him, right? The youth in the shirt spoke coldly, Brother Feng, you're too kind. Have you forgotten that this is the Guardian Beastmaster's world? In the main city, there are rules, in the wilderness, there's no law. If we take his rabbit and cat today, do you think he won't seek revenge later? Just kill him and be done with it. Someone frowned, that's too extreme, killing monsters is normal, but killing people indiscriminately is not acceptable. Someone nearby nodded, just take his rabbit and let him go. The crowd immediately split into two factions. Scarface and few others stood with glasses-wearing youth. And many others stood with the youth wearing a shirt. Chen Fan's gaze grew colder. He could just about tolerate them wanting to steal the rabbit because they were starving. He originally intended to give the rabbit to Glasses Bro anyway. But now these people also wanted to take Snowy. And they even thought of killing him. How quickly these people have assimilated into the Guardian Beastmaster's world. Chen Fan grinned, bent down, and darted under the glasses-wearing youth's arm, kicking the shirt-wearing youth squarely in the abdomen. With a scream, the youth in the shirt flew out and landed on the ground, howling in pain. The surrounding crowd was stunned. So was the glasses-wearing youth. No one expected Chen Fan to dare to fight while surrounded by such a large group of people. And his speed was so fast. You little shit, seeking death. The man to Chen Fan's right had an aggressive look as he swung his long knife, slashing it toward Chen Fan's head. It was more than just trying to steal a rabbit. If this knife hit, Chen Fan would likely be cleaved in half. Humph! Chen Fan snorted coldly, suddenly turning around, thrusting his fishing spear like lightning, and accurately blocked the man's long knife. Not waiting for the man to react, Chen Fan's right hand exerted force while gripping the fishing spear, giving it a ruthless twist. Crack! The knife and fishing spear let out shrill friction noises. Blood oozed from the man's tiger's mouth, his long knife slipping out of his grip and clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan took a step forward and forcefully kicked the man's chest. Bang! The man screamed and was knocked back, crashing into a large tree and then collapsing on the ground, gasping for air and unconscious. Stealing a rabbit was no big deal. But for someone who showed no mercy and wanted to take his life with one strike, Chen Fan would absolutely not hold back either. This kick shattered the man's ribs. If he wasn't dead, he'd be crippled. Just as the youth in the shirt had said. This was the Guardian Beastmaster's world. In the main city, there are rules, in the wilderness, there's no law. Strength is the only rule, and the strong are respected. As long as they're not in the main city, no one cares whether you kill a monster or a person. You want to kill me? Then, I'll slaughter you all. Chen Fan's gaze was chilling, radiating murderous intent. This little shit killed someone. Kill him. We can't let him leave alive. Surround him, don't let him escape. At this point, the shirt-wearing youth's companions were furious, all of them charging at Chen Fan. The glasses-wearing youth and Scarface tried to stop them, but in the chaos, how could they hold them back? Hiss! Snowy's fur bristled, with a whirlwind surrounding him, raising a cloud of dust. But Snowy was just an ordinary ragdoll cat without any skills being used, and none of these people knew that it was an awakened guardian beast. On the other hand, Chen Fan had murderous intent in his heart. Taking advantage of the blinding dust, Chen Fan grabbed his fishing spear and threw it at one of the attackers, piercing his chest and sending him flying. After one successful move, Chen Fan didn't delay, taking a step forward and delivering a powerful side kick, sending the closest person flying as well. Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore! The glasses-wearing youth seemed to draw on all his strength, shouting at the top of his lungs. The terrified crowd stopped in their tracks. Chen Fan picked up a long knife from the ground but did not continue to take action. Why do we have to kill each other like this? Tears streamed down Glasses Youth's face. We all came from Earth. So many of you are holding knives and swords, trying to kill a boy much younger than us. Don't you think it's too much? The youth in the shirt on the ground almost spat blood as he roared, Glasses, look clearly. Now he is the one killing us. Lu Qing and Zhang Yang were both killed by him. Wang Feng's life and death is unknown. Glasses Youth waved his hand and yelled, that's because you all came with knives and swords to kill him. If he doesn't fight back, should he just stand there and let you kill him? Chen Fan sighed, old brother, it's pointless to reason with these people. You can't reason with them emotionally either. They are just a bunch of selfish cowards that prey on the weak. Now they are just half a day hungry. What could they not do if they starve for 3 days and nights? You step aside. If they want to kill me, let them kill. I want to see who will die first today. Glasses Youth went silent. He didn't have the madness of Chen Fan. In his opinion, Chen Fan, no matter how capable, was still just a teenager who may have practiced some boxing, but after all, his fists could not fight off so many people wielding weapons. Even if he wanted to help, in the end, it would still end up in death. At this time, the youth in the shirt managed to get up with the help of another person and said ominously, Boy, you killed several of us. This cannot just end like this. Although you are also a martial artist, we have the advantage in numbers. You can't beat us all. Oh, really? Chen Fan sneered, his body flickered, and like a ghost, he stood in front of the shirt-wearing youth. How can it be so fast? The youth in the shirt and the person beside him both froze. After Chen Fan was nourished by Snowy's power twice, his strength and speed had surpassed ordinary people by a large margin. This burst of speed left the youth in the shirt and others unable to react. You! The youth in the shirt instinctively swung a fist at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan extended his right hand, his palm accurately grabbing the shirt-wearing youth's fist. Then, he lifted his leg and kicked the person next to the youth in the shirt, who was sent flying away. The eyes of the youth in the shirt widened, and he completely forgot to resist. Others couldn't see it, but in his perception, Chen Fan's claw was like steel. His fist was caught with unbearable pain. At this moment, fear welled up in his heart. He could clearly feel that Chen Fan did not use his full strength. As long as Chen Fan exerted a little more force, his fist would shatter. The moment this notion arose, Chen Fan snorted softly, and the 5 fingers gripping the youth's fist suddenly tightened. Crack! The shirt-wearing youth's fist was crushed by him. Ah! The excruciating pain made the youth in the shirt howl. Chen Fan released his grip, grabbed the youth's chest and thigh with both hands, lifted him high, and then slammed him hard onto the ground. Boom! The ground was dented by the youth's body. Chen Fan stepped on the unconscious shirt-wearing youth's back, his cold gaze sweeping across the surrounding people. Who else wants to eat my cat? After being nourished by Snowy's power, Chen Fan could easily break a tree with a diameter of 15 centimeters with one punch. Now, whether it was speed or strength, he had far surpassed these people by several levels. He did not need Snowy's help, he could single-handedly sweep the entire audience. These people were yelling and wanted to rush up, but seeing Chen Fan's cruelty and dominance, who dared to approach? All their faces showed utter horror, their lips trembling, their hands shaking, and they kept retreating. Glass's youth was also stunned. After Chen Fan took action earlier, he thought Chen Fan was just a trained person who still couldn't possibly overthrow a large group of people. After all, these people had knives and swords. Back in the day, Ye Wen could beat 10 people at once in a movie. But even the formidable Ye Wen couldn't have beaten 10 people with knives and swords barehanded. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan was so terrifying. At this time, a person in the crowd spoke with a vicious tone, "Kid, you've got the upper hand this time. But there are so many of us here, in 3 days, someone will definitely awaken as a star martial artist or a guardian beast master. Are you sure you want to become enemies with guardian beast masters and star martial artists? This is the world of guardian beast masters. As an unawakened person, you can't fight against star martial artists, let alone guardian beast masters." Chen Fan showed no expression and remained silent. At that moment, the 2 people behind him suddenly closed in, one with a knife and the other with a sword, slashing at him. Meow! Snowy's reaction was incredibly fast, not hesitating, and unleashed 2 Thundercat claws. With 2 loud bangs, the chest of both attackers was blown open, and they fell dead. The entire audience fell silent. A cat with the power of thunder and lightning. Monster, no, guardian beast. Is this guy a guardian beast master? Sorry, I forgot to tell you all. Chen Fan said coldly, actually, I have already awakened. Not only have I become a guardian beast master, but I also have a guardian beast. Enemies with you. Do you think you all deserve it? Chen Fan tilted his head and ominously said, by the way, what makes you think any of you have a chance to live until 3 days later? You want to kill me, then kill. If you don't want to kill, leave. You all think quite highly of yourselves, hey. Snowy chimed in, baring her teeth and grinning, surrounded by electric snakes, majestic and awe-inspiring. Chapter 16 The Strange Jade Slime. The sound of chattering teeth echoed. Although they still held knives and swords in their hands, none of them dared to take another step forward. Not only did they not dare to advance, but they didn't even dare to flee. Facing Chen Fan and Snowy, who could pierce through one's chest with a single thunderbolt cat claw, these people trembled all over and were petrified with fear. Some of them even wet their pants, releasing an unpleasant odor. Seeing this scene, the glasses-wearing youth awkwardly turned his head, blushed, and whispered, "Little brother, we all came from Earth, they are my companions." Can I? The voice of the glasses-wearing youth grew fainter and fainter. He knew it was an excessive request to plead for mercy for these people. After all, just a moment ago, they earnestly wanted to kill Chen Fan and seize the ragdoll cat. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, "Old brother, it's not that I don't want to honor your request. If they just wanted to beat me up or take this rabbit, I wouldn't have to kill them all. But you saw it, I barely spoke a word, and they already wanted to chop off my head. If I didn't have a guardian beast or this power, my corpse would be lying in front of you now. Why should I spare those who wanted to kill me and acted upon it? So they can seek revenge later on. I'm not afraid of that sort of trouble, but I don't need to leave it behind." No sooner had his words finished than Chen Fan and Snowy took action. Thunderbolts blinked in the air and 2 people were killed instantly. Run! The rest of the group, who were scared out of their wits, didn't think twice before running away. Kill them! Chen Fan's face was stern as he waved his hand lightly. Snowy let out a sharp cry and swung its claws. The Thundercat claws penetrated through the hearts of the escaping people. Only the glasses-wearing youth and Scarface and a few others were left behind. These people were the ones who had tried to persuade against killing Chen Fan earlier. The group stood still, their body hair standing on end. But Chen Fan seemed as if nothing had happened, he picked up the black-haired rabbit from the ground and dragged it over to the glasses-wearing youth. He smiled and said, "Old brother, what's your WeChat number? Let me add you." "Oh, okay." The glasses-wearing youth hurriedly opened up his smart wristwatch. The two exchanged WeChat contacts. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "My name is Chen Fan, and yours, old brother?" The glasses-wearing youth hastily replied, "My name is Pan Xiang Dong." Chen Fan pointed at the black-haired rabbit on the ground. "Brother Xiang Dong, take this rabbit with you and head back to the west of the Black Ant Forest as soon as possible. The further east you go, the more dangerous it becomes. With this rabbit, you won't be short of food for a few days, so it's better to head back west." "No, no, no." Pan Xiang Dong waved his hands and said, "This rabbit was caught by your cat. If you give it to me, what will you and your cat eat?" "I am a guardian beast master," Chen Fan grinned, "I won't starve to death in this forest." Chen Fan gently grasped Pan Xiang Dong's hand, tilted his head slightly at Snowy, and walked through the crowd. The group was on edge, unconsciously moving to the side. Chen Fan and Snowy quickly disappeared from their sight. Sigh. Scarface sighed, "We're all from the same place, why did we have to fight and kill each other? We're lucky we didn't participate just now, or we would have become corpses too." Without saying much else, Pan Xiang Dong just nodded slightly. "Let's bury these bodies together, then head west for some distance. Once we reach a safe area, we'll pluck the rabbit, cut it into small pieces, and roast it all. Such a big rabbit should feed us for a few days." Chen Fan and Snowy followed the river, heading eastward. The further they went, the more iron-eating black ants and holy beetles they encountered, all in large groups. Most of the leaders were level 2. Chen Fan and Snowy fought their way through. Bloodbath ensued. The cooperation between the two became more and more seamless. As night was about to fall, there were already 47 monster crystal nuclei in the Beastmaster's space. Among these 47 crystal nuclei, 12 were level 2. Unfortunately, while they had found several water pits along the way, they had yet to see a water pit that contained level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish. They had caught quite a few level 1 and 2 fish, however. Since Snowy liked eating fish, Chen Fan didn't waste any of them. He roasted all of them and stored them in the Beastmaster's space. It seemed they still had to go to Sinking Star River and fight the blue-scaled demonic fish. 2 level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish crystal cores were essential for Snowy to increase its combat power level to level 3. Chen Fan stroked his chin, leading Snowy to the riverbank, preparing for a battle with the blue-scaled demonic fish. Suddenly, he raised his foot, then gently set it back down. There was a pile of multicolored, squirming slime-like matter in front. Monster name, Slime. Combat power level, 1 ROL.C. Species level, extraordinary/low. Monster attribute, water. Monster status, leisure. Monster weakness, earth. Species skills, spitting saliva. Potential level, 1 star. Slime. Chen Fan was slightly startled and then gave Snowy a look. They hid behind a big tree and opened the smart wristwatch. He searched for slime on Qiandu. Slime. This is the lowest level magical creature, with a jelly-like or droplet-like appearance. Slimes come in various colors such as red, yellow, blue, and green. Some are opaque, others are translucent, and they generally have a docile nature and won't actively attack humans. Their bodies can change shape, split, and merge, so physical attacks have little effect on them. However, because of their low potential and lack of attack skills, it is extremely difficult for them to increase their species level. Thus, few guardian beast masters choose slime as their guardian beasts. On the contrary, due to their cute appearance and gentle nature, many children have taken them in as pets, like unawakened cats and dogs, and they have become companions for children as they grow up. It doesn't seem like this monster is dangerous. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. Because the further east he went, the more monsters he encountered, and the more dangerous they became, he had been cautious and vigilant on his journey. Let's head to the Sinking Star River. He has important things to do. Chen Fan led Snowy out from behind the tree. They walked through a group of slimes, startling them and causing them to crawl away from their path. None of the slimes attacked them. Chen Fan's eyes scanned over the slimes that were about 20 centimeters in diameter, curious about how they had grown from such small creatures. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly paused, stopping in his tracks. Monster name, Jade Slime. Combat power level, 2. Species level, extraordinary/low. Monster attribute, water, wind. Monster weakness, earth. Species skills, gale, gliding wing. Monster status, nervous. Monster preferences, swimming, eating fish, listening to birdsong. Potential level, 6 star. Breakthrough to level 3 requirement, 10 pounds of explosive bee honey, 15 pounds of purple berries, 15 pounds of demon beast meat at level 3 or higher, 15 pounds of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, as well as high-intensity training and 15 points of energy. Evolution route, 2. First, normal evolution path, Jade Slime Mad Shark Slime Tsunami Slime, evolving from extraordinary/low to extraordinary/moderate, materials and methods needed. Second, hidden variant evolution path, Jade Slime Storm Slime Demon King Slime, evolving from extraordinary/low to extraordinary/moderate, materials and methods needed. What the hell? A level 2 slime? With a potential level of 6 stars. Chen Fan thought he saw it wrong and wiped his eyes subconsciously. There was no change in the system panel. It truly was level 2. With dual attributes. And a potential level of 6 stars. Is this really the lowest level of magical creature? Chen Fan shifted his gaze to the other slimes. The combat power level of all other slimes was 1. And the potential level of all other slimes was 1 star. As he checked the other slimes nearby, they all had a potential of 1 star. It seems like he stumbled upon treasure, didn't he? Chen Fan squinted his eyes as he looked at the jade slime. Even those ferocious guardian beasts in the guidance plaza only had a potential level of 3 stars. A low-level magical creature like a slime had actually reached 6 stars, just like Snowy. Chen Fan's heart soared. It seemed that the jade slime noticed Chen Fan's gaze, and the status on its system panel changed to fear. But it still crawled slowly on the cyan stone without any difference from the other slimes. This slime is highly intelligent. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he quietly instructed Snowy. They split up and approached the jade slime from both left and right. The jade slime slowly crawled towards the riverbank. Just as Chen Fan and Snowy were less than 6 meters away. Whoosh! Incredibly, the jade slime shot up into the air, soaring 7 meters high, and spread out a pair of transparent wings on both sides of its body. It glided rapidly towards the sinking Star River. Trying to escape. Chen Fan sneered, "Snowy, bring it down." Prepared for this, Snowy quickly swung its small paw. Crack! A flash of lightning sparked in the sky, and the jade slime let out a shriek, falling to the ground. Chen Fan rushed over with all his strength, and together with Snowy, trapped the jade slime between them. Chirp chirp! The jade slime panicked and instinctively opened its mouth, exhaling a cold breath. Whoosh! A gale swept out, pushing Chen Fan towards the sinking Star River. Damn it! Chen Fan's face turned pale, feeling his whole body go numb. Although the jade slime was already level 2, its gale skill didn't have much attack power, merely blowing Chen Fan's body backward. The problem was, just a few meters behind him was the sinking Star River. Chapter 17, So Green, I'm Panicking, Fei QI's skills are suitable for the boiler room. At the critical moment, Chen Fan tightly gripped the fishing spear and stabbed it forcefully into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The spear deeply pierced into the ground. But the power of gale still dragged Chen Fan 2 meters towards the edge of sinking Star River. The spear plowed a deep trench in the ground. Bang! Chen Fan's feet landed on the ground. At the same time, a series of breaking air sounds had already resounded behind him. Chen Fan didn't think, he let go of the spear and pounced forward, falling to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A series of fierce and domineering water guns flew over Chen Fan. Chen Fan flipped over and looked up. A series of water bubbles were flying towards him. Water bubble bomb! Chen Fan's scalp went numb, and he rushed forward rolling and crawling. Not only him, but Snowy and the jade slime also rushed out a certain distance in swishes. Behind them, the water bubbles exploded one after another, making a continuous rumbling sound. Chen Fan's face turned black. He had been so careful, yet he almost got turned into a sieve. This damned slime! Chen Fan looked down and saw that the jade slime didn't run away again but blinked its small eyes, looking at him timidly. Squeak! Squeak squeak squeak! Jade slime spoke a foreign language to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded slightly. All you said. I don't understand. Jade slime. Chen Fan, but it's strange, I can probably guess what you mean. Just now you blew me away with gale, just an unconscious reaction, not wanting to blow me into the river, right? Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. Jade slime nodded. So intelligent. And quite kind-hearted. Chen Fan stroked his chin. This jade slime could understand what he was saying even without signing a contract? Meow. Little Snowy on the side roared a few times, seemingly very dissatisfied with jade slime's move just now. Because just now, Chen Fan was almost turned into a brush by that group of blue-scaled demonic fish due to jade slime's move. Jade slime immediately curled up into a ball. It's okay, Snowy, don't be angry, it didn't do it on purpose. Chen Fan crouched down in front of jade slime. Okay, I forgive you, let's talk about the main issue. I want to sign a contract with you, are you willing? Squeak. Jade Slime's voice was very low, looking flustered. Chen Fan looked at Jade Slime's attribute panel and said with a smile, by signing a contract with me, you can use my Beastmaster's space for cultivation. Highly intelligent monsters should all know this. When I have money later, I can buy you explosive bee honey, purple berries, 3rd level and above demon beast meat, and purple blood tree leaves. These should be what you need. Chen Fan didn't know if Jade Slime understood or not, but he saw the status on the attribute panel change from panicked to hesitant. There's a chance. Chen Fan continued to tempt, I can help you improve your combat power level and species level. Look at my Snowy, this morning, she was only level 1, after we caught a few blue-scaled demonic fish together, I raised her combat power level to level 2. As he spoke, Chen Fan mentally communicated with the Beastmaster's space, allowing Snowy to enter the space from the hexagram array and brought out a few freshly grilled blue-scaled demonic fishes. The aroma of grilled fish immediately diffused. Jade Slime stared intently at the grilled fish. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a slight smile. In Jade Slime's attribute panel, one of the monster's likes was eating fish. But the fish in the sinking Star River were not herbivores. With Jade Slime's low attack power, even if it wandered along the river every day, it wouldn't be easy to eat the fish in the river. Chen Fan watched as the hesitant status on Jade Slime's attribute panel changed to drooling and immediately signaled Snowy to step back, then communicated with the Beastmaster's space. 2 6-pointed star arrays flanked Chen Fan and Jade Slime in the middle. As soon as the 2 arrays were activated, the Beastmaster system prompt popped up. Beastmaster's space is open, do you want to sign a contract with Jade Slime? Chen Fan clicked yes. As his fingertip dropped a drop of blood, the 6-pointed star array spun, and a white paper burning with a golden flame appeared. The contract appeared. Jade Slime glanced at the contract and then at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled faintly, trying his best to appear gentle and amiable, and said, Guardian Beasts and Guardian Beast Masters are soul partners who help each other grow. As long as we sign a contract, I can give you what you want. Thousands of years later, if I become a legend, you will surely be in my legend. Thousands of years later, if you become a legend, then I hope I will also be in your legend. Jade Slime blinked, and its water droplet-like body condensed a little hand, gently tapping on the contract. The contract was successfully signed. The state on Jade Slime's attribute panel changed to joyful. Its gaze towards Chen Fan became much closer. Chen Fan crouched on the ground, gently touching Jade Slime with his fingers. From now on, you'll be called Feiqi. Feiqi rubbed Chen Fan's finger with her head. At this time, Snowy crawled over and curiously pressed Feiqi's body with her claws. Squeak! Feiqi was startled and jumped directly onto Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan, who was squatting on the ground, now had a green hat on his head. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, stood up, and took Feiqi off his head. Don't be afraid, Snowy means no harm to you. She just wants to play with you. After being reassured by his words, Feiqi's emotions finally stabilized, and she was no longer afraid of Snowy. At this moment, Chen Fan felt as if a current was flowing through his body. Feiqi's Jade Slime power was coming. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Fan's bones crackled all over his body. The mighty star power circulated rapidly inside his body. The power fed back from two level 2 guardian beasts converged, making him want to howl at the sky. In the midst of this, Chen Fan felt that if he had someone to instruct him, or a correct cultivation method, he should be able to easily break through to the first grade realm. No rush, a couple of days won't make a difference. After this assessment is over, I'll enter the academy and study. I'm bound to learn some cultivation methods. Hopefully, I can break through to the first grade realm in one go. Just as he was thinking about entering the academy, Chen Fan looked down and couldn't help but purse his lips. Snowy and Feiqi were each holding a grilled fish and eating away. These two foodies. Eat up, but after you finish that fish, come catch some with me. Chen Fan said somewhat resentfully, I was almost killed by those blue-scaled demonic fish just now. We don't need to change locations. Let's just stay here and wipe them all out today. Snowy nodded at Chen Fan, then continued to eat her grilled fish. Chen Fan turned his gaze to Feiqi. When it comes to catching fish, it seems like Feiqi won't be of much help. Feiqi's skills are Gale and Gliding Wing. Gliding Wing is self-explanatory, it has no offensive power and is just an escape skill. However, it's only useful if you're high up. If you're on flat ground, it's useless. As for Gale, it's also quite weak. Earlier, Feiqi opened her mouth and blew out a gust of wind, which lifted Chen Fan and sent him flying for some distance. How does this combat power level work exactly? No matter what, Feiqi is already at level 2, right? Also, the power she fed back to him just now wasn't much weaker than Snowy's, was it? Why are her attack skills so weak? Is it because her skill proficiency is too low? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and spoke to Feiqi through mental communication. Feiqi, when you used Gale to blow me earlier, you didn't use your full strength, did you? Feiqi put down her fish bones. No. No. Chen Fan pointed to his left and said, try using Gale with your full strength now. Feiqi blinked, crawled to Chen Fan's feet, and then opened her mouth wide, releasing a burst of white air. Whoosh! A violent wind rose, kicking up sand and rocks. Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, it was much stronger than before. But if they were to use this move to attack people or monsters, it can only serve as a distraction at best and would be difficult to cause injury. The coverage area of Gale is too wide, and the power seems to be dispersed everywhere. If the same amount of power were used to create a wind blade, it could instantly cut a large tree in half. For gale to be useful, it would have to develop further, becoming a tornado, or a storm, otherwise, at this level, it's not very helpful. Seeing Chen Fan frown, Fei Qi lowered her head in shame. Chen Fan hurriedly reassured her, "All right, you don't need to feel bad about yourself. You're actually pretty amazing." Squeak! Fei Qi puffed out her chest proudly. "Chen Fan, if you were to burn a boiler, this skill would be quite popular." Fei Qi. "Chen Fan, I'll study it some more when we go back. With a combat power level of 2, your attack power shouldn't be this weak. I suspect you're not using this skill properly. I can help you improve your skills, but right now, I have too little energy. We can talk about it when I have more energy. If this skill isn't well practiced, it's just like a fan. But if this skill is mastered, it could become Divine Star Judgment." Fei Qi blinked her eyes. She could understand the first half of what he said. The second half, she had no idea what he meant. "Chen Fan, for now, let's go catch some fish." Squeak! Fei Qi excitedly jumped up, landing back on Chen Fan's head after hearing about catching fish. Seeing this, Snowy felt a little jealous and leaped into the air, landing in Chen Fan's embrace. Chen Fan blinked his eyes. Sigh, Fei Qi really was, urgent green. Never mind, just treat it as a hat. It seemed quite refreshing under the big sun. There's no one around here anyway. First, let's go catch some fish. Today, I must take my revenge. I only crossed over a few hours ago, and I almost got killed by a group of fish. This is unbearable. Hit them. Catch the fish. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Girl with the Goblin. Boom! 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 The fierce battle along the sinking Star River had no smoke, but it was incredibly intense. Chen Fan shamelessly hid behind a large rock, continuously throwing stones into the river, angering a group of blue-scaled demonic fish that were already highly aggressive. But the position he chose was excellent. The fish in the river had to leap out of the water more than a meter high, otherwise, the water guns they fired would fly up diagonally along the large rock, completely unable to touch even Chen Fan's clothing. Even some level 2 and 3 blue-scaled demonic fish using the water bubble bomb skill. But as soon as those bubbles flew out of the water, and before they reached the shore, Fei Qi blew a strong gale, sending all the water bubble bombs right back into the water, blasting the group of fish inside into a mess. On the other side, Snowy stood slightly upstream and attacked with Thundercat Claw whenever it saw a fish show its head. In the sinking Star River, some level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish with higher intelligence began to attempt to fly out of the water to attack Chen Fan after realizing they couldn't hit him. As a result, as soon as they took flight, Snowy's 2 Thundercat Claws struck them, instantly battering them, and they exposed their white bellies as they rolled in the water. In just a short while, the water's surface was filled with floating fish. The fish that couldn't make it to the shore, no matter how fierce their attacks were still abused to death by a scoundrel like Chen Fan. After checking the system attribute panel and finding that there were no more level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish in the nearby river section, Chen Fan waved at Fei Qi. Fei Qi quickly jumped into the river, scooping up all the fish. Fei Qi had both water and wind attributes. One of its hobbies was swimming. So scooping fish was a piece of cake for it. It swam in the water like a flounder, tossing a fish up with a flick of its mouth, which Chen Fan caught steadily. After darting back and forth like this, more than a dozen fish ended up in Chen Fan's hands. The surviving level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish nearby couldn't help but start attacking Fei Qi with water guns. But the power of the water guns dropped significantly in the water. Moreover, Fei Qi had the innate advantage of being immune to most physical attacks. A group of level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish couldn't hurt Fei Qi, instead being caught off guard by Snowy, who used Thundercat claws to kill them mercilessly, wiping out several more. When Fei climbed ashore, Chen Fan swept his gaze around and found that there wasn't a single blue-scaled demonic fish left within a radius of more than 20 meters. The surviving blue-scaled demonic fish had already swum far away, not daring to come close again. "You stupid fish, you were so arrogant and domineering, and now you're all taken care of by me in one pot." Chen Fan stood by the riverbank and unzipped his pants. His first urination on Blue Star came a bit later than before. With the heart of a young man, Chen Fan couldn't help but want to show off to the fleeing blue-scaled demonic fish in this way. However, just as he unzipped his pants, an extremely sharp voice came from downstream. "Oh my god, miss, look, that dumbass is getting ready to pee upstream." Suddenly hearing someone talking, Chen Fan was startled. He quickly zipped his pants back up, grateful that he hadn't taken his tool out yet, otherwise, it might have gotten stuck. Chen Fan peeked his head downstream and was stunned to find a long-haired girl about his age sitting on a cyan stone by the river, fishing just dozens of meters downstream. Due to the many trees and rocks on his left, and his focus always on the sinking Star River fish, he hadn't noticed that there were people down there. He saw a strange bird, even bigger than an adult ostrich, standing on the girl's left, while a white python, 10 meters long, lay on her right. And behind her stood a green-skinned dwarf, only about 1.2 meters tall, with a shiny bald head and pointed ears. It seemed that the one who had spoken was this little dwarf. With 3 guardian beasts fishing by the sinking Star River. Chen Fan was shocked. It seemed that this girl was a local person. After scrolling through the forums, Chen Fan knew that people usually referred to those born on Blue Star as locals and those from Earth as outsiders. There was no intention of geographic discrimination. It was just a playful term. But everyone understood that there was a big difference between being born on Earth and being born on Blue Star. After all, due to the fissures, Blue Star was filled with strange energy. In such an environment, plants grew wildly, mountains and rivers could give birth to spirits, rabbits grew larger than dogs, and humans could naturally cultivate to fly and move mountains. Looking at the girl in front of him, about his age but already with 3 guardian beasts. And the combat power level of each guardian beast is at level 5. Although Chen Fan wasn't sure how level 5 stands in the East Sea City, having 3 level 5 guardian beasts at this age made him feel like he could strut around the city confidently. The number of guardian beasts is closely related to a guardian beast master's cultivation. If their strength is weak, unless the guardian beast is exceptionally talented, it's almost impossible for them to bind multiple guardian beasts. Chen Fan shifted his gaze, wrapped all the fish in several large leaves, and gestured for Snowy to come over. As Snowy sprinted over, Fei Qi jumped on Chen Fan's head again. Chen Fan, carrying the sack, headed towards the girl who was fishing downstream. Although he had been caught by someone downstream while trying to pee upstream, Chen Fan was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. Moreover, he hadn't peed yet, had he? Then he saw the pointy-eared green-skinned dwarf speaking again. "Oh my god, miss, look. That asshole who peed by the riverbank is coming over with a green hat. Damn it." Chen Fan was furious. "Green-skinned dwarf, with such manners, you must have been beaten quite often, right? Didn't your master teach you how to behave courteously?" The green-skinned dwarf sneered. "Of course my lady has taught me manners, but why would you, someone with lower quality than our goblin, be bold enough to say such a thing to me?" Chen Fan. The dwarf's words made perfect sense, leaving Chen Fan speechless. As he got closer, Chen Fan took a look at the girl. The girl was extremely beautiful, wearing a light blue dress, with a picturesque face and snow-white skin. Her eyes were like the starry night, clear and endless, giving her a flawless appearance, as if she were a stunning beauty that had walked out of a painting. In front of her, a thin layer of mist floated. Water guns and water bubble bombs created by the blue-scaled demonic fish in the sinking Star River shattered when they collided with the mist, turning into a rain of water droplets. However, not a single drop of water could penetrate that mist. Shield. Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully. No wonder she dared to sit so arrogantly by the river fishing, it turned out she had such a powerful shield. The attacks of the blue-scaled demon fish in the river were no threat to her at all. The girl slightly turned her head and glanced at Chen Fan. But when she saw the green hat on Chen Fan's head, her eyes widened and she stared blankly for a moment. Immediately after, her face turned slightly red, and she looked at Chen Fan coldly before turning her head back. She continued to maintain her focused state, like a statue. Chen Fan didn't care about her attitude. After all, if he were fishing or washing his face downstream and someone upstream started to pee, he might just go straight up to the guy and fight him. The fact that this girl didn't say anything harsh meant her temper was really good. Chen Fan stroked his chin, sizing up the 3 guardian beasts beside the girl. Monster name, Silver Moon Green Feather Bird. Combat power level, 5. Species level, extraordinary/moderate. Monster attribute, metal. Monster weakness, fire freb novo. Species skills, feather arrows, windshield, golden feather arrows, sharp claw. Monster status, annoyed, injured, has been hurt internally by fire spirit's skill dark fire, needs to consume cold thorn grass, 8-petal golden mushroom, Twoluo root, and flame cloud leopard heart to heal. Method. Monster preferences, likes eating fish, likes being praised. Potential level, 4 stars. Breakthrough requirement to level 6. Evolution route, 2. A bird that likes being praised? The guardian beasts on Blue Star are really weird. Snowy and Feiqi seem more normal. Chen Fan then looked at the white giant snake. The white giant snake slithered quickly towards Chen Fan's feet. GGG. Feiqi was startled and clung tightly to Chen Fan's head. Snowy's fur bristled, and lightning surrounded it, ready to launch Thundercat Claw at any moment. Fug. Chapter 19, Misunderstanding and Doubt. Azure Dragon, don't scare him, come back. The girl lightly scolded. The white python circled around Chen Fan quickly, causing Chen Fan's fishing spear to miss, and then it slithered back to the riverbank. Damn it! Chen Fan was angry. A python dares to scare the old man? Sooner or later, I'll turn you into a snake soup. Wait, this is clearly a white python, so why is it called Azure Dragon? You want to transform into a dragon with your death-seeking behavior? Monster name, Cold Ice White Python. Combat power level, 5. Species level, extraordinary/moderate. Monster attribute, ice. Monster weakness, fire. Species skills, ice arrow, piercing cold wind, slow down skill, sharp fang bite, frenzied python tail swipe. Monster status, disdainful. Monster likes to sleep, likes to watch cartoons, likes to dance. Potential level, 4 stars. Breakthrough to level 6 requirements. Species level evolution route, 2 routes. Likes to watch cartoons and dance. Hey? Disdainful? This damn snake is actually looking down on me. Damn. Chen Fan glared angrily at the cold ice white python, and the python threateningly flicked its tongue. Can't beat it. Farewell. Chen Fan turned his head to look at the green-skinned dwarf. Monster name, Goblin. Combat power level, 5. Species level, extraordinary/moderate. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, metal. Species skills, Ghost Vine Entanglement, Dizziness Trap, Remote Control Bomb, Revenge Rolling Wood. Monster status, angry, weak, injured, has been hit in the heart by Goldhorn Unicorn's swallowing star ray, causing a long-term weakened state, and significantly reduced strength. Requires 3 sunflowers, 5 flame grass, 3 blood lotus essence, and 2 pounds of purple orchid leaves for treatment method. Monster likes, cowardly but likes to cause trouble, wherever it's lively, it goes, chatty, likes alchemy technology, and likes making bombs. Potential level, 4 stars. Breakthrough to level 6 requirements. Species level evolution route, 2 roots. Seeing Chen Fan staring at him, the goblin glared back, "What are you looking at? Jealous because I'm so handsome with my twisted face and broken features? You don't want to explain and apologize for peeing upstream just now." Chen Fan. At this time, the girl spoke, "Xiaobu, forget it, don't say anything." Without waiting for the goblin to speak, the girl tilted her head slightly and continued, "The place I am sitting at is a dividing line in the Black Ant Forest. Going further east there are many level 2 and even level 3 monsters, which is very dangerous. Return to the western region. As long as you don't cross this line, the Black Ant Forest is actually quite safe. Because various areas with high-level monsters actually have security personnel stationed. The so-called assessment is just deliberately creating difficulties and increasing pressure for you, making you fall into a desperate imaginary state to improve the chances of awakened in 3 days. Security personnel, hey." Chen Fan blinked, "Now that you tell me there are security personnel in the Black Ant Forest, wouldn't I have zero pressure?" Without looking back, the girl said, "You have already awakened the guardian beast talent and have 2 guardian beasts, so you don't need any more pressure. But if you go further downstream, you might really be in danger." Chen Fan nodded, "Actually, I had already searched it on Qiandu and knew that going east would be more dangerous, especially in the direction of 10,000 Beast Mountain." The girl said indifferently, "It seems you're not stupid." Chen Fan. "What the hell is this? So, in your eyes, I am a fool?" Chen Fan glared unhappily at the girl's back. Suddenly, the goblin said in a sharp voice, "Oh my god, this ugly and ill-mannered guy who just came from outside can actually use Qiandu? It's simply unbelievable. I say, green-skinned dwarf." Chen Fan's face darkened, "With such a heavy injury to your heart, how can you still be jumping around so energetically? Why did that gold-horn unicorn attack your heart? It should have knocked out your teeth instead, so you would shut your mouth." The goblin was stunned. The girl fishing also stiffened for a moment. Only she and her guardian beasts, as well as another person and their guardian beast, knew about the goblin's injury. How could this guy who had just come from outside know? You should know that the goblin's injury to its heart is not visible from the outside. Even if they could see it was injured, how would he know that it was injured by a gold horn unicorn? The fishing girl slowly stood up and turned around. As she turned her head, she was stunned again. Chen Fan had a cat on his shoulder, a green hat on his head, and a big bag in his left hand. Even Fang Qingqing, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, couldn't accept this look. Fang Qingqing's beautiful big eyes stared at Chen Fan and asked, "Weren't you just from outside?" Chen Fan shrugged, "I was. Originally, I took a nap on a chair in the park, and when I woke up, I ran to the guidance plaza. Then we lined up around the lamppost for the awakening guidance, received our weapons and food, and began the 3-day assessment." Chapter 20, Misunderstanding and Doubt 2. You, no Shen Hengziu. Both Xiaobu and Silver Moon were injured by Shen Hengziu's guardian beasts from Huanhai Academy. Shen Hengziu was considered as one of Fang Qingqing's rivals, and they never got along well. Unless this person was close to Shen Hengziu, Fang Qingqing really couldn't understand why he would know about this matter. The goblin immediately screamed, "Oh my god, miss, you're too polite. What do you mean by knowing Shen Hengziu? He's simply a spy sent by Shen Hengziu. How could he know so clearly if he wasn't sent by Shen Hengziu?" Shen Hengziu. Chen Fan wondered, is it a person or a demon? As he said that, Chen Fan took Fei Qi off his head and placed it on his right shoulder. However, Fei Qi looked at the silver moon-green feather bird and cold ice-white python shivering and quickly scurried back onto Chen Fan's head. Snowy felt that the hat seemed to be crooked, so he used his little paws to hold Fei Qi and turned it around, helping Chen Fan straighten the hat. Chen Fan. Fang Ching Ching. I don't even know Shen Hongxiu. So, this green-skinned dwarf was injured by Shen Hongxiu's guardian beast. Chen Fan blinked and immediately shifted the blame to Fei Qi, saying, I know your guardian beast was injured because my guardian beast slime has this ability. Gg. Fei Qi cried out twice. I'm not that powerful. Of course, Chen Fan was very clear. His identity as a person from outside would definitely be recorded by the officials. Blaming the guardian beast would seem more reasonable. In this world of guardian beasts, there are countless strange creatures, with an endless variety of abilities. Some creatures can fly without wings. Some creatures are born with pupil techniques that can instantly trap people in illusions. Some creatures can bathe in lava. Some creatures spit out saliva that can be used to heal wounds, which is highly sought after by many strong men. What's so strange about a mutated slime that can see the injuries of a guardian beast? When I go back, I'll have it see the evolution route of the guardian beasts. My Fei Qi just has such a pair of eyes. What's the problem? With a mutated guardian beast, who knows if it might turn into a handsome young man one day? Don't believe me? Slime. The girl stared at the slime on Chen Fan's head, looking a little lost. This injury is a bit troublesome. Chen Fan pretended to be profound and said, you can let him eat more sunflowers and flame grass, which are more helpful for treating his injury. Oh my god, I don't want to. The goblin screamed, Miss, don't listen to this guy. You know that I hate sunflowers and flame grass the most. Chen Fan sneered, you don't have to eat it. If you don't, your illness won't get better in 3 months, so just bear with it. Fang Ching Ching pondered for a while and said, Xiaobu is a wood attribute, and both sunflower and flame grass are fire attributes, and he doesn't like to eat these two things. They are also not helpful to him. Whether he likes it or not, it has nothing to do with whether these two things can cure him. Chen Fan said indifferently, I'm just telling you that there is such a method to heal him, you don't have to argue with me. After all, this is what Fei Qi told me. Gg, I never said that, Fei Qi called out twice. Fang Qingqing's face darkened, but, why should I believe you? What is your rationale for your method? Then there's no way. Chen Fan shrugged, you can choose to believe it or not, I don't care. Oh my god! The goblin screamed, Miss, I guess I was right, this guy who wears a green hat is indeed sent by Shen Hongxiu. I don't believe a slime can be that powerful. Fang Ching Ching glanced at Chen Fan, her eyes turned a little colder, then she silently turned around and sat down on a cyan stone by the river bank. Fewnl. This guy is really sent by Shen Hongxiu. He's actually using a slime as an excuse. A person who just came from outside, even if he is awakened, how could he have 2 guardian beasts within half a day? Even if he could have 2 guardian beasts in half a day, what gives him the audacity to fight the blue-scaled demonic fish of Sinking Star River with such guardian beasts? How could a slime possibly possess such extraordinary and exceptional power? Fang Qingqing's face was cold as ice, and a trace of anger radiated from her eyes. Tell Shen Hongxiu, if she wants to fight me, just do it openly. Resorting to these small tricks is meaningless. Although Xiaobu and Silver Moon were injured, her Fire Spirit and Gold Horn Unicorn were hurt even worse. Who knows who will win or lose next time we fight? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. She's already sure he was sent by Shen Hongxiu. Fei Qi was underestimated. She didn't believe Fei Qi had this kind of strength. Well, actually, I don't believe it either. But Fang Qingqing continued, Did Shen Hongxiu not tell you that slimes belong to the lowest level of magical creatures? Their attack and defense are relatively weak, and they are difficult to evolve, making them not very suitable to be guardian beasts. Hearing this, Fei Qi shrank into a lump on Chen Fan's head, looking very inferior. Chen Fan gently patted the Fei Qi on his head. I don't know about other slimes, but our Fei Qi here is very powerful and incredibly cute. Besides, being able to see through the injuries of your guardian beast proves that it is uniquely extraordinary. Snowy on Chen Fan's shoulder also nodded, and its little paw gently patted Fei Qi, comforting it. Fei Qi chirped twice, seeming to relax a lot. But the goblin sneered continuously, as if completely disregarding slime. Chen Fan glanced at the goblin and turned to walk downstream. Fang Qingqing was slightly stunned and immediately said, "Wait. Chen Fan, any other issues?" Fang Qingqing spoke coldly, "I just said that going downstream would be dangerous. Don't you know?" Chen Fan shrugged, "Yeah, I know." Fang Qingqing sighed, "If you insist on going downstream, wait for me a little longer." "What?" Chen Fan paused. Fang Qingqing frowned, "I will catch a few blue-scaled demonic fish for Silver Moon since she likes to eat them, and then I'll go with you." "Chen Fan, you're coming with me." Fang Qingqing replied lightly, "Your slime doesn't have much attack power, if you go downstream alone, it'll be a dead end. Anyway, I have nothing else to do, so let's treat it as a leisurely stroll." Chen Fan couldn't help but take another look at Fang Qingqing. Although she misunderstood him, the girl was kind-hearted and actually worried about the safety of a stranger. "No need, the trial itself is an experience. I'll just wander around by myself." With that, Chen Fan paused for a moment before adding, "Let the goblin eat more sunflowers, flame grasses, blood lotus essence, and purple orchid leaves. These things will help heal its injuries." Chen Fan didn't explain the exact quantities of sunflowers and other ingredients and didn't elaborate on the details. In general, these things would undoubtedly help the goblin heal, but the effect wouldn't be earth-shattering or too conspicuous. After saying this, Chen Fan turned and prepared to leave. This girl had a relatively good attitude towards him and even reminded him not to go downstream, otherwise, Chen Fan wouldn't bother saying anything. As Chen Fan walked past the silver moon green feather bird, mimicking the goblin's tone, he said, "Oh my goodness, this silver moon green feather bird is so beautiful, even more beautiful than a phoenix. It's the most beautiful bird I've ever seen." Fang Qingqing. Goblin. Silver moon green feather bird. The silver moon green feather bird's mood instantly turned happy, and its gaze towards Chen Fan became incredibly friendly. Flattery gets you everywhere. This silly bird really likes being flattered. Just casually praising it once, and its eyes already changed. Sigh, this girl looks so beautiful, why does she keep collecting such strange guardian beasts? What if during a battle, the enemy relentlessly praises this silly bird? Will the bird turn around and beat up the goblin? Chapter 21, Snowy Breakthrough to Level 3, Awakened Skills Thunder and Lightning Armor. The sun was about to set. "Snowy, run!" Chen Fan shouted and immediately opened the Beastmaster's space. A white shadow flashed in the sky, as Snowy, who had used Thunder Flash, and Chen Fan both rushed into the vortex teleportation gate. Splash! Almost at the same time that Chen Fan and Snowy entered the Beastmaster's space, a single-horned black python rushed through the jungle behind them, carrying a violent gale. Where the python passed, trees crisscrossed and broke, and mountain stones were crushed. It was incredibly powerful. But when the black python arrived, Chen Fan and Snowy had already disappeared from its sight. Roar! The single-horned black python was extremely furious, opening its mouth wide and shooting out sharp and tyrannical wind blades, cutting down the surrounding big trees and collapsing them. At this time, inside the Beastmaster's space, Chen Fan lay on his back on the grass in A shape, panting heavily. Slime Jade was frightened, directly diving into his clothes and chattering noisily. Snowy, on the other hand, remained calm, even leisurely running towards the small lake in the Beastmaster's space for a few sips of water. When you least expect it, it just shows up. Chen Fan suddenly sat up and raised both hands. In his hands, he held two strange-looking bushes. The bush in his right hand was over half a meter tall, with grape-sized fruits covering the trunk. Each fruit was wrapped with lightning-like patterns. It was the thunder element fruit. The bush in Chen Fan's left hand, on the other hand, was covered with yellow-brown fruits the size of chicken eggs. This thing was called itchy fruit, and whether it was humans or monsters, contact with the juice secreted by the fruit would cause unbearable itching. Both humans and monsters would generally avoid this thing as much as possible. Previously, when Chen Fan saw this fruit, Feiqi chattered loudly, signaling Chen Fan to stay away. Chen Fan immediately took a photo, searched it up on Qiandu, and instantly felt like he had found a treasure. Although this thing didn't seem to have much killing power, once the fruit was ground into powder, it would be an essential artifact for murder and arson. When combined with Feiqi's gale skill, itching powder would blanket the sky. No matter how strong your cultivation was, once you were affected, you'd have to kneel down and sing your surrender. Chen Fan carefully placed the branch covered with itchy fruits on the edge of the Beastmaster's space, then walked back and examined the thunder element fruit. However, even though he had just found these fruits without much effort, he had actually spent a lot of time. Over these past 2 days, he had wandered around with Snowy and Feiqi in search of thunder element fruit, only to be chased hither and thither by a group of powerful level 3 monsters. If it weren't for the Beastmaster's space, both he and Snowy would have been monster food by now. As for Feiqi, most monsters wouldn't attack Feiqi, not only because physical attacks were difficult to work, but mainly because slimes were just too hard to eat. However, even so, Feiqi was now somewhat questioning his life choices. Before becoming Chen Fan's guardian beast, Feiqi's days were simple but enjoyable. But since becoming Chen Fan's guardian beast, joining him and being constantly chased by level 3 monsters, Feiqi had also been scared enough. This master was too strange and too troublesome. It was like he was itching for something to do, running into this kind of area and playing hide-and-seek with a group of level 3 monsters. It was unclear what he actually wanted to do. Feiqi was really speechless. In fact, Chen Fan was also quite speechless. Of course, he knew that this area was dangerous and that he might encounter powerful monsters from 10,000 Beast Mountain. But he never expected that there would be so many level 2 monsters running around and level 3 monsters as abundant as grass. He could encounter 2 or 3 just by taking one piss. Where could he even go to reason this out? If it wasn't for the Beastmaster's space, he would have died 7 or 8 times already. Fortunately, with effort comes rewards, and he finally found the thunder element fruit. Unexpectedly, there was a hot-tempered single-horned black python guarding the thunder element fruit. A level 3 single-horned black python and a level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish were not the same concept at all. Blue-scaled demonic fish in the sinking Star River mainly attacked with water gun and water bubble bomb. They weren't any more dangerous and couldn't land on shore. Moreover, blue-scaled demonic fish had weak defenses and could be pierced by Snowy's Thundercat claw. But a level 3 single-horned black python had densely packed, extremely hard scales, offering astonishing defense. Although Snowy's Thundercat claw occasionally caused the monster to suffer gashes, it wasn't fatal. And that's the problem. Worse still, the single-horned black python was also a wind attribute monster, extremely fast and capable of sharp-ranged attacks like Wind Blade. Chen Fan could only have Snowy lead the monster away, then cut the thunder element fruit tree and escape. It was a good thing that Snowy knew Thunder Flash, otherwise both man and cat would have perished right there today. At least I've gathered all the materials. Chen Fan cleared his scattered thoughts and brought over all the needed materials. 10 pounds of level 2 or higher fresh fish meat. 2 level 3 fish type crystal nuclei. 1 thunder element fruit over 50 years old. With the 2 crystal nuclei set aside for now, Chen Fan used a dagger to cut the roasted fish meat into pieces, then smashed the thunder element fruit like crushing a garlic clove and mixed it into the fish meat. Upgrading a low-level guardian beast was relatively simple. The slightly complicated part was probably the last step of absorbing the power of the crystal nuclei. Leveling up to 5 for goblins and silver moon green feather birds requires much more intricate materials and steps compared to the others. As for the wild savage ape and the other 3 guardian beasts seen in the square, the materials and methods needed for leveling up are more exaggerated. Chen Fan flipped the dagger over, using the hilt to mash the fish meat and thunder element fruit into a mush. From the side, Snowy watched silently with wide eyes. Fei Qi also crawled out of Chen Fan's collar and curiously watched this scene. The presentation isn't the best, but it's definitely useful. Chen Fan smiled at Snowy and said, "This is a top-notch dark cuisine by beast-raising master Chen Fan. You'll have to eat it all." "No, no, no. It's like mud." Snowy shook her head like a rattle drum. "What mud? It's fish meat mud," Chen Fan chuckled and said, "this will help you level up to 3. Level 3. Snowy's eyes widened, full of anticipation. "I want to eat it, then I'll fight that snake." Having been chased by the single-horned black python just now, Snowy was quite annoyed. If she can break through to level 3, she would have enough strength to fight the single-horned black python. Squeak! Fei Qi looked at the dark cuisine with disbelief. Could this help Snowy level up to 3? Over these past 2 days, no matter if it was him or Snowy, they both ate a lot of fish meat. Why hasn't their level improved? Is it because a thunder element fruit was added? Fei Qi jumped down and circled around the thick mush of fish meat, drooling. "No, no, no, you can't eat this." Chen Fan picked Fei Qi up. "This was prepared for Snowy. Eating it would be useless for you. When we go to the academy tomorrow, I'll collect materials to help you increase your combat power level and species level." Fei Qi was stunned. Squeak, 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 squeak. "What? You can help me increase my species level?" "Of course," Chen Fan said casually, "but don't rush, we need to find ways to make money first, so we can buy materials and help you improve your combat power level and species level. Let's get Snowy up to level 3 first." Chen Fan gestured for Snowy to come over. Without hesitation, Snowy moved forward and started to devour the fish mush. Zzz. Little tendrils of lightning sparks escaped her mouth, giving Fei Qi a big fright. In a short while, Snowy finished the pile of fish meat on the leaves and picked up a level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish crystal core with her little paw. Following the same recipe and process, Snowy smoothly devoured the 2 level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish crystal cores she had. When Chen Fan placed his hand over her head and infused her with 15 energy points. In an instant, lightning sparks wrapped around Snowy's whole body. Although she still looked like the cute ragdoll cat, with these lightning sparks Snowy emanated a strong aura, making her majestic. Suddenly, an array that seemed to be carved from lightning appeared under Snowy's feet, slowly rotating. As the array spun, stars filled the sky, centering around Snowy, converging from all directions. Countless starlights, like streams flowing into the sea, rapidly entered Snowy's body. After about 10 minutes, boom! A terrifying burst of chi strength erupted from Snowy's body. Chen Fan and Fei Qi couldn't avoid it and were both blown away, sticking to the transparent walls of the Beastmaster's space. Ouch! Ouch! Seeing Chen Fan and Fei Qi, Snowy jumped up and used a thunder flash to catch them. I didn't mean to." Chen Fan rubbed his head hard, baring his teeth, but didn't forget to check Snowy's status first. Guardian Beast Name, Ragdoll Cat Snowy. Combat Power Level, Level 3. Species Level, Awakened/Low. Guardian Beast Attribute, Thunder. Guardian Beast Weakness, Fire. Species skills: Thunder Cat Claw Plus, Thunder Flash Plus, Thunder and Lightning Armor Plus, use for yourself to keep for 5 minutes, use for others or guardian beasts to keep for 1 minute. The duration will increase with proficiency, plus. Guardian Beast status: Happy. Guardian Beast preferences: likes to stay in Chen Fan's arms or on his shoulder, likes being stroked gently on the head by Chen Fan. Potential level: 6 star. Breaking through to level 4, 10 pounds of level 3 or above Thunder Attribute Monster Meat, 3 level 4 Thunder Attribute Monster Crystal Nuclei, 3 pounds of 50-year-old Thunder Urgent Wood, or 5 50-year-old Purple Leaf Thunder Dragon Fruits, 25 energy points. Usage steps. Species Evolution Path, 2. First, the normal evolution path, Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Second, the hidden variant evolution path, Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning King Cat Thunder Devouring Sky Piercing Cat Emperor. Success. She also awakened a defensive skill, Thunder and Lightning Armor. Wait. Can this Thunder and Lightning Armor skill be used on others or guardian beasts? Chapter 22, The cat chases the snake, and the snake's heart is filled with despair. Chen Fan looked up some information and discovered many auxiliary skills of the guardian beast can indeed be cast on other people or guardian beasts. For example, armor and shield, as well as healing skills. When a guardian beast master's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can even directly borrow the powerful skills of their guardian beasts and use them themselves. However, the downside seems quite apparent: the time to borrow a guardian beast's skill is very short, and it will cause the guardian beast to be unable to use the skill for an extended period. If the guardian beast has multiple strong attack skills, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. But if they only have 1 or 2 attack skills. For example, Snowy's current attack skill is only Thunder Cat Claw. If Chen Fan were to borrow the Thunder Cat Claw skill, he might be able to use it for 3 minutes, but Snowy might not be able to use the Thunder Cat Claw for tens of minutes. Once Chen Fan borrows the Thunder Cat Claw skill, Snowy would have no other attack skills and could only stare blankly. After 3 minutes, Chen Fan would join Snowy in blankly staring. Thunder and Lightning Armor. I wonder how strong its defense is. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel and saw that there were still 78 energy points. Over the past few days, he had killed quite a few level 1 and 2 monsters, increasing his energy points. Without hesitation, Chen Fan added 30 points directly to Snowy's Thunder and Lightning Armor. Snowy's Thunder and Lightning Armor skill proficiency instantly rose from 1 point to 31 points. Seemingly feeling the change in itself, Snowy looked puzzledly at Chen Fan. Under Chen Fan's watch, as Snowy's Thunder and Lightning Armor skill proficiency increased, the skill description also changed. When used on oneself, can last for 10 minutes, when used on others or guardian beasts, can last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, why is it so short? However, after adding more skill proficiency later, it should be able to double, right? Speaking of which, although 3 minutes is a bit short, it is enough to resolve a battle. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, an odd force was already transmitted from Snowy. Another guardian beast feeding back power. Boom! Chen Fan's clothes were directly blown apart, becoming tattered. The vast and uncontrollable power was rapidly moving through his body, causing his entire body to rumble. Vaguely, Chen Fan felt that his power had reached some kind of threshold. It seemed that breaking through this threshold would allow him to advance to a higher level. Was this the feeling of being on the verge of breaking through to the first grade realm? Is my star power infinitely close to the first grade realm? Chen Fan's expression was strange as he gave a bitter smile. He now knew that to break through to the first grade realm, he needed to create 8 main channels and at least 72 collateral channels. Finally, he had to forge a star sea, allowing the star sea to connect the 8 main channels and the collateral channels. But he had no idea how to create the main channels or the collateral channels. There was no answer found online. According to some people, the authorities did not allow the leaking of cultivation methods and strictly controlled them. For some older families, it was even more strict. If they discovered that their family members leaked cultivation methods, they would either abolish their cultivation or execute them directly. It seems that I still have to wait until the day after tomorrow to enter the academy and learn the cultivation method before I can break through to the first grade realm. Chen Fan clenched his fist slightly, then looked at Snowy. Snowy, your combat power level has now reached level 3, and you have awakened a new skill called Thunder and Lightning Armor. Can you show me the Thunder and Lightning Armor? MHM. Snowy nodded, squinting her eyes slightly. Crack! Her entire body was immediately enveloped in dense lightning, making her look like the Thunder God, or rather, Thunder Cat incarnate. With Thunder and Lightning Armor skill proficiency already at 31 points, Snowy operated it with ease and grace. Squeak! Fei Qi, however, was startled and leaped onto Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan comforted Fei Qi before putting her back down, then said to Snowy, Snowy, this skill can also be used on me and Fei Qi. Try it and see if you can put the armor on me. Snowy tilted her head thoughtfully, staring at Chen Fan for a while. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up, and two beams of light shot out, converging on Chen Fan. Crackle! Chen Fan's body was also clad in a semi-transparent armor formed by the power of thunder and lightning. Oh, ha ha ha! Chen Fan raised his hands to look at the weightless yet awe-inspiring armor and was overjoyed. Fei Qi circled Chen Fan, looking at him very curiously. After a while, Fei Qi couldn't help herself and formed a hand with her droplet-shaped body, poking Chen Fan gently. Crackle! Fei Qi squeaked and was sent flying by the lightning armor. Fortunately, the thunder and lightning armor was mainly for defense, and Fei Qi was already a level 2 guardian beast, so she didn't get hurt. But after being zapped by the lightning armor, Fei Qi shuddered at the sight of lightning and dared not touch the armor again. Fei Qi, stay in the Beastmaster's space. Chen Fan waved to Snowy and said, Snowy, let's go get rid of that single-horned black python. Meow. Beat it up. Snowy immediately waved her little claws. Chen Fan picked up the fishing spear. The entrance and exit of the Beastmaster's space are in the same location. I don't know if the dead snake will be guarding nearby. Be careful when you go out, and use thunder flash movement as soon as you go out. MHM. Snowy nodded her head. With a thought, the vortex teleportation gate appeared in front of Chen Fan. Snowy took the lead, jumping directly into the vortex teleportation gate. Chen Fan hesitated for 3 seconds before stepping in. Boom! 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 As soon as he left, he heard a continuous rumble. At a distance of over 30 meters away, Snowy was fighting against the single-horned black python. This damn snake, it was really guarding the corpse. No, it was guarding the nearby area. Chen Fan took a misstep and moved behind a big tree, then inserted the fishing spear into his belt and climbed the tree using both his hands and feet. Standing on the tree branch and looking down, he saw Snowy in the southeast direction, transforming into a white shadow, moving quickly around the single-horned black python, continuously shooting lightning cat claws. From a size standpoint, Snowy was at a complete disadvantage. The enormous mouth of the single-horned black python could even swallow her in one bite. Even if the single-horned black python just rolled over, it could have crushed her to mush. However, Snowy avoided both the tail whip of the single-horned black python, which made a tearing sound, and the wind blades it spewed from its mouth. Snowy's speed was incredibly fast. She continuously moved around, shooting lightning cat claws that tore the single-horned black python's flesh apart, causing it to hiss and scream. With the same combat power level and species level, Snowy's power of thunder and lightning almost crushed the wind attribute power of the single-horned black python. Within just 10 or so seconds, a few large holes had been torn open in the belly of the single-horned black python, and blood flowed profusely. Snowy is amazing. Originally standing on the tree branch, Chen Fan, who wanted to find an opportunity to help, had become a mere spectator. After breaking through to level 3, Snowy's lightning cat claws became much more powerful. Even without using Thunder Flash, Snowy's speed was as fast as the wind, making her appear like a shadow. With the mysterious Thunder Flash, the single-horned black python was completely suppressed, unable to launch a decent attack. In this battle, Snowy had completely gained the upper hand. But to actually wear down the single-horned black python, it would probably take a while. Boom! The furious single-horned black python opened its large mouth and viciously snapped at Snowy. Meow! Snowy screamed and the lightning flashed around her, and in the blink of an eye, she jumped from the front of the single-horned black python to its tail. Crack! As the single-horned black python bit down on the big tree, Snowy's cat claw, enveloped by the power of thunder and lightning, chopped down on its tail. Splash! As blood spurted everywhere, the single-horned black python's tail broke off. Hiss! Roar! The excruciatingly pained single-horned black python hissed and roared, then slithered off, completely abandoning the fight and trying to escape towards the west. Don't let it get away! Chen Fan called out a reminder and jumped down from the tree. Meow! Snowy cried out, and with a few flashes, she immediately chased after it. On the other side, Chen Fan quickly walked a few steps, picked up the tail of the single-horned black python, and threw it directly into the Beastmaster's space before chasing after them. Southeast of the Black Ant Forest, Pan Xiangdong, who wore glasses, along with Scarface and a few others, were crouching down, slowly and cautiously closing in on their prey like sly cats. In their encirclement, a wild hill chicken over a meter tall was still focusing on eating insects, completely unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, the wild hill chicken looked up in horror toward the east. It's bad! The expressions of Pan Xiangdong and the others changed. With a cluck, the hill chicken flapped its wings and took to the sky, flying over a big tree. Damn! The cooked duck flew away, and Scarface and the others were so angry that they threw their knives and swords at the hill chicken. However, the wild hill chicken was extremely fast and flapped its wings a few times, flying over the treetop and heading north. The group's knives and swords clattered to the ground. Fuck! Scarface was furious, and with the uninjured hand, he slapped the big tree. A fruitless effort. What the hell happened? Scarface angrily asked, who scared the hill chicken in the east. At this moment, one of the men who was keeping watch in the trees yelled, Xiangdong, Brother Feng, come up quick, looks like a monster is rushing over. The hill chicken must have been scared by the monster that came rushing over. What? Pan Xiangdong and Scar-faced Feng were shocked, and they clumsily climbed up the tree. As they had just climbed up the tree, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the east. A huge black python with a single horn was charging towards them. Damn! Scar-faced Feng's expression turned incredibly ugly. Since it's coming from the east, it's either level 2 or level 3. Someone nearby was chattering, we are so far away, the giant python couldn't be coming for us, could it? Pan Xiangdong was more composed, no, it couldn't be coming for us, look. The giant python seems to have lost its tail, and there's a white shadow chasing it. Scar-faced Brother Feng almost burst into tears, you mean, there's another monster besides this giant python? It's over, it's all my fault for bringing everyone here, what can we do now? Pan Xiangdong said solemnly, everyone, be quiet, don't make a sound or any movements. Frightened, Scar-faced Brother Feng and the others instinctively hugged the tree trunk with one hand and covered their mouths with the other. After 7 or 8 seconds, the single-horned giant python rampaged through, knocking down over 1 meter tall weeds as it passed under the tree where the group was. Meow! A meow sounded from behind, and Snowy, who was surrounded by electric snakes, seemed to space jump as she activated Thunder Flash and chased the giant python. The tailless single-horned black python desperately fled towards the west. Wrapped in thunder and lightning armor, Snowy continued to pursue relentlessly. In the tree, Scarface and the others were stunned. Fuck, are my eyes playing tricks on me? A cute ragdoll cat is chasing a terrifying giant python? Chapter 23, Chen Fan can't catch up, and his heart is filled with despair. Hiss! Scar-faced Feng took a sharp breath, looking at Pan Xiangdong on another tree. I remember now. Xiangdong, that cat seems to be your friend's ragdoll cat. I remember when we had a conflict with him before, that ragdoll cat used the power of thunder and lightning, and directly killed 2 people. Pan Xiangdong was stunned. You can't say it looks similar. You can only say it's exactly the same. But, is Chen Fan's little brother's ragdoll cat that terrifying? Giant pythons at level 2 or 3 were chased fleeing in panic. Just as the group was looking at each other, a figure rushed over quickly from the east. Chen Fan, who had been left far behind, was holding a fishing spear, running and shouting angrily, "Stop! You damn snake, you better not run! I'll beat the shit out of you!" The people on the tree, like scar-faced Feng, opened their eyes wide. Huff, huff, huff! Chen Fan ran to the vicinity, propped his hand on a tree, breathing heavily. Damn, it's easy to kill a few level 3 blue-scaled demonic fish, but I almost ran out of breath when trying to kill a level 3 python. This dead snake runs so fast, I can't even catch up with it driving. After cursing a few times, Chen Fan wiped his sweat and chased after it again. Scar-faced Feng and the others on the tree. It took a while, and it wasn't until the sounds subsided in the distance that Scar-faced Feng and the others climbed down from the tree in a panic. The group, like stone statues, all stared in the direction Chen Fan had disappeared. One person swallowed his saliva hard and whispered, "So, Xiangdong, that friend of yours just now was hunting a level 3 giant python." Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Pan Xiangdong. Pan Xiangdong pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, smiled bitterly, and said, "I don't know either, but looking at the speed and power of that giant python, it's indeed like a level 3 monster. You see, it knocked down countless trees when it came over." Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the direction from which the giant python had come. It was a complete mess over there. One tree after another had fallen, and pieces of stone had been crushed. Scar-faced Feng and the others were silent without a word. 2 days earlier, they had wanted to steal Chen Fan's black-haired rabbit. Under another person's instigation, Scar-faced Feng even wanted to take Chen Fan's cat. As a result, they provoked Chen Fan, who killed a few of them on the spot. Now it seems, it's really their luck. This cat chased a level 3 giant python without a way to escape. If it wasn't for Pan Xiangdong begging for mercy, would their group have all been buried in this foreign land as soon as they crossed over? Both the ragdoll cat and Chen Fan are terrifyingly strong. Everyone came over together, and they were still racking their brains to catch a hill chicken. But Chen Fan was already hunting a level 3 giant python. It's too strange, how did Chen Fan and his cat become so powerful? Before, the guardian beast master in Wang Teng's team, the guardian beast he summoned was far less terrifying than this, right? Recalling the incidents where they had offended Chen Fan, Scar-faced Feng and the others couldn't help but wipe their sweat again. If it wasn't for Pan Xiangdong pleading, provoking such an existence, they wouldn't even know how they would die. The looks Scar-faced Feng and the others gave Pan Xiangdong were filled with gratitude. "Brother Feng, the sun is about to set, and it'll be even more dangerous in the east when it gets dark." Pan Xiangdong pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go back. If it doesn't work out, I'll make a call to Chen Fan later and ask him if he has any beast meat." "Great! Great! We'll listen to you." Scar-faced Feng and the others were overjoyed. "He's so powerful, killing a few monsters is a piece of cake, he definitely won't lack beast meat. Pan Xiangdong nodded, then dialed Chen Fan's number. Sorry, the user you are calling is busy, please call back later. Pan Xiangdong, I forgot, he's chasing that giant python right now. As soon as he said this, his phone rang. After everyone had walked a few minutes to the west, Pan Xiangdong connected with Chen Fan's call. The smart device on his wrist immediately projected a beam of light in front of him, forming a virtual big screen. On the big screen, Chen Fan sat on a blue stone. Hey! 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 Brother Xiangdong? What's up? Is something wrong? Pan Xiangdong and Scarface looked up and saw the screen, and they gasped in unison. Right behind Chen Fan, the single-horned black python that everyone had seen earlier was now lying horizontally on the ground, its belly cut open. I. Seeing this scene, Pan Xiangdong shivered and forgot what he wanted to say. But at this time, Chen Fan also saw the weeds and fallen trees behind this group of people. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback and said, "You guys are at the place where I just chased the single-horned black python? I told you to go back to the west, didn't I? Why have you come to the dangerous area in the east again?" Before Pan Xiangdong could speak, Scarface interrupted, "Well, here's the thing, Chen Fan, after you gave the black-haired rabbit to Xiangdong, we went west and planned to stay there for 3 days before returning to the square. But then we ran into a group of people. The leader's name is Wang Teng, and he directly snatched our rabbit. We had no choice but to come back here and try to catch some hill chickens and other small animals." Wang Teng snatched your rabbit. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and then he frowned. Wang Teng's team doesn't have as many members as you guys, right? Did you not dare to resist because they've already awakened? Pan Xiangdong forced a smile. We couldn't beat them. There's a guardian beast master in their team who has already contracted a guardian beast. It's very powerful and injured 2 of us in a single strike. We had no choice but to follow the sinking Star River downstream, hoping to find some pools. We didn't expect to find quite a few pools, but after draining the water, we only found a few small fish inside, not enough to feed all of us. Pools. Chen Fan couldn't help but grin. I already killed all the fish in those pools when I went downstream. Pan Xiangdong. Scarface and the others. Chen Fan shook his head and waved at Pan Xiangdong. Brother Xiangdong, come here. My Snowy has already killed the python. I'll cut you some snake meat. Great, great. I'll come over right now. Pan Xiangdong nodded repeatedly. Scarface and the others, whose stomachs were rumbling from hunger, were overjoyed and almost drooled at the thought of food. After the black-haired rabbit was snatched away, they hadn't had any meat for almost 2 days. Without further delay, they followed the fallen trees and weeds westward. After a 5-minute walk, a large forest clearing suddenly appeared in front of them. In the clearing, Chen Fan was sitting on a blue stone, resting. In front of him, the single-horned black python had vanished, leaving only 2 large pieces of meat and 6 fat blue-scaled demonic fishes. Were they all eaten by the cat? How could such a small ragdoll cat finish such a massive python? Scarface and the others couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. They had no idea that Chen Fan had already thrown the single-horned black python into the Beastmaster's space earlier. Scarface and his pals stood at a distance, smiling and nodding their heads at Chen Fan. But Chen Fan only glanced at them casually, not saying anything. Pan Xiangdong walked straight to Chen Fan and said timidly, "Brother Chen Fan, I'm so sorry to trouble you again." His face turned slightly red, feeling a bit nervous. Chen Fan stood up and waved his hand, "It's no trouble at all. Take this snake meat, about 25 to 26 jin, and there are 6 blue-scaled demonic fishes, each weighing at least 2 jin, should be enough to eat." Pan Xiangdong felt more embarrassed. This is too much. Just take it all. I have plenty more here. Chen Fan smiled and said, if you need anything, just call me. If you run into Wang Teng and his gang, don't get into a conflict with them. I'll settle the score with them. No one can just snatch my rabbit that easily. After finishing, Chen Fan waved at Snowy and Fei Qi, who were playing on the ground. Snowy, Fei Qi, let's go. Snowy blinked, and its little paw suddenly tapped Fei Qi gently. Fei Qi turned his head to look at the scar-faced men outside the clearing and opened its mouth wide. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, directly lifting Scarface and the others off the ground, slamming them heavily into tree trunks and the ground. Chapter 24, Healing the Goblin. Scarface and the others screeched out in pain as they were thrown to the ground. Especially Scarface, who was already severely injured, felt like his bones were about to fall apart after that fall and almost cursed in pain. But seeing how terrifying Snowy and Chen Fan were, how could they dare to say even a single dirty word? Pan Xiangdong rushed over quickly, helping them up in a fluster. By the time that group of people reacted, Chen Fan had already walked away with Snowy and Fei Qi. Holy shit, were we just beaten by a slime? This is fucking ridiculous. Shut up. Be glad it was just the slime that attacked us. If that ragdoll cat had attacked, you might have been in pieces by now. Isn't slime the lowest level magical creature? I saw on the internet that slimes have almost no attack power, so nobody wants to make them into a guardian beast. Why is his slime so terrifying? My god, I heard that when you're at a low level, only people with exceptional talent can contract with multiple guardian beasts. Does your brother Xiangdong currently have 2 guardian beasts? Let's not talk about that right now, we need to quickly cut up the snake and fish meat into small pieces and cook them. Scarface and the others came to their senses and hurriedly rushed to the forest clearing. This is so much meat. This must weigh at least 30 pounds. I looked it up online before, the higher the level of the beast meat, the more expensive it is. Level 3 monster meat costs at least 250 union coins per pound. This much meat is almost equal to the monthly salary of an ordinary person in East Sea City. This guy may have a cold exterior but he has a warm heart. Though he didn't pay us any attention, this meat is enough to feed our entire group for 2 days. These magical creatures in Blue Star contain surging star power in their meat. The higher the level, the more star power is contained. Even people who can't cultivate can absorb quite a bit of star power from eating it. Yes, if it's eaten by a guardian beast master, a star martial artist or a guardian beast, the star power absorbed would be even greater. It's so precious. Well, all of this is because of Brother Xiangdong's good reputation, otherwise, we wouldn't even have a chance to taste the meat of a level 3 monster. East Sea City. Laiwan Villa area. In a room inside a villa, a white-haired old man was carefully checking the injuries of the goblin Xiaobu. On the side, Fang Qingqing and a middle-aged man had somewhat anxious expressions on their faces. Sigh. The elder looked up and sighed, you and Shen Hongxiu are competitors, but was it necessary to fight like this? You guys didn't need to fight so ruthlessly. Your cold ice white python froze the leg of her gold horn unicorn, and her gold horn unicorn severely injured your goblin. How come young people nowadays are so hot-tempered? Fortunately, Shen Hongxiu's gold horn unicorn isn't strong enough. Otherwise, your goblin might have been completely disabled. Lying on the bed, the goblin jumped in fear, oh my god! I knew Shen Hongxiu wasn't a good person. She wanted to disable me. Fang Qingqing said with a serious expression, Grandfather Zhang, you are the vice president of the Beast Trainer Association and a renowned beast-raising master. Isn't there any way you could help Xiaobu? The middle-aged man beside her gently patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't worry. Elder Zhang must have a solution. He comes from the strongest beast-raising family in Tang country and holds a significant position in the entire Tang country. Elder Zhang pondered for a moment and said, well, there is a solution, but it's a bit troublesome. If Xiaobu had been injured by the Goldhorn Unicorn's swallowing star ray anywhere else, it would be relatively easy to heal. But it hit the heart. There are some medicines that can eliminate the swallowing star ray, but using them improperly could worsen Xiaobu's heart injury. As he spoke, Elder Zhang paced back and forth with his hands behind his back in the hall. After a while, he said, only by obtaining an extreme sky cold marrow and combining it with some other medicines can we ensure that Xiaobu's heart will not have any problems while completely dispelling the energy of the swallowing star ray. The middle-aged man exclaimed, extreme sky cold marrow? Isn't that something found deep within the West Mountain secret realm? 5 years ago, this item appeared on the black market and was frantically snatched up by several major families. But since then, it hasn't been seen. It is said that powerful explorer teams have ventured deep into the West Mountain secret realm to find extreme sky cold marrow, but they all suffered heavy casualties. Finding an extreme sky cold marrow now is harder than reaching the sky. Elder Zhang frowned and nodded, that's right. Xiaobu howled again, oh heavens, why is my life so miserable? Seeing Xiaobu's pained expression, Fang Qingqing's eyes reddened. Suddenly, Fang Qingqing remembered something. She hesitated for a moment before looking at Elder Zhang and whispered, Grandfather Zhang, someone once told me that eating more sunflowers and such would help Xiaobu's healing process. Sunflower. Elder Zhang was puzzled, just a sunflower? It shouldn't be possible to dispel the swallowing star energy with just a sunflower, right? The middle-aged man's face darkened, nonsense. Elder Zhang is a top-class beast-raising master, and there are only a few people in the entire Tang country who can be at the same level as him. If even he says it's difficult, who else in East Sea City dares to say they can heal Xiaobu? I've been teaching you since you were a child that you are too soft, too kind, and too easily believe in others' words. Now you're about to enter your senior year of high school, and you still take other people's words as gospel. Fang Qingqing felt wronged and pouted, I didn't. Elder Zhang gently waved his hand and said, Qingqing, what is the prescription? Tell me. Fang Qingqing nodded and recalled, he said, let Xiaobu eat more sunflowers, flame grass, blood lotus essence, and purple orchid leaves. He said that these things would help Xiaobu heal. Her memory was extraordinary, and though Chen Fan had only mentioned it once, she remembered every word. Sunflowers? Flame grass. Elder Zhang furrowed his brows, took out a piece of paper, and wrote down all the items Fang Qingqing mentioned. These ingredients were all common, right? And sunflowers and flame grass, both fire attribute ingredients, were not suitable for a wood attribute goblin, right? Elder Zhang marked the attributes and effects of all the materials above. After writing these down, Elder Zhang wrote a series of strange alchemy formulas on the paper. 10 minutes later, Elder Zhang stood up and slapped the table. It's hard to believe, but when these things are combined, they really have unexpected effects. It's unimaginable, simply unimaginable. Fang Qingqing was dumbfounded. She just repeated Chen Fan's words with a trace of luck in her heart. However, deep in her heart, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, that person had an unknown origin and might be someone sent by Shen Hongxiu. But from Grandfather Zhang's words, was that guy telling the truth? Could these things really help Xiaobu recover from his injuries? At the side, the middle-aged man also showed a shocked expression. Elder Zhang, are you sure there's no problem with this? Can these things cure Xiaobu's injuries? Elder Zhang's face was red with excitement. No problem. With these things, even if we don't have the extreme sky cold marrow, I can help the goblin dispel the energy of the swallowing star ray. It's amazing. Very common materials, combined together, have such incredible effects. Elder Zhang looked at Fang Qingqing intently. Qingqing, since you know such an amazing person, why didn't you introduce him to our Beast Cultivator Association? How could I not know about such a genius in East Sea City? Which family does he belong to? Tell me his contact information quickly. I can't wait to meet him. Fang Qingqing's face turned red. I don't know his name or contact information either. Ah! Elder Zhang was stunned. Fang Qingqing said softly, 2 days ago, I was fishing by the sinking Star River when I met him. He came over, quarreled with Xiaobu, and then got infuriated by Xiaobu. He directly pointed out Xiaobu's injury. What? Elder Zhang was taken aback. You didn't know this person, but he could tell Xiaobu's injury at a glance. Fang Qingqing nodded. I also felt it was incredible. So Xiaobu and I thought he was sent by Shen Hongxiu to laugh at me and see how injured Xiaobu and Silver Moon are. I was a little annoyed in my heart and couldn't help but mock him a few times. Later, I kindly reminded him not to go downstream of the sinking Star River, but out of concern for his safety, I decided to follow him for a while, and then he told me this method. Elder Zhang. The middle-aged man suddenly changed his expression. 2 days ago. 2 days ago was the time for the Guidance Plaza mist transfer. Those who appeared on the bank of the sinking Star River in Black Ant Forest were either safety officers secretly protecting those young people or people who had just crossed over from outside. Elder Zhang's eyes lit up. Safety officer? That's much simpler. Qingqing, what did that young man look like? What characteristics did he have? I'll make a call to check. Fang Qingqing's face turned even redder. He wasn't wearing a safety officer badge, and at the time he told me he had just come from outside and was taking a 3-day and 3-night exam. Elder Zhang and the middle-aged man said in unison, that's not possible. What a joke. Right after coming from outside, almost everyone would be in a daze, right? How much could they know about Blue Star and Guardian Beasts? To put it bluntly, they might not even have seen a goblin before, let alone helping a guardian beast heal its injuries. That guy must have been lying. The most likely explanation is that after injuring the goblin, Shen Hongxiu felt guilty and sent someone to find Qingqing on purpose. Only in this way can this matter be explained. After all, the Goldhorn Unicorn is Shen Hongxiu's guardian beast. It's not surprising that Shen Hongxiu knows how to treat the swallowing star ray injury. Sigh. Elder Zhang sighed quietly, feeling a little disappointed. Just now, he really thought a beast-breeding genius had appeared in East Sea City. If there really was such a genius, it would be a great blessing for East Sea City and Tang Country. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhang said with a hint of reluctance, I'll ask Shen Hongxiu later, to see if she was helping you or if there's a genius in the Shen family. The middle-aged man looked strange. Elder Zhang, the Shen family is about the same as our Fang family. I don't believe they could produce such a genius. If they had such a genius, they would have long since surpassed us. You guys. Elder Zhang chuckled. Qingqing, first tell me, what features does that person have? Fang Qingqing blinked and said, he's about my age, about 1.85 meters tall, thin, with an annoying smile on his face, and looks a bit like he deserves a beating. Elder Zhang and the middle-aged man. Fang Qingqing, he had a ragdoll cat and a slime. The slime likes to jump on his head, making him look like he's wearing a green hat. Elder Zhang and the middle-aged man. Chapter 25, Betrayal of Trust and Gratitude, Repaying Kindness with Hatred. Whoosh! Facing the sharp claws of the Nightblade leopard, Chen Fan dodged in the nick of time and then fiercely stabbed its neck with his fishing spear. Die! Chen Fan's arm veins bulged as he exerted force, lifting the body of the Nightblade leopard and then fiercely slammed it into the ground. Roar! The dark purple Nightblade leopard let out its last roar, struggling desperately. At that moment, Chen Fan released the fishing spear and sent a fierce punch smashing down on the leopard's head. Boom! 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 3 consecutive punches, bursting with energy. The Nightblade leopard's head was blasted open by Chen Fan, and it fell limp, dead. Whoosh! Chen Fan took a deep breath, pulled the fishing spear from the leopard's neck, and sat down on a cyan stone. Feiqi chirped and hopped onto his head. Although this Nightblade leopard was only level 2, it still took a great deal of effort for Chen Fan and Slime Jade to work together and defeat it. Chen Fan looked at his right fist, with lightning still swirling around it. The thunder and lightning armor that Snowy had cast on him hadn't dissipated yet. Chen Fan was a bit frustrated. His current pure star power was actually much stronger than that of an average level 2 monster. However, without a meridian opening, a forged star sea, or the knowledge of how to use star power, Chen Fan couldn't even use a third of his strength. Just now, working with Feiqi to kill the Nightblade leopard had left him quite exhausted. If it hadn't been for Snowy casting the thunder and lightning armor on him and blocking several of the leopard's claws, the resulting injuries might have been disastrous. At this time, Snowy walked over and affectionately rubbed against Chen Fan's foot. Not far away, a level 3 Nightblade leopard and 2 level 2 Nightblade leopards had already had their heads pierced by Snowy's Thundercat claw. Alright, I know you're amazing, you don't have to show off to me. Chen Fan picked up Snowy and rubbed its little head. Snowy grinned, shaking its head in satisfaction. Chen Fan didn't want Snowy to interfere in his battles because he realized that his own strength was too weak, and he lacked real combat experience. He wanted to hone his skills through fighting. In this area, most monsters were level 2. There were relatively few level 3 monsters, making it a suitable place for Chen Fan to practice. Guardian beasts and beastmasters were soul partners, depending on each other. During battles, hiding behind their guardian beasts while they fought and risked their lives would be unthinkable. Beastmasters must grow and fight alongside their guardian beasts. Oftentimes, beastmasters even had to charge ahead and block attacks for their guardian beasts. Although Chen Fan hadn't fully integrated into this world of beastmasters and didn't know much about it, he firmly believed only if he stood side by side with his guardian beast, facing life and death together, could he be a true beastmaster. Chen Fan's gains today had been fruitful. Killing monsters and battling them allowed him to obtain crystal cores and system energy. At the same time, it also helped Snowy and Feiqi improve their skill proficiency. From evening until nightfall, Chen Fan had lost count of how many monsters he had killed. Anyway, the Beastmaster's space was almost filled with level 3 monster corpses. He had thrown away the level 1 fish and iron-eating black ants. Chen Fan dug out the crystal cores from the heads of several Nightblade leopards and tossed the corpse of the level 3 Nightblade leopard into the Beastmaster's space. There were still several level 2 Nightblade leopard corpses on the ground. If he sold them for money, they should fetch a decent amount. But his Beastmaster's space was almost full. It was so tiring to have to make such choices. After all, this was money. Let's go. Chen Fan picked up Snowy, it's getting dark. Let's kill a few more level 3 monsters and then rest. As he stood up. Kill. A faint cry of battle came from the southeast. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. In this area, where even level 3 monsters could frequently be encountered, who would venture out here? He picked up his fishing spear, crouched down, and charged quickly toward the direction of the sound. In no time, a chaotic scene appeared in Chen Fan's line of sight. Wang Teng was leading 15 people, holding shields and swords made from tree bark, surrounding and attacking 2 medium-sized wind wolves. In this team, there were surprisingly 2 beastmasters, each with their own guardian beasts. One of the guardian beasts was a level 1 Nightblade leopard, and the other was a level 1 Demon Blade mantis. The Nightblade leopard and Demon Blade mantis were in the innermost circle of the encirclement, slowly circling around the 2 wind wolves, seemingly looking for an opportunity to attack. 4 archers on the outside continuously fired feather arrows, attacking the 2 wind wolves. The 2 wind wolves, one level 2 and one level 1, both heavily injured, were surrounded by a group of people and 2 guardian beasts. The level 2 wind wolf, limping on one hind leg, still showed its teeth and snarled at the group with undiminished ferocity, even with a feather arrow stuck in its back. On the other hand, the level 1 wind wolf had its stomach torn with a hole, intestines hanging out, and barely alive. It was a terrible sight. Everyone stepped back. Wang Tang waved his long knife in his hands and directed the crowd, "These two wind wolves are losing blood fast, let's block their escape. Archers, keep firing. As long as they receive a few more arrows and delay further, they are undoubtedly going to die." Hiss! Hearing Wang Tang's voice, the level 2 wind wolf's eyes flashed with a murderous intent as it stared at Wang Tang. It slowly approached Wang Tang but was driven back by several feather arrows shot through the air. Both the people and the two guardian beasts were retreating backward. The encircling circle was slowly expanding. 4 archers kept firing their arrows non-stop. After a few breaths, the 2 wind wolves were hit by 2 more arrows. Great! Wang Tang was overjoyed. Keep going. Chen Fan squatted in the grass, watching the scene expressionlessly. Wang Tang was indeed a bit capable. As a star martial artist, he actually became the leader of a group of people. Even the already contracted guardian beast masters obeyed him. This guy indeed had some leadership skills. Also, like Pan Xiangdong and others, he found a loophole in the rules. Originally, a team couldn't have more than 4 people. However, the rules didn't say that several teams couldn't cooperate. For example, the team led by Wang Tang now had a total of 16 people. If a safety officer came to stop them, they could immediately split this group into 4 teams. Or they could just say it was 4 teams working together to kill the 2 wind wolves. As Chen Fan watched, he grabbed a piece of green grass and chewed on it twice in his mouth. It tasted a bit bitter. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The level 2 wind wolf, which was already at a dead end, suddenly pounced on the demon blade mantis. Because of its proximity to the demon blade mantis, the archers didn't dare to shoot their arrows again. Everyone was astonished. But just when the demon blade mantis was panicking and was about to defend itself, the level 2 wind wolf dodged the demon blade mantis's knife like a gust of wind, then quickly rushed past the side of the demon blade mantis and charged straight towards Wang Tang. "Tang, watch out!" A young girl screamed and hugged Wang Tang before flying diagonally away. The soaring wind wolf flew past her, swiping with its claws. Puchy! The girl's right leg was bloodied by the sharp claws. She screamed and fell to the ground. Several feather arrows pierced through the air in the chaos, hitting the wind wolf's head. A nearby group of people seized the opportunity to charge forward, randomly slashing their knives, and immediately killed the level 2 wind wolf on the spot. Without the protection of the level 2 wind wolf, the level 1 wind wolf had its head cut off by the demon blade mantis's knife. Everyone cheered as they looked at the corpses of the 2 wind wolves. "Is it her?" Chen Fan, who was squatting in the grass, frowned when he saw the girl. When Wang Tang initially awakened his star martial artist talent and the girl her guardian beast master talent, Chen Fan wanted to congratulate Wang Tang. But Wang Tang didn't even look at him and went straight to the girl, inviting her to join his team. As they were leaving, the girl also glanced at Chen Fan once. Chen Fan never expected that she would end up saving Wang Tang's life. At that moment, Wang Tang's eyebrows were furrowed as he walked towards the girl. He tilted his head, glanced at the girl's bloodied right leg, and said coldly, "Xiao Xiao, how could you be so careless?" Chen Fan in the grass. He thought he was mistaken. Wang Tang continued, "You can't carry or shoulder anything. Being with us was already burdensome, and now that you can't even walk. That's not good." Sun Xiao Xiao almost forgot her pain, her eyes widened, and she raised her head. She never expected that Wang Tang would say something like this. She was, after all, injured trying to save him. Wang Tang then shook his head and said, "After tonight, there is still 1 day and 1 night left. If you are crippled now, you will drag all of us down. You must know that our team is an elite team, not just trying to get through these 3 days. We are now heading east to hunt level 2 monsters. During our previous hunting, Some teams had injured members which slowed them down, and several people died in the end. Now that you are injured and can't even walk, at least 3 people in the team need to take care of and protect you. With this, our team's strength will be significantly reduced, and we won't be able to fight properly. I propose to kick Sun Xiao Xiao out of our team. Those who agree, please raise your hands. Sun Xiaoxiao's body trembled, and she lowered her head. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her eyes. If she was kicked out of the team, she wouldn't even be able to return to the western safe zone. There were monsters everywhere on the way. There were even groups of level 2 monsters. Chapter 26 Internal Dissension in the Team. Sun Xiaoxiao hung her head low, with her hands tightly clutching the hem of her pants, gritting her teeth to prevent herself from crying out loud. She had almost lost her life to the wolves several times within the team. If she left the team, she was sure to meet certain death. A guardian beast master without a guardian beast, or a guardian beast master who hasn't started cultivating yet, is no different from a regular person. Especially after her leg injury, even walking was a problem for her now. Not to mention encountering a wind wolf, she wouldn't stand a chance even against a level 1 iron-eating black ant. Sun Xiaoxiao's face was ashen, her mouth tightly shut while tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the crowd, quite a few people were raising their hands. However, a man with a crew cut frowned and said, "Wang Teng, Sun Xiaoxiao was injured because of you. You didn't even offer her a word of consolation, and now you want to kick her out of the team. Isn't that too much? In a day and a night after tonight, at most 2 people would have to take care of her. How could that be a burden?" Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and said aloofly, "Zhao Xian. I knew you were going to say that. What I'm doing is for the good of the entire team. You should understand that we're not in the western safe zone now. We've rushed here to the eastern part to hunt level 2 monsters. You know better than anyone why we want to hunt level 2 monsters, because the meat of level 2 monsters carries potent star power that can make us stronger. If you think I'm being excessive, you can choose to take Sun Xiaoxiao on your own and head back to the western safe zone." The people standing around him nodded in agreement. Zhao Xian scoffed, walked up to Sun Xiaoxiao, tore off his own sleeve, and bandaged her foot. Then he stood up and announced, "Whoever doesn't want to kick Sun Xiaoxiao out of the team, or wants to join my team, step forward." In the crowd, 5 people glanced at each other, stepped forward, and silently stood next to Zhao Xian. They thoroughly disapproved of Wang Teng's actions. Whether to return to the west of the Black Ant Forest or head east, they didn't want to be with Wang Teng anymore. Who would know if a man who so cruelly abandons and betrays his companions uses his own people as scapegoats? However, 8 people remained standing behind Wang Teng. They included the 2 guardian beast masters who already had their guardian beasts and the 4 archers. Wang Teng cast a glance at Zhao Xian's group, his eyes turning somewhat shadowy. He had wanted to put Zhao Xian in his place, but unexpectedly Zhao Xian rallied and took 5 people with him. A trace of coldness flickered in Wang Teng's eyes. He said, "Zhao Xian, are you intentionally trying to undermine the team's unity?" Zhao Xian sneered, "Didn't you ask for a raise of hands for voting? Not one of us raised our hand because none of us agree. Didn't you say that I could choose to take Sun Xiaoxiao on my own back to the western safe zone? We are now ready to do exactly that, take Sun Xiaoxiao back to the west." Wang Teng's eyes grew even darker. "From the very beginning, you were dissatisfied with my leadership of the team, incessantly picking faults, and now you want to break up the team, but do you think I'll let you have your way?" With that, he made a slight wave with his right hand. The 8 people behind him swiftly surrounded Zhao Xian and his group. "Wang Teng, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Xian's long sword shook violently. The others who were with him were enraged and on guard. Roar! At the instigation of one of the beast masters, the Night Blade Leopard roared at Zhao Xian and his group. Gale swept across. The bloody wind charged at their faces. Zhao Xian and his group turned pale. They were already at a disadvantage in numbers, let alone the two beastmasters on the other team had their guardian beasts with them. A level 1 Nightblade Leopard and a level 1 Demon Blade Mantis were not something they could contend with, especially since they hadn't started cultivating yet. No matter if they've awakened the Star Martial Artist talent or the Beastmaster talent, without cultivation, they were not at all different from ordinary people. At this moment, 4 archers pulled their bows and nocked their arrows. The Nightblade Leopard and the Demon Blade Mantis, step by step, were slowly closing in. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Xian's forehead. No need for Wang Teng and his goons to make a move, just these 2 guardian beasts alone could wipe them out. Zhao Xian's eyes turned crimson. His knowledge of Wang Teng's shamelessness didn't stop him from being surprised by how far he would actually go, intending to attack them. Sun Xiaoxiao on the ground was even more flustered, shaking her head incessantly. He. Wang Teng sneered and said, "You said you were leaving, you could have gone, but no, you had to make a grand speech, tear the team apart. Did you really think we're Play-Doh for you to mold?" He said it was a lesson, but his murderous intent was clear in his eyes. How could it just be a lesson? Zhao Xian, he has awakened the Guardian Beastmaster talent. But Wang Teng, his talent was that of a star martial artist. For a star martial artist to come up against a Guardian Beastmaster, could there be any good days left in East Sea City? If one removes the grass, one must also remove its roots, or else when the spring wind comes, it grows again. Wang Teng's gaze passed over Zhao Xian and his group, giving a slight nod to a man holding a long halberd. The man's mouth revealed a cruel smile, stepped forward, his long halberd aiming straight at Zhao Xian's back. Neither Zhao Xian nor his group could have anticipated that Wang Teng would initiate the attack when he said he would. At the critical moment, whoosh! A fishing spear flew through the air, impaling the man holding the long halberd in his chest, still carrying him along, before nailing him to a large tree with a thud. "Who's there?" Having his plan thwarted, Wang Teng was instantly filled with rage. Zhao Xian and his team, upon noticing, were also furious. From the bushes, Chen Fan emerged, along with Snowy and Fei Qi, walking leisurely towards them. "Chen Fan." Wang Teng was taken aback, "It's you? You are still alive. If you can stay alive, why can't I?" Chen Fan broke into a grin and said, "Abandoning your own people, betraying those who saved you. Perfidious and ungrateful, turning on your allies when convenient. And now you even want to kill your own teammates. Wang Teng, you really have amazed me." Wang Teng's face turned ashen. "Chen Fan, are you here looking for death? It's a miracle that you survived this long all by yourself. Chen Fan, rest assured, I will definitely outlive you." Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of murder in his eyes. A young archer by his side frowned. "Teng, this guy killed one of us, and he's even lecturing us here. Should we take him down?" "Oh." Wang Teng replied indifferently, "Just a kid who hasn't awakened. He wanted to team up with me. After I rejected him, he probably held a grudge against me." Chen Fan laughed softly without saying anything. The young man with the bow gave Chen Fan a cold glance, pulled his bow and nocked an arrow. Zhao Xian was startled. "Run, kid!" But it was too late. Whiz! Chapter 27, The Killer Shall Always Be Killed. It had been 2 days since he traversed to this world. Everyone had already understood one thing. This world of guardian beasts was brutal, extremely brutal. In the world of guardian beasts, strength is supreme. High and mighty guardian beastmasters or star martial artists killing a few ordinary people in the wilderness outside the main city would not be cared about by anyone. Wang Teng and his group dared to kill even Zhao Xian, who had already awakened the guardian beastmaster's talent. Let alone a young man who had not awakened. Swoosh! The sound of the feather arrow piercing through the air made both Zhao Xian's and Sun Xiaoxiu's hearts tremble. Because in their eyes, a stranger was about to die on the spot. Both of them showed despair and helplessness in their eyes. They wanted to help, but there was no time. When things seemed hopeless, Chen Fan's eyes flashed, and he casually grabbed it with his right hand. Crack! The feather arrow that pierced through the air was caught in his hand. How is this possible? Wang Teng and the others stared dumbfounded, while Zhao Xin and the others were ecstatic. The next moment, Chen Fan held the feather arrow and suddenly threw it back. Whoosh! The feather arrow returned and pierced the archer's neck. How dare you! The guardian beast master with the night blade leopard roared angrily, Kid, you dare to kill one of our own? Are you tired of living? He who kills shall be killed. Chen Fan replied coldly, so, he can kill me, but I can't kill him. Should I just obediently stand here and let him kill me, without resisting? Wang Teng remained silent. He did not expect Chen Fan to appear and kill two of them. Even more, he could not have imagined that Chen Fan could catch feather arrows with his bare hands. This guy is not quite right. Wang Teng squinted his eyes and glanced at Chen Fan's shoulders. On Chen Fan's left shoulder lay a ragdoll cat. And on his right shoulder, there was a slime. The ragdoll cat's human-like gaze made Wang Teng feel uneasy. He had seen Snowy before and knew that Snowy was a cat that Chen Fan brought from Earth. As for the slime, a magical creature with no attack power, it could never become a guardian beast. But Chen Fan. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and said, don't think you can fight us all just because you are skilled. There are so many of us. And among us, two already have guardian beasts. You dare to kill our own today, you won't make it out of this forest. The guardian beast master with the night blade leopard frowned and said, why waste time talking with him? You guys go and slaughter him. 3 archers and a man wielding a big knife immediately approached Chen Fan with murderous intent. Stupid kid, are you trying to die? This little beast dares to touch our people, he's really tired of living. An awakening-less guy who dares to kill a star martial artist, beat him to death. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 4 of them stared at Chen Fan, their eyes cold and murderous. Zhao Xin and the others wanted to rush over to help but were stopped by the night blade leopard. Huff! Just as the 4 were about to reach Chen Fan, he made his move. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his shoulders shook, and he stepped forward, appearing right in front of the 2 closest people. You! Before the 2 of them could react, their necks were grabbed by Chen Fan, lifting them right off the ground. The other 2 people behind them were frightened and stopped in their tracks. Chen Fan held their necks as if they were dead chickens and said coldly, you guys have really adapted to this world quickly, thinking that once you've awakened, you're superior, and you can kill whoever you want. But it's better this way. I won't have any burden killing you. As he spoke, he applied a little force on the hands gripping their necks. Crack! The sound of broken bones startled everyone present. Kill him! The last 2 archers were both shocked and angry, immediately drawing their bows and aiming their arrows. But at the moment when the arrows were flying, Chen Fan took the 2 people he was holding and placed them in the middle, using them as shields in front of him. Puff! Puff! 2 feather arrows shot into the backs of the 2 people whose necks were held by Chen Fan. Chen Fan casually tossed the 2 dead bodies aside, stepped 2 meters forward, and stood right in front of the last 2 archers. How could he be so fast? The 2 archers' faces changed greatly, not having enough time to draw their bows. One of them reversed his feather arrow and directly thrust it towards Chen Fan's chest. And the other one aimed his feather arrow at Chen Fan's eyes. Humph! Chen Fan's hands shot out like lightning, and with incredible precision, he caught the 2 feather arrows and then gently snapped. Both feather arrows were broken. His star power was comparable to the first-grade realm, even though he couldn't fully use it, his strength and speed were still far beyond ordinary people. He could kill a level 2 Nightblade leopard with his fists. What difference was there between ordinary adults and 3-year-old children in front of him? Pfft! Under the astonished gaze of Wang Teng and others, Chen Fan held the broken feather arrows in his hands and fiercely thrust them down, stabbing them into the chests of those 2 people. Both of them had their eyes bulging out and fell to the ground, dead. The audience was silent. Even the Night Blade Leopard and Demon Blade Mantis had their eyes wide open, not moving at all. Zhao Xian, Sun Xiao Xiao and the others were even more like statues. There were originally 9 people on Wang Teng's side. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan had killed 6. Now, only Wang Teng and the 2 guardian beast masters remained. Wang Teng looked at the corpses on the ground, and his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not have imagined that Chen Fan's strength was so terrifying. Nor could he have anticipated that Chen Fan was so ruthless and domineering. You kill me, I kill you. Chen Fan didn't bother wasting words. 6 awakened star martial artists and guardian beast masters had all become corpses. Just then, the guardian beast master with the Night Blade Leopard took a step forward. Roar! The Night Blade Leopard roared with a ferocious aura. Sun Xiao Xiao on the ground finally reacted and shouted, Teng Ji, he has nothing to do with me, please don't kill him. I don't even know him, please don't kill him. Extreme panic appeared in the eyes of Zhao Xian and the others. No matter how strong Chen Fan was, how could he withstand 2 guardian beasts? That guardian beast master pointed his finger at Chen Fan. Roar! The Night Blade Leopard roared and rushed towards Chen Fan like a whirlwind. Almost at the same time, Snowy on Chen Fan's shoulder turned into a white light and flew out. Whoosh! The majestic Night Blade Leopard didn't have time to react before Snowy pinned its head to the ground. No one could react. Even Sun Xiao Xiao on the ground with an injured right foot was dumbfounded. A massive Night Blade Leopard was pinned down by a ragdoll cat. They saw Snowy's one paw pinning the Night Blade Leopard's head and the other ruthlessly beating it. Bang! 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 Dot! Bang! Despite being a small paw, it hit like a pile driver, making loud pounding noises. Each hit sent a tremor through everyone's heart. The Night Blade Leopard's head was smashed into the ground, blood flowing. My guardian beast! The owner of the Night Blade Leopard had bloodshot eyes, drew his long knife, and rushed over, slashing at Snowy. Snowy looked at him contemptuously and raised a paw. Boom! With a thunder-imbued cat paw, the man's chest was pierced right through. He looked down at his chest, eyes wide open, and slowly fell to the ground. Snowy turned its head slightly, looking at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's face showed an expression of horror, and he instinctively took a step back. By this point, even a fool would understand. The ragdoll cat was a guardian beast. An incredibly powerful guardian beast. Chen Fan was a guardian beast master. A terrifyingly powerful guardian beast master. Wang Teng looked at Chen Fan with disbelief and fear in his eyes. Sun Xiao Xiao on the ground stared at Chen Fan in amazement. So amazing! As a fellow guardian beast master, she was unable to carry her own weight and was treated like a burden and abandoned by others. But Chen Fan was like a god of death. The scene before them was deeply engraved in Sun Xiaoxiao's heart. Sun Xiao Xiao looked at Chen Fan, her eyes full of admiration. At this moment, Chen Fan picked up Snowy and coldly stared at the guardian beast master with the demon blade mantis. Chapter 28, I only reason with reasonable people. Wait! The guardian beast master with the demon blade mantis suddenly shouted, his voice trembling, it's not my fault. Little brother, I don't even know you, we have no hatred towards each other. From the beginning to end, I haven't said a word to you, nor have I laid a finger on you, am I right? Look at my demon blade mantis, it's so well behaved, it has no intention of attacking you, right? It didn't try to kill Zhao Xian and the others, right? Chen Fan. The series of Am I Right? From the Guardian Beast Master left Chen Fan speechless. The Guardian Beastmaster continued, I'm not familiar with Wang Teng either. I'm not his subordinate. How can a star martial artist like him order me, a Guardian Beastmaster, around? Am I right? Ask Zhao Xian and Sun Xiao Xiao, I was just invited to join this group this afternoon. Zhao Xian, am I right? Zhao Xian and the others. Seeing that Zhao Xian and the others looked upset and almost cried, the Guardian Beastmaster said, Brother Zhao Xian, tell the truth, didn't I join the group this afternoon? During these few hours, I've been working with the Demon Blade Mantis to kill monsters with everyone, and I haven't even spoken to Wang Teng more than 10 times. I'm not familiar with him. Wang Teng's face turned ashen. The Guardian Beastmaster with the Demon Blade Mantis was his last hope. However, this guy was terrified and turned sides, pushing all the responsibility away. The worst part was that his explanation made sense. From the beginning to end, he really hadn't said a word or lifted a finger. Cough. Zhao Xian coughed and said, He really joined the group this afternoon, and he didn't talk with Wang Teng much. This guy is much smarter than Wang Teng. Chen Fan glanced at the Guardian Beastmaster and couldn't help but laugh, Take your Guardian Beast and go. Thank you. The Guardian Beastmaster looked like he was pardoned, not even glancing at Wang Teng as he and the Demon Blade Mantis ran away like the wind. All eyes fell on Wang Teng. Wang Teng's face turned pale. After a while, he finally spoke with bitterness in his voice, Chen Fan. I know, you are kind and reasonable person. You can't kill me. Oh. Chen Fan slowly approached, holding Snowy, and stopped in front of Wang Teng, You can kill other people, but they can't kill you? You can kill me, but I can't kill you. Wang Teng swallowed hard and said, To be fair, those people just now wanted to kill you on their own accord, it has nothing to do with me. Zhao Xian and the others. Chen Fan. People who are shameless are invincible in this world. You must be learning from the guy who kept saying am I right, just now, hey? But he indeed hadn't said a word or done anything from the beginning to end, allowing him to wash his hands of it all. You, Wang Teng, still want to do the same, treating everyone here like fools? Wang Teng continued with a sorrowful face, Chen Fan, think back, besides mocking you a few times, did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Did I ask anyone to kill you? Did I order anyone to attack you? The first one who attacked you, the archer, did so because you killed his friend. After that, it was the Guardian Beastmaster with the Nightblade Leopard who gave the order for the 4 to kill you. Finally, it was the Guardian Beastmaster with the Nightblade Leopard who personally attacked you. What does that have to do with me? Chen Fan. This shameless guy can really defend himself. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile, You are really working hard, to reason with me. But you got one thing wrong. Wang Teng, hey. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly, I'm not as kind as you say, nor am I as reasonable as you imagine. And, I only reason with reasonable people. You don't deserve it. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, he slapped Wang Teng to the ground. Snowy in his arms hissed and laughed. Slime Jade also let out a couple excited chirps. Zhao Xian and the others on the side clenched their fists and roared silently in their hearts, Well done. This bastard deserves death. Wang Teng's face twisted as he looked up, Chen Fan, just because you've awakened your talent and become a Guardian Beastmaster, do you really think you are above everyone else and can kill as you please? Chen Fan laughed. Wang Teng's shamelessness kept refreshing Chen Fan's cognition of people. Only now did Chen Fan realize that people can truly be this shameless. Zhao Xian was furious, the one who thinks they're above everyone and can kill as they please should be you, Wang Teng. Even at death's door, you can still confuse right and wrong. I'm speechless. The others nearby couldn't help but scold out loud. Even the gentle Sun Xiao Xiao was glaring at Wang Teng, her eyes filled with anger. If it weren't for Chen Fan's appearance, Wang Teng would have already killed all of them. This despicable and shameless guy, how dare he still spout nonsense? Chen Fan laughed, picked up a long knife from the ground, and slowly approached. Wang Tang was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Just then, rumbling. It felt like an earthquake, as the ground started to shake. An eerie roar came from the southwest not far away. What's going on? Chen Fan slightly turned his body, looking towards the southwest. A system attribute panel appeared in front of him. Monster name, Iron-Eating Black Ant Queen. Combat power level, 5. Species level, High Awakened. Monster attribute, Metal. Monster weakness, Fire. Species skills, Corrosive Acid Breath, Shredding and Tearing Metals, Cold Iron Shield. Monster status, Agitated. Monster preferences, likes to sleep, likes to eat iron ore. Potential level, 3 stars. Breakthrough to level 6 requirements. Evolution route, 2. Chen Fan was shocked. There are level 5 ant queens in the Black Ant Forest? I didn't see this information when I checked with Qiandu before. Zhao Xin saw Chen Fan's face change drastically and became nervous. Young brother, do you know what's happening? It feels like an earthquake. Chen Fan shouted, it's the iron-eating Black Ant Queen, run. Zhao Xin now blindly trusted Chen Fan and didn't hesitate to carry Sun Xiao Xiao and wave his hand, everyone, run. A group of people rushed towards the northeast direction. But Chen Fan and the others didn't even get 10 meters before. Bang! A mud hill emerged from the ground, soared into the sky, and then passed over everyone's heads before heavily landing in front of them. Rumbling! That mud hill crashed on the ground, making the earth shake violently. Caught off guard, Zhao Xin and others fell to the ground. Meow! Snowy cried out and was about to rush out. But Chen Fan hugged him tightly, don't go, we can't win. Meanwhile, the frightened Fei Qi had already jumped onto Chen Fan's head, chirping non-stop. Everyone looked closely. What was in front of them wasn't a mud hill at all. It was a black-brown ant that was 5 meters tall. Surrounding them, soft rustling sounds kept coming. One after another, iron-eating black ants crawled out of the ground and from the grass, encircling the group. Even Wang Teng, who tried to steal away quietly towards the west, was driven back by those iron-eating black ants. Damn! Chen Fan cursed in his heart. When he checked the information about the Black Ant Forest before, he didn't see anything about the Ant Queen. Level 5. Who could deal with that? If there were no other people here, he could directly enter the Beastmaster's space. But that was his last trump card, and he was unwilling to reveal it easily. If he didn't use that move, then they were definitely on a path to death now. Suddenly, a beast roar came from the east. Then the thunderous sound of a huge beast stomping on the ground approached rapidly. Groups of iron-eating black ants were frightened and scattered to the sides in a panic. Chen Fan and the others looked over and saw a monster almost as big as the iron-eating black ant queen, crushing countless iron-eating black ants and charging towards them. On the monster's back, there seemed to be a youth in a red cloak. Whoosh! As it neared the group, the monster soared into the sky, leaping over the people below. The red cloak youth on the monster's back slightly turned his head, looking at Chen Fan below. Chen Fan's green hat was just too eye-catching. Chen Fan looked back at the youth and smiled. Bang! The monster in the sky landed heavily in front of the iron-eating black ant queen. Mud splashed everywhere. Chen Fan and others couldn't avoid it and ended up covered in mud. Meow! Snowy was furious, the lightning flashes on its little claws flickering constantly. It almost used the Thundercat claw attack right away. Tui, tui, tui. Chen Fan spat the mud out of his mouth and glared at the youth on the monster's back. You bastard! Even if you are here to help, there's no need to be so arrogant and use such a domineering entrance. Luckily, the area was mainly grassland with not many stones. Otherwise, with your beast smashing like that, the small stones would shoot out like a machine gun, and everyone would be half dead by your hands. Chapter 29, Level 5 Ant Queen. Gaba. Gaba. The monster under the feet of the red cloak youth was chewing non-stop. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is this thing eating while running? He took a closer look. Monster name, Heavy Armored Beetle King. Combat power level, 5 species level, extraordinary/moderate. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, metal. Species skills, brutal charge, vinewood cage, razor frenzy cut. Monster status, filled with fighting spirit. Monster preferences, loves eating, constantly eating, eats anything, a big foodie. Potential level, 4 stars. Breakthrough to level 6 requirement. Species level evolution route, 2 routes another 5 level guardian beast. It's really a big foodie, eating all the time. He wonders if it would eat while exercising with the heavy armored beetle queen? The thought was so beautiful that Chen Fan didn't dare to imagine. He felt a little sorry for this red cloak youth. A beast master's space is for the guardian beasts to rest and meditate, and it cannot store items. As for Chen Fan's beast master's space, it was an exception. It would not be easy for the red cloak youth to satisfy this big foodie unless he has a spatial ability. Chen Fan almost laughed out loud when he thought about how this conceited fellow would have to carry several sacks of food for his guardian beasts when going out. Snowy and Jade are still easier to raise. At this time, the red cloak youth on the back of the heavy armored beetle king spoke without turning his head. The smell of blood is too strong, your mutual slaughter has disturbed the sleeping ant queen. Stay behind me and don't move. I'll handle it. Humph. Chen Fan sneered and had already made up his mind to do as he said. Zhao Xian and the others were both surprised and delighted as they gathered around Chen Fan. At this time, the red cloak youth on the back of the heavy armored beetle king said softly, Ant Queen, sorry for the offense, please step back. Gazi Gazi. The iron-eating black ant queen, as big as a small mountain, made an unpleasant metallic friction sound from its mouth. The surrounding iron-eating black ants, instead of backing down, slowly surrounded them. Crack! The heavy armored beetle king was enraged, stuffed a leg of lamb in its mouth, and suddenly slammed its claw on the ground. Boom! Amidst the roar, dust filled the air. The surrounding iron-eating black ants panicked, immediately receding like a tidal wave. As for the iron-eating black ant queen, her fierceness subsided quite a bit. However, its eyes were still filled with fierceness, making it hesitant to retreat. The red cloak youth remained silent for a moment, raised both his palms upward, and 2 6-pointed star arrays appeared on each side of the heavy armored beetle king. 2 guardian beasts crawled out of the 6-pointed star arrays. One was a yellow feathered bird much smaller in size than the heavy armored beetle king. The other was a 4-meter tall, heavily armored giant stone man. As soon as the yellow feathered bird appeared, clouds of yellow sand surged, simulating a sandstorm. And that 4-meter tall stone man, wearing a black armor suit and carrying a big iron hammer, looked majestic. 5-level Desert Wind Falcon, Wind, Sand dual attributes. 5-level Dark Blood Stone Golem, Earth attribute, he's already made of the hard solar stone, and now he's wearing such heavy armor, how shameless. When I have money later, I'll also get myself and Snowy a set of armor. As for Jade, something simpler, like a pot lid. Tisk, this kid is really full of himself. Wearing a red cloak and leading 3 powerful and domineering guardian beasts, you can tell he's from a rich family. Chen Fan had a speechless look as he glanced at the red cloak youth. Wasn't it said that only those above the 4th realm could contract 2 guardian beasts? And that ordinary beast masters could only contract 1 guardian beast if their cultivation was not strong enough? Why did everyone he randomly encountered have 3 guardian beasts? The girl he had met by the sinking star river yesterday had 3 guardian beasts. The red cloak youth in front of him also had 3 guardian beasts. Both of them were probably only 17 or 18 years old, right? Could it be that they had already reached the 4th realm? How could that be? According to the Beastmasters Forum, many of the elders in the major families of East Sea City had only reached the middle to late stages of the 4th realm, right? Why did it seem like geniuses were everywhere in Blue Star? At this moment, the 3 guardian beasts, including the heavy-armored Beetle King, roared at the same time. 3 fierce spirits surged into the sky. The iron-eating Black Ant Queen was so frightened that she retreated 3 steps in a row. Even Zhao Xian and the others behind Chen Fan were shocked, and couldn't help but shiver. Step back. The red cloak youth said it again. A domineering aura burst from him. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Despite being amongst his 3 guardian beasts, the red cloak youth's aura seemed even stronger. He was ready to make a move, his aura locked onto the iron-eating Black Ant Queen. If the Ant Queen still refused to retreat, he would probably strike like thunder. Yovio, the fight is about to start, the fight is about to start. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. He also wanted to see up close how strong a level 5 monster could be. But what he didn't expect was... Grr, grr. The iron-eating Black Ant Queen let out very dissatisfied noises, and rings of earthy yellow light flickered around its body. Under the cover of the earthy yellow light, the ground around the Ant Queen seemed to melt away. It just sank down slowly, as if it was in a swamp. The surrounding iron-eating black ants also quickly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Chen Fan. What the hell? Why didn't they fight? The Ant Queen was too cowardly. The youth on the heavy-armored Beetle King's back was unaware of Chen Fan's desire for chaos behind him. After watching the Ant Queen sink into the ground, he slowly turned around. His face was extremely handsome, with distinct features, shining eyes, an upturned nose, and an aura of unmatched elegance that would make people on the street envious and drive women crazy. Despite looking only 17 or 18 years old, he stood on the back of the heavy-armored Beetle King with an extraordinary poise and grace. From any angle, this was a perfect man that would make men jealous and women go crazy. Chen Fan didn't admit to being jealous. But right now, he really wanted to beat him up. Chen Fan scratched his chin and said, "This Ant Queen is so dangerous, why not just kill it directly? Isn't it too dangerous to leave such a terrifying monster in the Black Ant Forest?" The Red Cloak Youth paused for a moment before replying indifferently, "There's not much danger in having the Ant Queen staying in the Black Ant Forest. Because the Ant Queen is gentle by nature and generally won't attack people. Didn't it just try to attack us?" Chen Fan said, "People participating in the 3-day assessment haven't even started their cultivation yet. Even if there were 20,000 people gathered together, they wouldn't be enough for the Ant Queen to fight, right? Hasn't it gone berserk in all these years and never harmed anyone?" "Indeed, it hasn't," the Red Cloak Youth said. This time, it was mainly awakened by the strong smell of blood here and then enraged. "Because you happened to be right above its lair killing so many people. There should be danger signs nearby warning you to stay away. Didn't you see them?" Chen Fan looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled bitterly and said, "We saw it, but how were we supposed to know there was an Ant Queen here? We thought those danger signs were warning us about level 2 monsters nearby. We originally came here to hunt level 2 monsters." Chen Fan's eyes shifted, saying, "But it's still a menace, isn't it? Can't you just eliminate it directly?" "I can't," the Red Cloak Youth said indifferently. "After the Ant Queen consumes the iron veins of the Black Ant Forest, it will sleep for a while, then spit out many iron marrow and give it to East Sea City. Iron marrow is a high-quality material for making weapons and is very valuable. If weapons like swords and knives are made with iron marrow, they will become sharper and more durable." Chen Fan pursed his lips, "So in plain terms, the Ant Queen is actually being raised by East Sea City in this black ant forest, right? The red cloak youth nodded slightly. You can say that. Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly, the red cloak youth's gaze turned cold as he looked behind Chen Fan. Almost at the same time, Sun Xiaoxiao's scream came from behind. Chen Fan abruptly turned around and saw Wang Teng holding Sun Xiaoxiao, stepping back. He was holding a dagger to Sun Xiaoxiao's throat. Thin strands of blood were already flowing down Sun Xiaoxiao's neck. Wang Teng. Chen Fan sternly said, "Let her go." He, ha 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 ha. Wang Teng's face was twisted, and he laughed maniacally. He raised his head slightly, looking at the red cloak youth on the heavy armored Beetle King's back. "You, sir, must be the safety officer, right? Chen Fan killed all these people on the ground. Shouldn't you arrest him?" Among those killed by Chen Fan were people who have awakened their guardian beastmaster talent and star martial artist talent. But Chen Fan was cruel, disregarding their cries and pleas, and killed them all. This must also be a huge loss for East Sea City, right? Is East Sea City going to let a demon like this roam free? You even know about safety officers? It seems you've done quite a bit of research, hey? Chen Fan took off the jade from his head. As the jade fell into the grass along his pant leg, Zhao Xian and the others argued on his behalf. "Sir, please don't believe what Wang Teng said. He's lying. Chen Fan only stood up for justice when he tried to kill us. Wang Teng is the demon." The red cloak youth emotionlessly said, "Human beings have always been cunning and vicious, killing each other. But what does that have to do with?" Wang Teng's eye twitched involuntarily. Aren't you the safety officer for this area? Aren't you supposed to ensure our safety?" The red cloak youth said indifferently, "I am a safety officer, but I only protect you from being harmed by higher level monsters. I have no interest in getting involved with your personal grudges. I am not a law enforcer." Chen Fan. Wang Teng's eyes emitted a trace of desperation, and he cried hysterically, "Let me go. I don't want to be enemies with a powerful guardian beastmaster like you. As long as you agree to let me go, I'll release Sun Xiaoxiao. From now on, I won't provoke you again, and I'll avoid you when I see you. If you don't agree, I'll kill her. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." At this moment, Wang Teng's face was contorted, his eyes radiating madness like a venomous snake baring its fangs, ready to bite. "Wang Teng, you beast! Sun Xiaoxiao saved you!" Zhao Xian cursed angrily, "You not only killed a group of people but now also dare to hold Xiaoxiao hostage and threaten us." Wang Teng's eyes turned even more crazed. "Threat? I." Before he could finish speaking, a green light flashed on the ground. Chapter 30, Dark Undercurrents, Crises Lurk Everywhere. Wang Teng was a mix of shock and anger, directly picking up the dagger, and stabbed it into Sun Xiaoxiao's neck. However, the dagger was wrapped by the slime, just like being wrapped in a thick layer of rubber. Although Sun Xiaoxiao felt pain, she was not injured. "Damn it!" Wang Teng subconsciously swung his hand violently, intending to shake off Fei Qi. But Fei Qi was like a sticky paste, wrapping his palm and dagger tightly. As Wang Teng swung his arm for the second time, Snowy in Chen Fan's arms disappeared into thin air. Meow! Snowy, surrounded by lightning, seemed to have pierced through space, appearing out of nowhere in front of Wang Teng. Having witnessed Snowy's power, Wang Teng was filled with despair. He grabbed Sun Xiaoxiao with his left hand, using her as a shield in front of him, and his right hand held the dagger, stabbing towards Snowy subconsciously. Snowy didn't dodge or back away, its claw shone with lightning flash, and fiercely swiped down. Puchi! Like a lightning bolt falling, Wang Teng's right arm was severed at the elbow. Wang Teng let out a miserable scream, released Sun Xiaoxiao and staggered backward. "Chen Fan, who had been prepared, also moved. He picked up a long halberd from the ground, stepped forward, and thrust it into Wang Teng's chest. Die! Chen Fan held the long halberd with both hands, lifting Wang Teng's entire body off the ground. He charged forward for a few meters and then suddenly pushed forward. Bang! The long halberd pierced through Wang Teng's body and nailed him to a big tree. Blood gushed from Wang Teng's mouth, his eyes wide open, head drooping, dying with eyes wide open. Zhao Xin and the others quickly rushed over to help the startled Sun Xiao up. Chen Fan let go of his hands, silently looking at the dead Wang Teng. This man was the first person he saw when he opened his eyes in Blue Star. An indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in Chen Fan's heart. Why? Why was he so straightforward and unhesitating to kill someone, from his first kill to now? From childhood to adulthood, he only had countless fights with others. But before coming to Blue Star, he had never killed anyone. Chen Fan looked at the long halberd in front of him. The long halberd fixed Wang Teng on the tree, and its handle slanted downward. Blood from Wang Teng's body slowly flowed down the handle. Drib! Drib! Chen Fan was somewhat bewildered. As a child, he seemed to have a strange feeling towards blood. Blood, as if it could ignite the darkness and madness within his heart. When Scarface and the others tried to snatch the black-haired rabbit yesterday, he only wanted to teach them a lesson. But when he heard they wanted to catch Snowy and eat it, a killing intent rose up in his heart. When one of them swung a knife at his head, he dodged it without mercy and killed him with one kick. Yes, Chen Fan knew very well that his kick was enough to kill the opponent. You want to kill me? Then I'll slaughter you all. That was the only thought in Chen Fan's head at that time. Before and after killing those people, Chen Fan didn't notice anything unusual. The world of guardian beasts was a cruel world. There were countless monsters and endless fights, and the strong ruled. Chen Fan originally thought that after researching the world, he accepted its cruel rules. But after killing Wang Teng, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he killed Wang Teng and the others, there was an indescribable feeling of excitement in his heart. It was as if he was enjoying the slaughter. Why was it like that? Chen Fan suddenly felt irritable. When killing Wang Teng and the others, he had no hesitation. But now, he had an urge to roar to the heavens. All of a sudden, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Snowy, who had used Thunder Flash, jumped back into Chen Fan's arms. Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's discomfort, Snowy raised its head and gently rubbed Chen Fan's chest with its little head. At that moment, a warm feeling dispelled the irritability in his heart. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Why think so much? A new world. A new life. Snowy is still by my side. That's enough. At this moment, Fei Qi also climbed over with a chirp, then jumped 3 feet high and landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. Good job, Fei Qi. Chen Fan saw Fei Qi chirping non-stop, nodded his head, and praised it. Since both sides have signed a contract, they can communicate through thoughts, so Chen Fan naturally understood Fei Qi's meaning and praised it. Fei Qi shook its head happily. Meow. Snowy discontentedly pulled on Chen Fan's clothes with its teeth. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Snowy, you did a great job too. Snowy raised its head proudly. Thunder Flash. The Red Cloak youth looked at Snowy and said, a skill that makes guardian beast masters jealous to the point of madness. Chen Fan, you also get jealous of others. The Red Cloak youth casually said, I am just an ordinary person, with Beastmasters jealous to the point of madness. After a moment of silence, the Red Cloak youth looked at Snowy and Fei Qi, and said, your guardian beasts are adorable. Immediately, the desert wind falcon on his right side flapped its wings discontentedly, raising a gust of wind. Chen Fan glanced at the desert wind falcon and said with a frown, this sand sculpture is also quite cute. The desert wind falcon let out a thud and fell head first to the ground. Then, it took to the sky and shouted at Chen Fan. The red cloak youth's face froze, and after a moment, he said, "It's the desert wind falcon." At this point, seeing the desert wind falcon shouting, Snowy was also unwilling to be outdone. Its fur stood on end, and it emitted flashes of lightning as it bared its teeth at the desert wind falcon in the air. Fei Qi sensed the tense atmosphere and chirped before jumping onto Chen Fan's head. Zhao Xin and the others grew anxious. That desert wind falcon was a terrifying 5th-level guardian beast. Chen Fan calling it a sand sculpture had clearly provoked it. If the desert wind falcon went crazy. Then they saw the red cloak youth move his finger slightly, and the 6-pointed star array appeared on both his left and right sides again. The stone man slowly sank into the 6-pointed star array and returned to the Beastmaster's space. The desert wind falcon also landed in the 6-pointed star array, sinking down while glaring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and waved at the desert wind falcon. "Goodbye." The desert wind falcon immediately rolled its eyes. The red cloak youth gave Chen Fan a deep look. Soon after, the heavy armored beetle king roared and slowly left with the youth. Chen Fan immediately turned around and took out all the crystal cores from Wang Teng and the others' pockets. Zhao Xin and the others. After burying the bodies together, they exchanged WeChat contacts and chatted for a while. Later, Zhao Xin and the others went west, while Chen Fan went east. Chen Fan. After Chen Fan had walked away a few meters, Sun Xiao, who had been silent all the while, suddenly turned red and said loudly, Thank you." Chen Fan waved without looking back, walking away. Zhao Xin and the others sighed as they helped Sun Xiao, and the 4 of them carried the 2 wind wolves and headed west. It was getting dark. The wind was like a drum. In the empty sky above the guidance plaza, a gust of chilly wind swept through, and a mass of black fog suddenly appeared. What's going on? 20,000 people have come from Earth, but the passage between Earth and Blue Star has not been found yet. In the black fog, a mysterious voice muttered, "No passage, how did they come here?" The black fog floated above the guidance plaza. In the midst of this, a powerful aura erupted from the direction of East Sea City, accompanied by a sky-shaking roar. Hee hee! A strange laugh was heard from the dark clouds, and with a boom, they shattered and vanished into thin air. "Old guy, don't be so nervous. When I have a chance, I will keep you company and play, hee hee hee." A whisper-like voice echoed in the void. Chen Fan, who hadn't gone far, suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart and couldn't help but look towards the direction of Guidance Plaza. But in the forest, only the night wind was brushing through, and there was no sign of any abnormalities. Chen Fan scratched his head and went into a safe house. Chapter 31, They Are Not Human. East Sea City. Deep underground in the city lord's mansion, there was a strangely huge hall. On the floor of the hall was a complex and intricate array. Within the array, flicking starlights moved like spiritual snakes, traveling through spirit lines. In the center of the array was a titan giant ape, 40 meters tall and covered in scales. Its eyes were shooting out terrifying red light while it roared angrily. Beneath the titan giant ape stood an old man with silver hair and hands behind his back. This elder had a withered face, deep wrinkles, tall and skinny, but without a hint of frailty. He slightly tilted his head, looking like his whole body was made of steel, hiding a terrifying power within him. Clack, clack, clack. A sturdy middle-aged man, wearing battle armor and carrying a war sword, stepped quickly into the hall. "Old Chen, what happened? Why did you suddenly wake up from your sleep? And why is the titan giant ape roaring uneasily?" Old Chen's eyes shone like stars as he sat cross-legged in the center of the array. The body of the titan giant ape shrank considerably and also sat cross-legged. Old Chen frowned and said, "I sensed their presence in the Black Ant Forest outside East Sea City. But they are cunning and swift. I failed to lock onto their aura. They What? Black Ant Forest. The burly middle-aged man was taken aback. They have the audacity to provoke us right outside East Sea City. Old Chen snorted lightly. It's the third time this month. I ignored the first 2 times since they were further away. But this time, they actually came to the Black Ant Forest. Something's not right. There shouldn't be anything in East Sea City that's worth their attention. Could it be that they're here for the 5th secret realm? Regardless, City Lord, you have to contact Demon City as soon as possible. The person carrying the war sword in front of him was none other than the City Lord of East Sea City, Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu's face showed a horrified expression. Old Chen, are they really that terrifying? With you, Old Fan, and Old Ding guarding East Sea City, do we still need to be afraid? Old Chen shook his head gently, his voice a little dry. As the City Lord of East Sea City, you've never fought against them. You have no idea what kind of beings they are. Even now, I'm afraid the higher UPS haven't fully understood their background either. Their minions are all over the world. Wherever they appear, disaster is bound to follow. They are not humans, they are demons. The real demons. The Titan giant ape by Old Chen's side could sense his tension and anger. Its huge finger gently touched Old Chen's back twice, as a form of comfort. Bai Tianyu nodded. Old Chen went on, have the War God Pioneer Group and the other 3 great Pioneer Groups speed up their progress and enter the depths of the 5th secret realm as soon as possible. The Starstone veins in the depths of the 5th secret realm are crucial to our East Sea City. If we can mine the Starstone veins in the 5th secret realm, the defensive power of our East Sea City's array will be increased several times. And with sufficient star stones, we can boldly deploy the Starlight Destruction Cannon in key locations. Humph! Old Chen snorted. At that time, if they dare to target East Sea City, I'll blast them to death. I understand. Bai Tianyu didn't ask further. He nodded and said, I'll contact Demon City immediately and then call a meeting with the captains of the 3 great pioneer groups. Whether it is for the 5th secret realm or East Sea City, I will never let them succeed. East Sea City has produced a figure like Chu Qingcheng before. Tang country has only one Chu Qingcheng. East Sea City will not let him down. At the mention of the name Chu Qingcheng, Old Chen's brow also relaxed, his eyes full of wonder. If Chu Qingcheng were still here, how nice would that be? Moonlight shone like water. Fang Qingqing stood by the window, looking at the river flowing in the distance. After some hesitation, she made a call. A light screen appeared directly in front of her. On the screen, a woman in a fire-red dress sat on a sofa with a slightly puzzled look at Fang Qingqing. This woman had an exquisite appearance, a fair and flawless face, and skin as smooth as jade and delicate to the touch. Her playful eyes sparkled like stars. A single glance would have you utterly entranced. She smiled gently and said, "Hi. All the years we've known each other, this is the first time you've called me, Qingqing. What's up? Do you need anything?" Fang Qingqing opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hongshu, the prescription you gave was very effective. Xiaobu's wounds should heal soon, thank you." Shen Hongzhi blinked, "What are you talking about? What prescription?" Fang Qingqing was taken aback, "The person with the ragdoll cat and the slime wasn't sent here by you. Weren't the medicine and method to treat Xiaobu's wounds given by you? What ragdoll cat? What slime?" Shen Hongzhi frowned slightly and said, "When did I send someone to look for you?" Chapter 32, They Are Not Human. 2. Right. Fang Qingqing's expression changed slightly, "Wasn't he sent by you? But he knows Xiaobu and Silver Moon's injuries like the back of his hand. Even that Xiaobu was hurt by the Gold Horn Unicorn and Silver Moon was hurt by the Fire Spirit, he knows it all. If he's not your person, how could he possibly know these things?" Shen Hongzhi laughed, "Qingqing, I'm really sorry about the Gold Horn. Unicorn damaging the goblin's heart. In fact, I've been looking up information and trying to find someone to treat goblin these days. Regrettably, I've searched through all the relevant materials and even sought out the strongest beast-raising master from my family, but couldn't find a suitable solution. If someone can help you heal the goblin, I would be very happy. But, this really isn't me. You know my character, I, Shen Hongxiu, always dare to act and face consequences. Not to mention helping others, even if it's killing and arson, Shen Hongxiu would never deny it if she did it. I understand. Fang Qingqing hung up the phone, her face reddening slightly. Recalling that day at Sinking Star River, she misunderstood and suspected that guy, and she felt like she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Not only did she misunderstand him, she also took his kindness for granted. Thinking of her attitude that day, and the words she had said, Fang Qingqing couldn't help but purse her lips, lightly pounding the wall with her fist. If he has nothing to do with Hongxiu, then, according to grandfather Zhang's words, he is a beast-breeding genius. But how is that possible? He just came from outside. Fang Qingqing suddenly had a hazy feeling about that guy with the cheeky smile on his face and an impulse to find out more about him. The day after tomorrow morning, the assessment will be over. Fang Qingqing blinked. Get up early the day after tomorrow and go to Guidance Plaza to see. If possible, bring him to War God Academy. In the safe house. Chen Fan opened the computer and logged into the Guardian Beast forum. The first post, the poster looked familiar. Invisible perv, a little buddy of mine farts loudly and smells terrible, while my farts are light and boring. I feel so awkward, what should I do? This guy's problem, really refreshing. Chen Fan moved his fingers a few times and typed a few words. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, ask him for the recipe. Invisible perv, F***K, it's you again. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, yeah, we meet again, are you still freeloading everywhere, little perv? By the way, little perv, I got a question for you. How many people in East Sea City have 3 guardian beasts at just 17 or 18 years old? F***ku. Don't call me a little perv. Invisible perv, 17 or 18 years old with 3 guardian beasts. That's a genius among geniuses. In all of East Sea City, there are only 7 people with 3 guardian beasts at that age. Coincidentally, I'm one of them. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, the sky is so dark. Invisible perv, no shit, it's nighttime now, of course the sky is dark. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, ah? Is it really night? I thought you were bragging so much that your lies blocked the Sunday. Stinker. Invisible perv, from you asking this question, I know you just came from outside. I, the old man, am generous and won't bully you newbie, won't bother with a newbie like you. Anyway, you'll know later that I'm quite famous in East Sea City. When the time comes, I hope you don't get so scared you wet your pants. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't respond, Invisible perv tagged him again and asked, Hey, newbie, my academy's teacher always likes to falsely accuse me. What's a good method to change the way she sees me? Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, did you get caught peeping in the girl's bathhouse? If so, there's nothing you can do. Eye and physical evidence are both present, even if you jumped into the Yellow River, you couldn't wash away your guilt. Invisible perv, get lost. Chen Fan closed the post and continued reading the materials. But after a while, Invisible perv sent him another circle message, recently. I've been thinking about writing a memoir. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, my days of idling around in the human world. Invisible perv, screw off. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, a lifetime of mooching and waiting for death. Invisible perv. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, how steel turns yellow. Invisible perv circled around Chen Fan, sigh, I've been spending so much money lately that I can barely afford to feed my 3 guardian beasts. I'm planning to go out with the pioneer team in a few days to catch some big fish. Little noob, I'll take you to the pioneer team to play. Ordinary people can't enter the pioneer team. I'm different, I have connections. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, are you a boy or a girl, little perv? Are your connections male or female? Invisible perv, damn it, I feel like you're just as annoying as Chu Xian. Don't call me little perv again, or I'll wipe you out. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, who is Chu Xian? You can call me that too, your nickname ends with perv, so I call you little perv. My last name is Dad, so you can call me little dad. Invisible perv, you dead noob, in East Sea City, you're the first person to take advantage of me. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, isn't it just to make us closer? Invisible perv, closer, my ass. Speaking of Chu Xian, hehe, you'll see him soon. He's the most arrogant and annoying guy. He looks like a woman, wearing a red cloak, riding a heavy armored beetle king and flaunting around. He's very punchable. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad. So the red cloak youth's name is Chu Xian? Little perv seems to be Chu Xian's mortal enemy, with such deep resentment. Invisible perv, by the way, noob, haven't you realized the crisis you've put yourself in? Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, what crisis? Invisible perv, your name. When I registered for the forum, I wanted to be hottest guy on Blue Star, but that name had already been taken. I checked and found out that the name hottest guy on Blue Star existed from the very beginning of the forum and seems to belong to a super big shot. Because the posts I saw from him were all very profound, and then there were a bunch of ass-kissers below. You dared to call yourself hottest guy on Blue Star's dad, haha, I guess you're going to be miserable in the future. Ha 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 ha. Hottest guy on Blue Star's dad. As Chen Fan was silent, a bunch of follow-up posts suddenly appeared below. That invisible perv, who the hell are you? Get out here, I'll beat the shit out of you. A pure idiot, dared to mock my Chu Xian, are you tired of living? This is the kind of person who has a miserable life in reality and can only come online to be a troll. Do you see him daring to reveal his real name? Sisters, let's report that invisible perv, ban him. Find a few people who are good at network technology, check his IP address, we must dig this bastard out, and beat him to death. One post after another, constantly emerging. Chen Fan took a look, and all the avatars were female. Damn, this Chu Xian guy is really popular with girls. Can't afford to mess with him, can't afford to mess with him. Soon, invisible perv started arguing with a group of girls. But two fists can't beat four hands, and as soon as his message came out, it was immediately drowned by countless follow-up posts. This guy, so miserable. Chapter 33, The Legend of the War Goddess Return. The sky was turning pale. The rooster crowed at the break of dawn. In the square of Black Ant Forest, the crowd was bustling. The exam had ended. As early as the sky began to grow light, the vast majority of the examinees had already returned to the square impatiently. This time, in addition to the guardian beasts seen before, there were many more people on their guardian beasts around the square. There were people holding giant signs in the east, west, and south directions. On the three signs, the words were written: War God Academy, Huanhai Academy, Celestial Academy. It was obvious that after the exams, the three major academies of East Sea City had come to recruit students. After the second awakening guidance, those who had awakened as guardian beast masters or star martial artists could choose to enter one of the academies. At War God Academy, a teacher smiled and looked at Fang Qingqing. Qingqing, why are you here? Fang Qingqing politely greeted the teacher and said, Teacher Li, I came to watch. The nearby goblin shook its head. After receiving treatment, its wounds were no longer serious, and it was now full of energy. Before the teacher could speak, Fang Qingqing suddenly whispered, "Teacher Li, if you see a boy with a ragdoll cat and a slime later, you must find a way to let him join War God Academy." Ah! Teacher Li and several other teachers were stunned. Let alone the ragdoll cat. What qualifications did a guy with a slime have to attract the attention of a heavenly talent like Fang Qingqing? And how could Qingqing know someone who had just come from outside? The group of teachers didn't quite understand but nodded anyway. After all, she was one of the 3 most talented students in War God Academy, and they all doted on this gifted and well-behaved girl. A group of teachers instructed their students and began searching for the boy with a ragdoll cat and a slime in the crowd. But Chen Fan had not appeared in the square. Time passed quickly. The second awakening guidance was coming to an end. In the first awakening guidance a few days ago, 20,000 people participated, and eventually, 2,000 people awakened as Guardian Beast Masters, and over 4,000 awakened as Star Martial Artists. Excluding those more than 6,000 people, there were nearly 13,000 people left for the second awakening guidance, and the awakening rate had increased significantly. Out of more than 13,000 people, 1,800 awakened as Guardian Beast Masters, and over 6,000 awakened as Star Martial Artists. When they were by the sinking Star River, Fang Qingqing had once told Chen Fan that the so-called exam was actually about using danger and despair to stimulate the examinees in order to increase the chances of the second awakening. Many people who didn't awaken the first time had indeed awakened after being stimulated by the exam. And those who had already awakened the first time had reaped great rewards from hunting monsters in more dangerous areas. Because many dangerous places had safety personnel guarding them, although many people were injured in this exam, few actually died. Most of the few who died were killed by Chen Fan. However, after the second awakening guidance, there were still about 6,000 people who had not awakened. According to the rules, they had to work as laborers for 3 years before they had the qualifications to live in East Sea City. Some were happy, some were sad. Everyone who came together, those who awakened and those who did not, seemed to be in 2 different worlds from now on. This was the cruel reality of the Guardian Beast world. After all, it was the powerful Guardian Beast Masters and Star Martial Artists who were protecting this world. In the crowd, many unawakened people had pale faces. Some female students even began to shed tears. And the 3 major academies had already begun to use their speakers to call the awakened people over. In order to snatch the Guardian Beast Masters, the students of the 3 major academies began to ridicule and mock each other, and then curse each other. If it weren't for the group of teachers sitting nearby, they would have probably started fighting. The teachers didn't argue, but occasionally their eyes met, and there seemed to be sparks of competition flickering in the void. The 3 major academies had been competing against each other for many years. No one yielded to the other. They wanted to overturn the sky and the earth on the arena. And they continued to strive for superiority after stepping down from the arena. This was also the intention of the entire Tang country's official. In a world that was almost submerged by monsters, brutal fighting and competition could enable Guardian Beast Masters and Star Martial Artists to grow rapidly and discover more strong men. How could flowers in a greenhouse withstand the test of a harsh environment? Over the past 2,000 years, the situation of the human race had improved significantly, but only when compared to the past. It wasn't that the current human race could rest on its laurels. Fissures were still increasing. All sorts of weird monsters and aliens continued to rush out of many fissures. Even the flowers, plants, trees, and wild beasts of Blue Star itself were constantly mutating. The human race's situation was now extremely difficult. It was those strong men who had come out of death that had been supporting this crumbling world. Fang Qingqing's gaze swept across several teams continuously. However, she still couldn't find Chen Fan. Disappointment appeared in her eyes. As time passed, the recruitment for the 3 major academies was coming to an end. The lines in front of the 3 major academies were getting shorter and shorter. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the east. People looked at the east in astonishment. Chapter 34, The Legend of the War God's Return. Part 2. It's him. Delight showed in Fang Qingqing's eyes. Wait a minute. They saw Chen Fan reach the edge of the square, carrying the one-horned demon pig on his shoulders as he leaped high into the air. He then landed on the square with an extremely domineering posture. Boom! A dark hole was smashed directly into the square. Chen Fan and the one-horned demon pig fell into the hole and disappeared. Everyone! Zhao Xian and Pan Xiangdong panicked, rushed out of the crowd, and shouted at the hole, "Brother Chen Fan, are you all right?" At this moment, a guardian beast on the edge of the square that looked like a tree stump stretched out both hands. The hands turned into two thick vines, which entered the dark hole. Whoosh! The two vines wrapped around Chen Fan and the one-horned demon pig, lifting them back onto the square. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the hole, his face pale. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me there's a mine underneath the square? I was nearly crushed to death by the one-horned demon pig. Ha 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 ha. Many people burst into laughter. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Serves you right for showing off. Fell right into a mine, didn't you? On the War God Academy's side, Teacher Li looked at Fang Qingqing covering her mouth and laughing, couldn't help but say, "Qingqing, you're not saying that the guy you were talking about is this loser, right?" "Yes, it's, mean, it's him." Fang Qingqing's face turned red. Although calling someone a loser wasn't exactly a bad word, it was still a mockery. She had never used such words growing up. This time, she was nearly misled by Teacher Li. Teacher Li and the other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions becoming strange. Being able to carry such a huge one-horned demon pig while running wildly indeed showed some strength. But he indeed looked like a loser. The long-legged woman on top of the Wild Savage Ape shook her head and said, "Loser, don't you know that beneath the Guidance Plaza lies the Black Ant Forest iron mine? Don't you ever look it up? Haven't you noticed that none of the guardian beasts ever entered the square? It's because those giant guardian beasts could easily collapse the square. You're the loser. Your entire family is full of losers." Chen Fan immediately rolled his eyes. "If I were to look something up, I would look up the Black Ant Forest. Who in their right mind would look up a square? What is there to look up about a square?" Chen Fan rubbed his bruised face, feeling suffocated, and couldn't help but kick the one-horned demon pig on the ground. Was this dead pig back for revenge? He almost got crushed to death when he fell just now. At this moment, Teacher Li from War God Academy walked up to Chen Fan and, holding back her laughter, said, "You must be quite clear about the enrollment affairs of the three major academies, right? Have you awakened your talent yet? Would you like to join our War God Academy?" "I refuse," Chen Fan said without hesitation. Teacher Li was stunned. Why? As a teacher at War God Academy, to be turned down when inviting someone was something unexpected. Chen Fan pursed his lips. "I don't quite like the name of your academy." "What did you say?" Teacher Li thought she had heard wrong. A group of students in the War God Academy behind her were raging. "This bastard doesn't like the name of our academy? Who does he think he is?" Teacher Li personally invited him, and not only did he reject her, but he also ridiculed our academy. This loser is asking to be beaten up. People from the other two academies burst into laughter and started fanning the flames. "The name of your War God Academy does indeed sound unpleasant. He's not wrong, you know. Little brother, come here, our Huanhai Academy welcomes you. Finally met someone sensible. How can your academy have the audacity to name itself War God? Chu Qingcheng only stayed in your academy for 3 days back then, and you claim him to be from War God Academy and renamed it. You guys have no shame." "Oh dear, Li Sheng personally invited someone and got rejected and ridiculed. This is too interesting." Hearing these words, Li Sheng's face turned green. "Young man, I can let it go if you're impolite to me. But if you dare to slander our War God Academy, do you believe I'll throw you into the mine, seal you up for 3 to 5 years? State your reasons, or else, I must teach you a lesson today. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. When I see the name of your War God Academy, I think of a legend. Li Sheng, what legend? Chen Fan mysteriously said. The War God returns to find his daughter sleeping in a pigsty, eating pig food. Furious, 8,000 beauties from all directions come running. Boom! Li Sheng gave Chen Fan a head smack, making him grit his teeth in pain. Watch less of those novels. Li Sheng was furious. Our War God Academy has no relation to those novels. You're insulting us. Chen Fan was stunned. Teacher, do we have such novels here on Blue Star? Of course. Li Sheng angrily said, people come here every year, and many of them carry mobile phones. It was a guy who brought his mobile phone with many novels on it, but he didn't awaken, so he registered a pen name Potato and wrote a book called Breaking Dough and published it. It caused a huge craze on Blue Star at the time. But later someone reported him, he was found out, and his family was ruined. He was also found by a bunch of Guardian Beast Masters and beaten half dead. Those Guardian Beast Masters share the same origin as you and are probably fans of Potato. There was also someone who named himself San Shao and wrote a book called Doluo, but before he could make any money, he was also caught and beaten to the point of disability. Chen Fan was furious. How could there be such shameless people? Li Sheng, exactly. Chen Fan, they actually did what I wanted to do first. I was still thinking about making money from this yesterday. Li Sheng. Chen Fan, teacher, are they really sure about this? Is it possible that the authors of Breaking Dough and Doluo are actually Potato and San Shao themselves? Of course not. There were photos on the phone, many people recognized them. Wait, am I discussing novels with you now? Am I discussing Potato and San Shao with you now? Li Sheng was furious. He felt that Chen Fan had led him off topic. Chen Fan looked around and mysteriously said, Teacher, I also brought my mobile phone when I came here. There's a novel called Golden Plum in it. For saying that, now come, let me borrow it for a while and transfer the files to me. Li Sheng pulled Chen Fan aside. Teacher Li. Fang Qingqing, with a blushing face, angrily stopped the two. Li Sheng immediately became serious and righteous. I want to take him aside and educate him properly not to engage in these crooked practices. This is not what Guardian Beast Masters and star martial artists should do. As a teacher, I must severely criticize him. By the way, did you awaken the star martial artist talent or the Guardian Beast Master talent? Chen Fan, isn't it obvious? I've awakened the Guardian Beast Master talent. Li Sheng, let me see the Guardian Beast you've summoned. Chen Fan nodded and summoned the slime jade. Slime, those around were all dumbfounded. This kid doesn't seem very smart. A Guardian Beast Master signed a contract with a slime? It's the lowest level magical creature, evolving it is as difficult as reaching the skies. What a waste of the Guardian Beast Master talent. Could this even be a Guardian Beast? It can't even beat iron-eating black ants. Li Sheng looked at Fang Qingqing helplessly. You told me he had a slime before, I thought it was just a normal pet, but now he has signed a contract with it, with such intelligence. Why not let him go to Celestial Academy? The Celestial Academy teacher who had just come over was furious. Piss off. Li Sheng looked at the Huanhai Academy teacher again. The Huanhai Academy female teacher immediately pointed at Li Sheng. Dare to talk nonsense and I'll duel with you right now, fight till you die. Fight until you kneel and call mom. Feeling the contempt around it, Slime Jade jumped onto Chen Fan's head. Chirp, chirp chirp, they don't like me, ... Everyone looked at Chen Fan's head with the green hat and was stunned again. Chapter 35, though a bit silly, they are indeed top-notch geniuses. Your gazes make me feel offended. Chen Qingqing patted Fei Qi and comforted it. Fei Qi, don't mind them. They're not looking down on you, they're looking down on me. So, you know that too. Li Sheng and the others were speechless as they glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan tilted his head. Esteemed teachers, would you like to see my Fei Qi's skills? All the teachers present burst out laughing. What skills could a low-level slime possibly have? Spit saliva? Throw insults? Flee? Chen Fan waved his hand. Everyone step back, my Fei Qi is going to go berserk. The crowd around them all rolled their eyes. Only a few people took a step or two back. Li Sheng waved his hand and said, go berserk if you want. We don't even need to channel energy to defend ourselves. If your slime can hurt us, you win. Fine then. Chen Fan raised his right hand. Divine Star Judgment. Who? With a wide open mouth, Fei Qi used the skill Gale. The group of people right in front were blown away and fell into a mess. Among them, Li Sheng and several teachers were blown straight into the hole that Chen Fan had punched out. What the hell? How did this happen? When did slimes get such powerful skills? Aren't slimes usually associated with the water attribute? Why does it have a wind attribute skill? Impressive my ass. Although it can blow us away, it's too slow and weak. I didn't even feel any pain. Easy for you to say, standing there without any pain in the kidneys. I was the cushion when you fell on top of me, of course you didn't feel any pain. That brat didn't even give us a warning. I thought he was just showing off his skills, so I didn't even resist it. A group of teachers scrambled to their feet in confusion. Fortunately, they were all teachers, with most being at least in the grade 2 realm. They were tough, so even if they fell from a 3-story building, they wouldn't have much trouble. Fei Qi had only lifted them 4 meters high, which was nothing to them. The only annoying thing was that they had underestimated the slime. No one had channeled their energy to resist, and everyone had forgotten about the hole behind them. Who would have known that a slime could create a gale? Everyone thought it would just spit saliva. Chen Fan grinned, do you still think my Fei Qi is weak now? The teachers immediately rolled their eyes again. It's still weak. Despite being able to blow everyone away with its gale, Fei Qi's attack strength was indeed not high. It'd be hard to inflict substantial damage on an enemy. But this slime was indeed strange. The crowd noticed Fei Qi's extraordinariness, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. The long-legged woman standing on the Wild Savage Ape's shoulder let out a soft exclamation and floated down. A half-transparent pair of wings appeared on her back. The wings carried her from the sky and landed her diagonally in front of Chen Fan. A mutated slime. That woman looked at the Fei Qi on top of Chen Fan's head and revealed a hint of surprise, your slime has both water and wind attributes. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. The teachers around them suddenly widened their eyes, a slime with dual attributes, ... A mutated dual attribute monster is 1 in a million. I feel like dying. Why is life so unfair? If this kind of dual attribute thing had happened to my Wild Savage Ape, I could have crushed those people from the Celestial Academy into meat pies. Why did it happen to a slime? Even Lin Menfei was drawn to this slime. Indeed, all of us made the wrong judgment. The long-legged woman Lin Menfei smiled and nodded, you're very lucky to have contracted a mutated monster in a place like Black Ant Forest. The growth potential of a mutated guardian beast cannot be measured by ordinary standards. A slime with water and wind attributes might awaken powerful dual attribute skills after its racial evolution. This little thing is quite unique. As she spoke, Lin Menfei gently caressed the Fei Qi on Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan blinked, feeling as if this woman was mocking him. I'm not small at all. Forget it, I won't argue with you because of your long legs. From the hole, Li Sheng and others climbed up, looking a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing Lin Menfei's words, those who had climbed up also held their breath. Dual attribute guardian beasts were simply too rare. Among the 3 academies in this class, there was only one dual attribute guardian beast. That was Chu Xian's Desert Wind Falcon from the War God Academy. All right, let's disperse. Li Sheng waved his hand. Such a big crowd surrounding a War God Academy student's guardian beast will make him anxious. The crowd. Li Sheng was still as shameless as always. The female teacher from Huanhai Academy sneered, "How did he become your War God Academy student?" Everyone heard him clearly refusing War God Academy and saying that your academy's name is very low. The teachers from Celestial Academy nodded in agreement. Exactly. Li Sheng's expression didn't change. What kind of intelligence do you guys have? Didn't you hear him say that the war god has returned, with thousands of beauties serving? He was just joking with me. It's you two who told me to scram when I jokingly invited him to the Celestial. Chapter 36, though a bit silly, they are indeed top-notch geniuses. 2. And you challenged me to a duel, saying you would beat me until I kneeled and called you mommy. The teachers from Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy were furious and immediately started arguing with Li Sheng. Seeing the teachers from the 3 major academies making a fuss, Lin Menfei rolled her eyes, shrugged her shoulders, and walked away. At this time, Chen Fan rubbed his chin and asked, Which academy does Chu Xian belong to? Of course, he's from our academy. Li Sheng's voice raised by an octave. Chu Xian is from the Chu family and is the #1 genius of this generation in East Sea City. No one from the other 2 academies is his match. Only our War God Academy can cultivate such a genius. The teachers and students of Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy rolled their eyes simultaneously. They could not refute Chu Xian's strength. Chu Xian awakened his guardian beast master talent at the age of 16 and has been undefeated among his peers from his freshman to senior year. Now, only Shen Hongzia from Huanhai Academy could have a match with him. As for the others, forget it. However, was Chu Xian really cultivated by War God Academy? He was clearly cultivated by the Chu family. Li Sheng, this bastard, was too shameless. They wondered if he would dare to say this in front of the members of the Chu family. Oh my god! The goblin beside Fang Qingqing yelled out, "You're so handsome and powerful, how could you not go to War God Academy? If you go to War God Academy, even Chu Xian's popularity will be overshadowed by you." Everyone. Chen Fan glanced at the goblin. Your injuries have healed a lot, and your mouth has gotten sweeter. I initially thought about waiting for my guardian beast to grow up and then catch you to beat you to death, but now that you're buttering me up like this, I'm too embarrassed to hit you. Goblin. Fang Qingqing's face turned red immediately, reaching the roots of her ears. Sorry. Thank you. Everyone was confused. They could understand every word, but why couldn't they understand the meaning when they were strung together? I'll go to War God Academy then. Chen Fan let Fei Qi return to the Beastmaster's space, then kicked the one-horned demon pig corpse on the ground and said to Li Sheng, "Teacher, can you help me sell this one-horned demon pig corpse? I'm in urgent need of money right now." Li Sheng was overjoyed. No problem. Chen Fan squatted down, pried open the monster's mouth, and then said, "Inside this monster's stomach, I've put 68 grade I monster crystal nuclei, 26 grade 2 monster crystal nuclei, and 8 grade 3 monster crystal nuclei. Please help me sell them together." Li Sheng was stunned. The people present were also stunned. One of the teachers couldn't help but ask, "When did this kid awaken? He can kill grade 2 and grade 3 monsters. Although that slime is a bit strong, its attack power is far from enough to hurt grade 2 and grade 3 monsters." Li Sheng squatted down and reached into the monster's mouth. Wow! Li Sheng's eyes widened. There really are a lot of grade 2 and grade 3 monster crystal nuclei. Everyone stared at the one-horned demon pig's mouth with wide eyes. Li Sheng is notoriously shameless, so people don't believe his words. Suddenly, Scar-faced Feng from the crowd said, Brother Chen Fan also has a ragdoll cat guardian beast, which is very powerful. It can even chase down grade 3 monsters all over the place. Swish! All eyes focused on Chen Fan. A guy who had just awakened for 2 or 3 days, had already contracted 2 guardian beasts? That's impossible. Damn! Chen Fan was pissed off. He can't even keep a low profile? Can't he avoid the attention of so many people? Scarface looked at Chen Fan's gaze and flinched, quickly hiding behind Pan Xiang Dong. Chen Fan said irritably, Yes, I do have another guardian beast, a grade 3 ragdoll cat. What, is that not allowed? Can't I have a little secret of my own? Do I have to announce my 7 times a night to the world? Pfft! Hearing this, someone who had just taken a sip of water spat it out. Then, everyone fell silent. Even Lin Menfei, who had walked more than 10 meters away, stopped and turned back. It wasn't about the ragdoll cat. Nor was it about the 7 times a night. The key was grade 3. It's 2 guardian beasts. A newbie who just awakened has signed a contract with 2 level 3 guardian beasts? 2 guardian beasts? Are you kidding me? 7 times a night? You're already suffering from frequent urination at such a young age. Li Sheng looked at Chen Fan with disdain and shook his head. Chen Fan. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. However, Li Sheng nodded at Chen Fan and said, Well, you're a bit odd, but you are indeed a top-notch genius. Chen Fan's face darkened instantly. He had seen people who couldn't praise others well before. But he had never seen anyone who couldn't praise others so badly. That last sentence would have been enough, why did he have to add the previous one? Li Sheng's mouth almost split from laughing, he waved his hand, Come on, 2 more people, carry the one-horned demon pig. Teacher son, you guys can continue recruiting, and deal with the things here. For the students who have already registered, and Chen Fan, follow me. We will set off at dawn. Dreams have awakened. We must return at once. The people from Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy are gritting their teeth with bloodshot eyes. I suspect they will use shameless means to assassinate you. This bastard. The people from Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy fumed. Chen Fan immediately followed Li Sheng out of the square. A group of people marched into East Sea City, heading straight for War God Academy. Along the way, Chen Fan was truly amazed. Walking on the streets of East Sea City, there were people strolling with their guardian beasts everywhere. Some people had a rope tied to a more than 3 meters tall snow lion, running on the road. Some had a giant snake with a weird pattern coiled on their shoulders. Some were sitting on a bench, holding an ancient sword, as if they were talking to it. And others were even towing a pot of flowers with a small trailer. Walking dogs and snakes were still acceptable, but what was the meaning of walking flowers? What left Chen Fan speechless the most was that a group of people were leading a group of guardian beasts, dancing in the square. One Otitnam was leading a Karsood black toad. The music of the square dance was earth-shaking, and the toad even croaked a few times, like thunder. Chen Fan's nose was a little tingling. He wanted to cry. Even after traversing to a parallel world, he was still unable to avoid these divine races. It was fine when they were dancing, and when they cranked the music all the way up, but what was the meaning of bringing out all the divine beasts for a frenzied dance party? We're here. That's War God Academy up ahead. I can see the sign at the Academy's gate. A male student's voice brought Chen Fan back from his melancholy. Chen Fan looked straight ahead but saw no sign of the War God Academy. Instead, he saw a photo of Chu Xian. Next to War God Academy, there was a huge picture. In the picture, Chu Xian was holding a long sword, stepping on a monster as big as a small mountain, looking majestic. The red cape behind him fluttered in the wind, looking like both the victorious return of a great sage and the red cape of a superhero. It seemed that there were also a few big characters written on the huge picture. The hero of East Sea City, Chu Xian. Chen Fan. In the crowd, a group of female students screamed like fangirls. Wow, so handsome! Can't believe there's a man this handsome. A female student beside Chen Fan's right hand also widened her eyes, muttering, those eyes, that temperament, oh my god! How can there be such a handsome man? Chen Fan couldn't help but join in the conversation. What if he lies down? Still handsome when lying down. What about if he squats? Still handsome when squatting. What about if he squats in a toilet pit? Still handsome squatting in a toilet pit. What if he squats in the toilet pit with diarrhea? Get out of here! A group of female students glared at Chen Fan with murderous eyes. Chen Fan's eyelid twitched, and he was reminded of the invisible perv who had been attacked by a group of women on the Guardian Beast forum. Don't provoke them! Suddenly, a handsome young man jumped down from the high wall of War God Academy, walked to Chen Fan, and stared at his face. Chapter 37, The Method to Heal a Guardian Beast, Finally Have Money to Spend. The handsome young man nodded at Chen Fan with a smile. You're pretty good, quite impressive. Chen Fan was startled. What? I've been so low-key, and yet this guy could see right through me? This doesn't make sense. The young man continued, it's rare to meet someone who thinks the same way I do. I agree, Chu Xian is nothing but garbage. Chen Fan. Damn it, I was just joking about Chu Xian. I didn't say he's trash or anything. Although I'm a bit jealous, Chu Xian is indeed handsome and quite formidable. Chen Fan turned around. As expected, all the girls around were looking at them both with deadly eyes. That idiot! Even my jokes about Chu Xian were enough to anger these girls, yet he still acted like pouring fuel on the fire. Then the young man said again, if you ever need anything at War God Academy, just mention my name, I have your back. Chen Fan, can you lend me some money? The handsome youth. All of a sudden, a bizarre sandstorm appeared at the school gates. The pole holding up the banner in support of Chu Xian creaked as it broke, and the banner collapsed. The girl students let out a series of screams, as if the sky had fallen. It seemed as if seeing the banner collapse was the same as watching Chu Xian fall from a building. Li Sheng, who was standing ahead, looked around and immediately locked eyes on the handsome young man next to Chen Fan, roaring, Ye Hao, this is your doing again. Ye Hao, who was standing next to Chen Fan, was turning purple with anger. He shouted hysterically, it has fuck all to do with me. I was just chatting with a classmate. I'm standing so far away, how could I have touched the banner? Ask them, who saw me touch the banner. A girl student shouted angrily, he was just criticizing Chu Xian. It must have been him. Ye Hao. Li Sheng gritted his teeth and said, there was no wind at all just now. Where did the one at the school gate just come from? Ye Hao, what are you asking me for? Go ask God. Li Sheng pointed a finger at Ye Hao from afar, I'll call your dad. In the shade of a large tree on the other side, Chu Xian glanced at Chen Fan in the crowd, lightly patted the desert wind falcon's wings, and turned to leave. Because he was far away and the jungle was dense protection wall obstructing it, no one noticed that Chu Xian was nearby. Ye Hao rolled his eyes and looked back at Chen Fan, remember this, in War God Academy, I'm number 1. Chu Xian is at best number 2. I only lost to him a few times because I wasn't in top form. If I was serious, I could beat the crap out of him. Chen Fan. This guy is even more shameless than me. No, to be precise, Ye Hao is far more shameless than Li Sheng. But what does it have to do with me, who is stronger or weaker among you? Ye Hao, additionally, Chu Xian took advantage of pure dumb luck. During the Wormtide incident in East Sea City, he happened to be hanging around near the queen worm nest and casually threw several bombs in there. Now he has been heralded as a superhero. Many people are sickened by that big banner of his, so it collapses from time to time. They have installed a bunch of surveillance cameras in the vicinity, but they haven't found out what the problem is. They just fucking suspect that I have something to do with the banner. Every time the banner falls down, they come to me. I am speechless. As the top student of War God Academy, I do everything openly and honorably. How could I possibly do such a thing? But they keep suspecting me because they think I'm Chu Xian's mortal enemy, so they always blame me unjustly. Chen Fan. Why does this sound so familiar to me? The invisible perv on the Beastmaster forum said the same thing about the Academy faculty constantly blaming him. Could it be? Really? Though the name Yehao and that don't match at all. The guy on the forum is called Invisible Perv. Yehao, on the other hand, is clearly Visible Perv. After the commotion, Chen Fan completed all the procedures with the guidance of a female student. Identification registration, fingerprinting, face verification, class assignment. Li Sheng naturally placed Chen Fan in his own class, Senior 3 Class 5. The other teachers were jealous, but no one challenged him. It wasn't because Li Sheng was formidable, but mainly because he was the brother-in-law of the director of instruction. At last, Chen Fan was led by a female student to his own dormitory. It was a luxurious single room. Just for him. Although it's a single room, the space is quite large, and it's decorated in a futuristic style. All the daily supplies you could think of were available. Chen Fan didn't need to worry about anything. According to the girl that brought him here, beast trainers received ultra-high treatment in school. Ordinary students, 8 of them, squeeze into a single dormitory room and still have to pay expensive tuition fees. But a guardian beastmaster can live alone in a luxurious single room, tuition-free, and the school will even give them 1,000 union coins per month. Star martial artists also receive 1,000 union coins, but they must perform 7 days of compulsory labor for the school each month. When she talked about these things, there was an unmistakable admiration in the female student's eyes. It seemed she didn't have any awakened talents. After Chen Fan politely chatted with her for a bit, he sent her off. 3 more days until school. In these 3 days, Chen Fan still had a lot of things he wanted to do. First, he wanted to take a beast cultivator certification exam. But the girl previously informed him that the registration fee for a beast cultivator was 15,000 union coins. Second, he wanted to rent a larger house outside, as there were many inconveniences in the school, plus surveillance everywhere. For instance, he had a lot of monster corpses in the Beastmaster's space, but he dared not take them out in the dormitory, coming in empty-handed, then leaving with a pile of monster corpses, that. But he couldn't. He had no money. He could only wait for Mr. Li Sheng's help in selling off the one-horned demon pig and all those crystal cores. Initially, he stuffed a pile of crystal cores into the belly of the one-horned demon pig and carried it back to the square just to make some money out in the open. He really didn't want to be that high profile. Third, he wanted to find Mr. Li Sheng, to see if he could get the school's cultivation method in advance. His star power had already reached a critical level, possibly very close to the first grade realm, so he needed to acquire the cultivation method and make a breakthrough. Right now, he was overflowing with star power, but he had not opened up a main or sub-channel nor condensed the star sea, giving him a constant feeling of imminent deviation. After considering this for a moment, Chen Fan turned around and then jumped out of his skin. There, right behind him, stood Ching Ching and the goblin. Hey, hey! Chen Fan was livid. You could give someone a heart attack sneaking up on them like that. Why don't you knock? Or at least make a sound when you walk. Ching Ching's face turned red. Sorry, I saw you deep in thought and didn't want to disturb you, so I would rather you disturbed me. Chen Fan sat down on the sofa somewhat irritably and said, "What's up? If it's about inviting me to dinner, you don't need to be so polite." Ching hesitated for a moment before finally saying, I was lucky enough to have your help last time, which allowed Xiaobu to recover, but Silver Moon also got hurt. The Silver Moon green feather bird. Chen Fan was slightly startled, although the Silver Moon green feather bird is also internally injured, its injuries are much lighter than the goblins. Haven't you found a monster doctor who can treat it yet? I did find one, Ching said softly. Grandfather Zhang from the Beast Trainer Association told me that Silver Moon's injury is not very serious, just feed it some blue-scaled demon fish that she likes to eat, let her rest more, and she will be fully recovered in 2.5 months. That's why I've been fishing in the Sinking Star River recently. But half a month after school starts, our War God Academy and the other 2 major academies are going to hold a ring match. If Silver Moon isn't healed by then, there's no way she can participate. I'm afraid it would affect the entire academy team. Chen Fan nodded bleakly, so you came to me, hoping to ask if I know how to heal Silver Moon. Yes, Ching blushed slightly and said, you did me a big favor last time, this time I can offer some compensation. Compensation? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He was in desperate need of money. Without sufficient funds, it would be hard to even feed Snowy and Fei Qi, let alone enhance their combat power level and species level. Chen Fan turned to look at the goblin, green-skinned dwarf. Can you do business, can you bargain? The goblin spread his hands. Oh heavens, what kind of question is that? We goblins are natural-born businessmen, we can do business everywhere. Okay. Chen Fan pointed at the door, interrupting the goblin's speech. You can go out now and close the door behind you. Goblin. He glanced at Chen Fan, then at Ching. Was Chen Fan planning to take his own master for a ride? Oh my gosh, this guy has no shame at all, his master doesn't stand a chance. Seeing the goblin stand there in a daze, Ching gently patted its shoulder. Xiaobu, you can go out first. All right. The goblin left sullenly and then closed the door behind him. Chen Fan cut straight to the chase. How much can you pay? To make things seem natural, he casually poured himself a glass of water, and then leisurely took a sip. Ching can afford to raise 3 level 5 guardian beasts, so she must have a lot of money. This time, he would take a good cut, asking for 10,000 union coins wouldn't be too much, right? But then, Ching hesitated for a moment, as if gathering up her courage to say, 6,000 union coins, would that do? Pfft! The water Chen Fan had just sipped sprayed right out of his mouth. Too small. Too limited in scope. Clearly, the woman in front of him was unquestionably wealthy. No good. Ching's face reddened further. Then, would 80,000 union coins be acceptable? That's all I have left. I've spent all my money healing Silver Moon and Xiaobu these past few months. Chapter 38, Blame it on Fei Qi. Forget it. Chen Fan coughed lightly and said, you don't need to pay 80,000. After all, we've known each other for a while, and we can be considered friends. Let's make it 60,000. A slow and steady income is the best way. Only unscrupulous merchants make one-off deals. Chen Fan originally planned to charge 10,000 union coins, but this was already way beyond his expectations. Really? Fang Qing's eyes lit up. That's great, thank you. Don't get happy too soon. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, I can tell you how to heal Silver Moon, but the materials needed must be bought by you. Fang Qing nodded, I understand. Chen Fan raised his hand slightly, summon Silver Moon, let me take a look. Okay. Fang Qing didn't hesitate and summoned the Silver Moon green feather bird. When Silver Moon saw Chen Fan, it was momentarily stunned. It clearly remembered the last time by the riverbank when this young man praised it. Silver Moon's gaze immediately became much friendlier, and its wings gently brushed Chen Fan's arm as a greeting. Monster status, irritated, injured, burnt internal organs by the fire spirit's skill dark fire. Requires cold thorn grass, 8-petal golden mushroom, tuoluo root, and flame cloud leopard heart to heal quickly. Method: Chen Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he summoned slime jade. As soon as it appeared, Jade saw silver moon green feather bird and was startled. It leaped onto Chen Fan's head with a chirp. Chen Fan. Slime thought of itself as an exclusive mount. Chen Fan used his thoughts to comfort slime jade, then let it walk around. Silver moon green feather bird for 2 laps. Chirp, 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 no, I'm so scared. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. After some hesitation, slime jade nervously leaped down and circled around the silver moon green feather bird twice. Silver moon just looked at slime jade, puzzled. Fang Qingqing stared wide-eyed at slime jade, not sure what to think. Last time at the sinking star river, Chen Fan told her that slime jade could see the injuries of guardian beasts and knew how to heal them. But not only did she not believe him, she even ridiculed him in the end. After slime jade finished its 2 laps, Chen Fan acted like a mysterious healer, walking around silver moon green feather bird twice as well. While walking, he pretended to touch the bird's head and its feathers in a wise and profound manner. Sigh, acting was really exhausting. Chen Fan sat back down and said, the silver moon green feather bird's injuries aren't as troublesome as the goblins. Get some cold thorn grass. 8-petal golden mushroom, tuoluo root, and a few 2nd grade or higher. Flame cloud leopard hearts. Boil these into a soup for silver moon to drink. Then, find an ice house and spend 2 hours there every day. After about 10 days to half a month, there shouldn't be any major problems. Chen Fan still didn't mention the specific quantities of ingredients like cold thorn grass. He also didn't give too many details about the method. As long as it could help silver moon green feather bird heal, that was enough. Fang Qingqing took note of everything and nodded happily. Okay, I understand, so, should I transfer the union coins to you now? Transfer it now. As you know, I only have 1,000 union coins given by the school on my new card. I'm so poor. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and stretched out his arm with the smart wristwatch. Fang Qingqing tapped her smart wristwatch a couple of times, then gently scanned Chen Fan's smart wristwatch. Ding! A soft sound, and 60,000 union coins were transferred into Chen Fan's account. Chen Fan looked at the string of numbers in his account, his heart filled with joy. What is the most beautiful thing in the world? A rich woman is definitely a miracle. I understand that there will be 100 million waiting for me in the distance. Chen Fan, thank you. Fang Qingqing nodded to Chen Fan, may I add your WeChat? In the future, I might need your help with many things. She's a very clever girl. Absolutely a top-grade genius, possessing 3 powerful guardian beasts, making her a ceiling-level figure among the students of War God Academy. But she didn't say she would help Chen Fan in the future, but instead said she would need his help in the future. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt quite useful. Chen Fan secretly nodded and said, now, you won't doubt Fei Qi's abilities anymore, will you? Fang Qingqing's expression slightly changed, then she shook her head. Everyone has their secrets. Every guardian beast has its unique abilities. Although I'm very curious, I know that prying into others' secrets is not good. In the world of guardian beasts, divine beasts roam, strong men can fly and hide, and there are endless possibilities. Your slime is a mutated double attribute guardian beast, so it's normal for it to have such unique abilities. Or maybe, you were born with a Sharingan. Sharingan. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. So, you've seen that anime too. Fang Qingqing also laughed. Every year, many people come from that side, bringing various things. Some people have various animes stored on their phones, so I've also had the chance to see many exciting animes. Although Blue Star has TV, movies, and anime, the environment is still different. The girl is so easy to deceive. Perhaps she didn't believe it at all and was just playing along? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh again. No matter whether she believes it or not, Chen Fan is ready to scapegoat Fei Qi in the future. Whether it's healing guardian beasts or cultivating guardian beasts, blaming their guardian beast would seem more reasonable. This is the world of guardian beasts. If people eat rocks, they will think it's abnormal. If guardian beasts eat rocks, they will think it's normal. If humans grow a third hand, they will think something's wrong. If guardian beasts grow 10 hands, they will think it's normal. In this world, there are countless monsters with different abilities, bizarre and endless. Some monsters can spit flames from their mouths at birth. Some monsters are born with optical powers, able to make people fall into illusions in an instant. Some monsters have a space in their stomachs. Some monsters can transform directly into armor to be worn on people. Some monsters can resist gunfire and cannons, stomping their feet can cause landslides and earthquakes. So what's strange about a mutated slime having some unique abilities? Soon enough, I'll even make him see the evolution route of guardian beasts. My Fei Qi, he's just that awesome. What can you do about it? You won't accept it. Once Fang Qingqing left, Chen Fan contacted Li Sheng on WeChat. Teacher, on the way back, you mentioned the school will provide cultivation methods for all students, right? Li Sheng, yes, that's right. Chen Fan, then, can you give me the cultivation method now? Li Sheng, look at you, young people can't keep their cool. You can spend these 3 days familiarizing yourself with the school and East Sea City. What's the hurry? In a few days, when school starts, the cultivation methods will be distributed. For Guardian Beast Masters, the school will even distribute a Guardian Beast. Happy? Surprised? Chen Fan, but I'm really in a hurry now. Li Sheng, tisk, I already told you not to be in such a hurry, but you still won't listen, hey. Chen Fan, teacher, my star power is probably already at its limit, close to reaching the first grade realm, but I haven't opened a main meridian and branch meridian yet. It's very uncomfortable. What if I lose control and become possessed? Chapter 39, Meridian Opening, Successfully Breaking Through to the First Grade Realm. Chen Fan summoned Snowy as well, playing with Snowy and Fei Qi for a while, then a rumbling sound was coming from far to near. He stepped out of the dorm and looked down from the corridor. He saw Li Sheng riding a large alpaca, rushing over with a trail of sparks and thunder. The teachers and students nearby were all coughing from the dust, cursing furiously. Li Sheng pretended not to hear, but the alpaca, which had never been treated like this before, spat out a mouthful of saliva, causing people on the road to scream. Teacher Li's divine beast is quite unique. Chen Fan, standing by the corridor, was speechless. Before long, Li Sheng dashed to the 3rd floor and stood in front of Chen Fan. After a glance at the hat on Chen Fan's head, he grabbed Chen Fan's arm, then rubbed Chen Fan's back, and pinched Chen Fan's thigh. Chen Fan frowned, teacher, I suspect you're taking advantage of me, don't do this, I only like women, it's absolutely impossible for us. Li Sheng stood up straight, staring at Chen Fan in amazement, this is not scientifically possible. Chen Fan, I'm a man, I like women, how is that unscientific? Quit your nonsense. Li Sheng squinted and said, I meant your star power is ridiculously strong. You can't cultivate yet, all your power comes from your 2 guardian beasts, right? Chen Fan nodded, yes. Li Sheng knitted his eyebrows, you have 2 guardian beasts, the ragdoll cat is level 3, and the slime is level 2, right? Chen Fan nodded, yes. Li Sheng spread his hands, normally, a level 3 awakened guardian beast's true star power is in line with that of a first grade realm guardian beast master or star martial artist. And the star power of a level 2 slime is far less than that of a level 3 ragdoll cat. In simple terms, unless your level 3 ragdoll cat and level 2 slime give all their power to you, you shouldn't have such a strong power. Teacher, you're making a lot of sense. Chen Fan blinked his eyes, but now I'm even more confused. If Li Sheng didn't understand, then he understood even less. But his power indeed came from Snowy and Fei Qi's feeding. Before Snowy and Fei Qi fed him star power, he didn't have any star power at all, right? Could it be that it was because of the system? Seeing that Li Sheng was eager to study further, Chen Fan hastily stopped him. Teacher, I called you here because my star power may have reached a critical point and needs to break through to the first grade realm as soon as possible, so I want you to help me get the cultivation method in advance. Researching why my power is so strong now is unnecessary. When it comes to power, of course, the stronger, the better. I am extraordinarily gifted, my guardian beasts are also extraordinary, isn't this normal? You have a point. Li Sheng gave a dry cough. Come on in, I'll contact the Director of Instruction now, apply to him to send the cultivation method to you in advance. After a frenzied argument with the Director of Instruction on the phone, Li Sheng actually got authorization. He logged on to the War God Academy's intranet, found the cultivation method specially opened for Chen Fan, had Chen Fan complete a facial verification, and then downloaded it onto his smart wristwatch. Chen Fan calmed down and began to read the cultivation method carefully. Open 8 meridians, connect 9 apertures, determine 10 directions, ascend to the spirit platform. Pass through the heavenly gate of life and death, enter the cycle of reincarnation, connect to heaven through reincarnation, and create a legend. The cultivation realms of star martial artists and guardian beast masters are universal, all divided into 9 ranks. The first rank opens 8 meridians, the second rank connects 9 apertures, the third rank determines 10 directions, the fourth rank converges on the spirit platform. Each rank is divided into 5 layers. To break through to the first grade realm, you must create 8 main channels and open at least 72 collateral channels. There are 8 main channels in the human body, running through the whole body. Countless collateral channels all rely on these 8 main channels. Find the 8 main channels and open them one by one. It is a necessary path for guardian beast masters and star martial artists to cultivate and is recognized as the foundation building method after countless seniors' exploration. Therefore, the 8 meridians are also called the ancestral meridians, and the first grade realm is also called the 8 meridians realm. A first-grade guardian beast master or star martial artist can break rocks with their hands, tear tigers and leopards alive, draw a 1,000-pound bow, and gallop like a horse. After Chen Fan memorized the cultivation method, Li Sheng began to explain it carefully, sentence by sentence, with his hands behind his back. Concentrate and build the foundation, transform marrow and open meridians. More than 2,000 years ago, after the Earth's anomaly, the Earth was filled with endless star power. This star power is difficult for ordinary people to see or perceive, but it indeed exists. Monsters can absorb star power to become stronger, and guardian beast masters and star martial artists can also absorb star power to grow rapidly. The first step in the cultivation of a guardian beast master is to attract the boundless and invisible star power from the heavens and earth into the body after opening the beast master's space. Not only is star power inherently powerful, but it can also refine the meridians and bones of guardian beast masters or star martial artists, helping them to be reborn. Under Li Sheng's guidance, Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the couch, closed his eyes and operated the cultivation method. The abundant star power in the surroundings immediately began to converge towards him. With Chen Fan as the center, an astonishing vortex formed, spinning rapidly. The surging star power was constantly absorbed by him, fusing into his body. Half an hour later, the starlight around Chen Fan became even more abundant. Li Sheng nodded in satisfaction. When I first opened the first main channel, it took more than 3 hours, and I took an opening meridians pill, so you don't have to hurry, take your time, even if you fail for the first time it's okay. Bang! The energy around Chen Fan burst. A circular shadow, like a shield, emerged. On that shadow, one could faintly see many strange runes swimming around like little tadpoles. This was the first major meridian gate. The first major meridian had been successfully created. Li Sheng. After a while, Li Sheng nodded. Indeed, a student of mine, Li Sheng, has an extraordinary speed in meridian opening. But you must remember to avoid arrogance and impatience, progress step by step. Bang! Another explosion of energy. The second meridian gate emerged. Li Sheng vigorously rubbed his eyes. He was not seeing things, it indeed was the second meridian gate. How? The opening of meridians is so difficult, why does this kid seem like drinking plain water? So depressing. This kid's talent really hits people too hard. Bang! 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 As one by one meridian gate projection emerged around Chen Fan, Li Sheng began to feel numb. Time slowly passed. From morning to night. Li Sheng had taken Fei Qi and Snowy out for 3 meals, and Chen Fan was still cultivating. After successfully opening 8 major meridians, Chen Fan had opened up 125 collateral channels this afternoon. Ordinary Guardian Beast Masters can start attacking the first grade realm once they open 72 meridians. But Chen Fan opened 125 channels in one breath. The next step is to forge the Star Sea. Once the Star Sea has been forged, star power will have a place to belong, and only then can it be considered a breakthrough to the first grade realm. Increasingly more heavenly and earthly elements were absorbed by Chen Fan. The star power within Chen Fan turned from a river to a stream and then back into a river from a stream. This river follows the cultivation method taught by the school, circulating in the meridians, forming a spiritual array map within Chen Fan's body. Under the coordination of this spiritual array map, the star power inside Chen Fan completely linked up and surged. Chen Fan, who was initially a bit weak due to the opening of his meridians, now felt his whole body relaxed, filled with strength. Those meridians, under the nourishment of star power, were becoming more and more resilient. Each of the meridians was continuously being expanded, turning from streams into rivers. At this moment, Chen Fan felt as if he were imbued with infinite strength that could uproot trees and shake mountains. The power he dwelled now was many times stronger than before. Light as a swallow, he could float in the clouds. Many sealed mysterious passes were opening, allowing him to roam in the strange world freely. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. After the star power had circulated 5 times according to the method. Rumbling. The sound of rushing water inside Chen Fan's body grew louder and louder. It was like countless rivers, converging towards his dantian. Endless rivers flowed into the sea. Boom! A vortex, no bigger than a chicken egg, suddenly formed. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes. First grade realm, Star Sea formed. Once the Star Sea was formed, the tendons and bones in Chen Fan's body hummed in unison, and his strength increased dramatically. Violent power vibrated from his body, causing the heavenly and earthly elements in the dormitory to form a gale. At this moment, Chen Fan was overcome with the urge to roar towards the sky. Chapter 40, Natural Awakening, the Strongest 3 of War God Academy. So this is the first grade realm. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen Fan unconsciously clenched his fists. Crack! Bones snapped, and chi strength burst. Perhaps from the point of view of quantity, after breaking through to the first grade realm, Chen Fan's star power had increased a lot compared to before, but it didn't exaggerate to the point of doubling or tripling. However, after opening up 8 main channels and 125 branch channels, as well as forging his Star Sea, his current strength had at least tripled compared to before the breakthrough. Before this, his body had star power comparable to the first grade realm, but he had no idea how to use it. Moreover, without the meridians opened, star power had been hard to use. Now that he had broken through to the first grade realm, Chen Fan felt as if he had gone through a rebirth. With such power, combined with the right weapons, slaying ordinary level 3 monsters would be no challenge at all. On the other hand, Chen Fan vaguely sensed that his Beastmaster's space seemed to have undergone some changes as well. He had previously seen information about this on the Guardian Beast forum. When a Guardian Beastmaster's cultivation level increased, it would be accompanied by an increase in soul power. As the soul power increased, the Beastmaster's space would become larger and more stable. Guardian beasts could use star power to nurture their Beastmasters, while the increase in the Beastmaster's soul power could better nourish their guardian beasts. Meow! Snowy leaped into the air and jumped into Chen Fan's arms. She rubbed her little head against Chen Fan's chest non-stop. Rebve.co. She seemed happier about Chen Fan's breakthrough than her own. Fei Qi wouldn't be outdone and climbed to the side, preparing to jump onto Chen Fan's shoulder. But after looking, he chose to go to Chen Fan's head instead. He jumped and landed on Chen Fan's head. It seemed Chen Fan's head provided him the most security. Chen Fan gently patted Snowy and then Fei Qi, "Thank you guys. Fortunately, I have you. With your help, I'm able to have my current power and breakthroughs so smoothly. In the next few days, I'll be working on improving your combat power level." Then he turned to Li Sheng and said, "Thank you, teacher." Li Sheng's eyes twinkled with delight, and he waved his hand, "You're my student, guiding you is my responsibility." Very good, very good. This kind of talent, compared to Chu Xian, is equally remarkable. From today on, our Class 5 has 8 first-grade realm students. Chen Fan was stunned, only 8 first-grade realm students in a class. What do you think? Li Sheng snickered and said, "Ordinary Guardian Beastmasters and Star Martial Artists usually awaken their talents after the age of 18 through guidance. That's the beginning of 3rd grade when everyone enters the door to become Guardian Beastmasters. Only a very small number of geniuses awaken at the age of 16 without guidance." Chu Xian was the first naturally awakened student among the 3 major academies of East Sea City this year. Fang Qingqing was the second. Ye Hao. Although Ye Hao is a bit of a troublemaker, he can be called a top talent. He was the 3rd naturally awakened Guardian Beastmaster from our War God Academy. These 3 are the strongest students in our War God Academy. Not to mention how incredible their talents are. When you people came to Guidance Plaza to awaken and receive guidance, they had already been cultivating for 2 years, how can you compare? Of course, you're an exception. The moment you arrived, you contracted 2 guardian beasts. And on the day you came to school, you broke through to the 1st grade realm. Hehe, I'm going to tease that fat guy later. When I asked him for cultivation method authorization this morning, he refused to give it. He said there had never been such a case and absolutely couldn't set a precedent. It took a big argument with him before he gave you the authorization. If he knew that you had broken through to the 1st grade realm in less than a day after getting the cultivation method, he would have been shocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Snowy grinned. Chen Fan poured Li Sheng a glass of water before asking, "What are the current cultivation levels of the 3 strongest from our War God Academy?" After taking a sip of water, Li Sheng replied, "Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing, and Yet. How have all reached the 1st rank 5 heavens? Just one more step and they will enter the grade 2 realm. Maybe this month, maybe next month." 1st rank 5 heavens, Chen Fan recalled the momentum Chu Xian had shown when they were facing the Ant Queen and nodded to himself. Indeed, very strong. No wonder he could suppress a level 5 Ant Queen. If Chu Xian had taken action at that time, there would have been no need for the heavy armored Beetle King or the Desert Wind Falcon to intervene. They could have chopped the Ant Queen into pieces. Ye Hao's strength is just slightly inferior to Chu Xian's. As for Fang Qingqing, if Chen Fan had not seen her with 3 level 5 guardian beasts, he might have thought she was a weak girl. However, she had reached this level. There was no comparison. While they were already trying to break into the grade 2 realm, those people at Guidance Plaza hadn't even begun yet. At this moment, Li Sheng said, Chen Fan, since you've reached the first grade realm, you'll need to represent our academy in the ring competition among the 3 major academies a month after school starts. The ring competition among the 3 major academies in half a month. Chen Fan's expression slightly changed. He had heard about this from Fang Qingqing before. Fang Qingqing wanted to heal the silver moon green feather bird as soon as possible so she wouldn't miss the ring competition. Chen Fan said with a wry smile, "Teacher, I've just broken through to the first grade realm. I haven't even had time to practice knife or sword techniques, and you want me to fight against first rank 5 heavens experts who have cultivated for years. And they all have several level 5 guardian beasts. There aren't that many first rank 5 heavens." Li Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Among our academy's 30 guardian beast classes and 40 star martial artist classes, only Chu Xian and the others have reached that level. So many classes. No wonder the academy seemed so big when I first arrived. It took half a day to walk from the gate to the dormitory," Chen Fan commented. "However, that's quite normal. There were a total of 20,000 people at Guidance Plaza this time, with 14,000 of them eventually awakened. After being divided among the 3 academies, there are nearly 5,000 people in each academy. And, that's not even counting the local students, there might be even more of them." Li Sheng continued, "In Huanhai Academy, only Shen Hengxiu and her cousin Shen Daodao have reached first rank 5 heavens. Celestial Academy also has 2 first rank 5 heavens. One of them challenged Chu Xian 7 days ago and was severely injured along with their guardian beast. They're still in the hospital, and we don't know if they'll recover in time for the competition." Chen Fan. Li Sheng, among the 8 first grade realm students of class 5, apart from Chu Xian, the strongest has only reached first grade 3rd layer, and there's only one. Then, there are 2 who have reached the first level 2nd heaven. The rest are all in the first layer heaven, just like you. You don't have to be afraid. When facing first rank 5 heavens, I'll just throw you a towel to concede defeat." Chen Fan rolled his eyes. "Li Sheng, keep today's breakthrough a secret for now. I will tell the director of instruction and the principal about your breakthrough, but I'll also make sure they keep it confidential." Chapter 41, Buying Materials to Prepare for Snowy and Fei Qis Breakthrough. Li Sheng sneered, "I'm really looking forward to shocking Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy. They'll think you're just a rookie, only for you to catch them off guard, leaving them embarrassed. As a student who has been cultivating for just a few days, overthrowing a group of geniuses, the thought of it is exciting, ha ha ha." Chen Fan laughed, "Teacher, you're even more shameless than me." Snowy kept nodding its head. Fei Qi cackled. "Of course. Get lost." Li Sheng glared at Chen Fan then said, "You had reached the first grade realm before enrollment. I'll go to the director of instruction later on to help you apply for some scholarship subsidies. Every grade 3 senior who has reached the first grade realm could apply for the scholarship. The amount ranges from 30,000 to 80,000 monthly. I'll see if I can help you apply for a scholarship at the same level as Chu Xian. Over the years, you're the first to come from outside and manage to break through to first grade realm before the start of semester. Most students would only possibly break through to the first grade realm if they are at least senior high graduates, or even at the Beastmaster University stage." Chen Fan's eyes brightened, 80,000 a month? That's great. Li Sheng, the school definitely invests heavily in cultivating students with great talent. Also, the academy's weapon storage closes at 10 p.m. You should pick a weapon from there later. The weapons in the academy can be bought with contribution points or union coins. Although you don't have contribution points yet, the academy has given you 1,000 union coins, which should be enough to buy a decent weapon." Chen Fan immediately smiled, "Teacher, how much do you think I can sell my one-horned demon pig and those crystal cores for? Would it be around 100,000 union coins?" Li Sheng squinted his eyes, around 66,000. Chen Fan was stunned. That small an amount? Teacher, I have 26 level 2 crystal cores and 8 level 3 crystal cores in there. Li Sheng frowned. Hey, kid, would I, your teacher, scam you? Level 1 crystal cores, 68 of them, are roughly 500 union coins each. Level 2 crystal cores are around 800 each. Level 3 crystal cores are about 1,400 each. Crystal cores of the same level monster could vary greatly in price. For example, a rare level 3 Thunder Attribute monster core is currently on the market for about 5,000 union coins each, and it's not necessarily available. The monster cores you have are from rather common monsters in Black Ant Forest, their prices just won't go high. If you were to go to those secret realms and fight high species level monsters, the price of a crystal core of the same combat power level could multiply several times. Is that so? Chen Fan was a bit depressed. What about the one-horned demon pig corpse? Still hoping to profit from the one-horned demon pig corpse? The most valuable thing on a monster is its crystal core. The one-horned demon pig corpse could have some value, but there's only one, after all. These crystal cores I mentioned earlier, they need to collect a service fee, and the service fee alone is roughly equal to the price of one-horned demon pig corpse. You don't have to sigh. What about the other students who came with you? At most, they only have a few level 1 iron-eating black ant cores, who's as rich as you. Could you advance me the money? Not all of it, just 50,000 should do. Tisk, I am your head teacher, also the one who introduced you to War God Academy, don't you trust me? Teacher, don't get me wrong. I'm just too cash-strapped. I need to improve my guardian beast's combat power. Chen Fan, I have to criticize you for this. Your guardian beast has just signed a contract, and you have just arrived at the school. You haven't learned the relevant beast cultivation knowledge yet, you can't just fumble around. I'm not just fumbling around, I learned a lot about beast raising in the past 2 days. Rubbish! You think you can learn professional knowledge by just reading a few pieces of information online? If that's the case, why do we need schools? Remember not to mess around. If you damage your guardian beast later, don't blame me for not warning you. Start studying properly after the school starts in a few days. Li Sheng scolded Chen Fan. However, after he had berated Chen Fan, he still transferred 66,000 union coins to Chen Fan. Added to the 60,000 given by Fang Qingqing previously, and the 1,000 given by the school, Chen Fan now has 127,000 union coins. After sending Li Sheng away, Chen Fan immediately opened his computer and found the biggest guardian beast shopping website in Tang Country. Requirements for Snowy's breakthrough to level 4, 10 kilograms of level 3 or above. Thunder Attribute Monster Meat, 3 level 4 Thunder Attribute Monster Cores. 3 kilograms of 50-year-old Thunder Urgent Wood, or 5 50-year-old Purple Thunder Dragon Fruits, and 25 energy points. Requirements for Fei QI's breakthrough to level 3, 10 kilograms of explosive bee honey, 15 kilograms of purple berries, 15 kilograms of level 3 or above demon beast meat, 15 kilograms of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, intensive training, and 15 energy points. After registering, Chen Fan found these materials, added them to the shopping cart one by one and then calculated. The materials for Snowy's breakthrough to level 4 will cost 35,000 union coins. The materials needed for Fei QI's breakthrough to level 3 will cost 8,300 union coins. The system's method is like refining pills in Xiangxia fantasy novels. No, in reality it's much easier than refining pills in those novels. It uses the most common materials. And the method is so simple and convenient, saving time, effort, and money. Many beast cultivation companies or studios generally start the price of raising the combat power level of guardian beasts within level 5 at more than 200,000 union coins. The time spent usually takes 2 to 3 months. And it's not always 100% successful. Because of the high price, beastmasters with little money usually have to cultivate their guardian beasts themselves. Beast raising studios cultivate guardian beasts, usually using some developed medicine liquids and equipment, combined with various related attribute monster meat and herbal medicine, and then through high-intensity training to achieve their goals. The biggest advantage of beastmasters cultivating their own beasts is their beastmasters space. Because in the beastmasters space, with the nurturing of the beastmaster's soul power and some inexplicable functions, the growth rate of the guardian beast would be faster than in the outside world, and easier to break through the species level. But the speed of beastmasters cultivating their own beasts definitely can't compare to professional institutions. Therefore, various beast cultivation companies and beast raising studios are extremely popular. The status of beast cultivators is also very high, just like the alchemists in novels. Some medicine liquids that can improve the success rate of beast cultivation are also very popular in the market and are highly sought after by many beastmasters. After clearing the total cost, Chen Fan is a little eager to start gathering materials for Snowy and Fei QI. After buying these materials, there would still be over 80,000 union coins left. Chen Fan also checked the materials required for Snowy's species level upgrade. The materials needed for Snowy to evolve from low-level awakened to moderate-level awakened are 10 kg of fresh fish of level 2, including level 2, a monster crystal nucleus of thunder attribute monster of level 2 or above, 3 fish crystal nuclei of level 2, including level 2, or above, and 40 energy points. These materials would cost 3,000 union coins. There's a pile of level 2 fish crystal nuclei still in Chen Fan's Beastmaster's space. However, the required energy is significantly higher than the increase in the combat power level. Also, the operating method seems to be much more complicated. And it takes a bit more time. Without hesitation, Chen Fan added all the materials required for upgrading Snowy and Fei QI's species level to his shopping cart. Suddenly, a drop of saliva slid down from his head. Chen Fan laughed in disbelief. Fei QI, stop drooling over the stuff on my computer screen. Fei QI pointed at the explosive bee honey and purple berries on the computer screen. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Buy. I'm buying these things for you right now. Chen Fan declared confidently, I'll make sure you are well fed. Snowy also tugged at Chen Fan's clothes, its gem-like big eyes looking at Chen Fan. Already bought, how could I possibly forget about yours? I bought a bunch for both of you, put them in the Beastmaster's space, and eat whenever you want. So, it was decided, first, buy the materials, then go outside to look for a large house and shop. Once the materials arrive, he would help Snowy and Fei QI raise their combat power level and species level. 1.5 months after the semester starts, there will be arena matches among the 3 top academies. Perhaps by then, he could have some fun with Beastmasters at the first level 2nd heaven or 3rd heaven. After shopping, Chen Fan closed his computer, and headed straight toward the cafeteria, asking directions along the way. The school cafeteria is free for Beastmasters and star martial artists. But they don't allow guardian beasts in. This really pissed Chen Fan off. If I brought a dinosaur, it's understandable if you don't let it in, it could easily eat the school out of business. But if I bring a cat and a slime, you still won't let them in? How much can a cat and a slime eat? But rules are rules, so Chen Fan had no choice but to send Snowy and Fei QI back to the Beastmaster's space. When he finished eating and was about to leave, Chen Fan swiped 2 roasted chickens and a bag of fruit. The cafeteria auntie was shocked. In all her years, she had never seen such a shameless character. A Beastmaster actually stooping to such a level. How much could 2 roasted chickens and a bag of fruit cost? As a Beastmaster, aren't you embarrassed? Chen Fan was not embarrassed at all. He walked out of the cafeteria, carrying roasted chicken and fruit, under the watchful eyes of a crowd, and headed straight for the academy's weapon storage. The hall of the weapon storage was crowded with people. New students were choosing various weapons in front of machines similar to subway ticket vending machines. The giant screens of the machines displayed various types of swords, spears, and halberds, all with eye-catching special effects. Some long halberds were surrounded by flames, some short swords emitted a cold blue aura. Each weapon was accompanied by a description of its material and attributes, with its price tagged. Chen Fan found a machine that no one else was using. Knife. Almost without hesitation, he tapped on the word knife on the screen. A variety of unique long and short knives then appeared on the screen. As the guts of all weapons, a knife is renowned for its bold, heroic, and fierce style. It moves straight forward, swings wide open and closed, unstoppable. The most common action in the use of a knife is chopping. It exhibits a sense of ferocity and resolution, emphasizing a forceful style that seeks to break all laws with one powerful blow, a style that pierces the heavens with a single knife. Chen Fan glanced at the row of long knives on the screen, chose a dark long knife, and then looked at the row of material options at the top. From low to high, they were iron marrow, mysterious iron, secret silver, pure gold, Geng essence, fire melting crystal, meteoric iron. Chen Fan read the description and found out that it doesn't mean the weapon is made of iron marrow or mysterious iron, but rather, these materials are added to the weapon. Chen Fan directly tapped on Geng essence. The first long knife that appeared was 590,000 Union coins. No way! Chen Fan had to go back and choose mysterious iron instead. 50,000 Union coins. This one it is. Chen Fan immediately placed an order and paid with the smart wristwatch on his wrist. The operation was very simple and smooth. Chen Fan also clicked on the armor to check it out. Armor with strong defense was frighteningly expensive. No money, no heroes, staring at the weapons and sighing. Let's earn money first. He couldn't even afford a pair of bracers. Chen Fan stopped a male student next to him. Fellow student, where do I go to get the weapon after buying it? The male student looked at the roasted chicken in Chen Fan's hand, laughed dumbfoundedly, then pointed towards the southeast of the hall. Go over there, you will see a big sign, scan your identity code and the weapon you purchased will be delivered. Thank you. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude and was ready to leave immediately. Chapter 42, Wanting to make another fortune from Fang Janking. Chen Fan turned around. Sun Xiao Xiao, Zhao Xian, Pan Xiang Dong and a large group of people were grinning at him. The one who just spoke was Sun Xiao Xiao. Chen Fan showed a wide grin and said, "We haven't seen each other for a while, and you're all glowing. Any good news?" "Indeed, good news." Zhao Xian glanced at Pan Xiang Dong, then continued, "Xiang Dong and a few of them have successfully awakened during their second guidance. That's the first piece of good news. Secondly, we've all been assigned to class 3 to 4. The class monitor has used some funds to give us each 2,000 Union coins, for us to pick good weapons. Then, under the guidance of a first-grade expert in our class, we'll go to the Sinking Star River to kill blue-scaled demonic fish." Chen Fan was stunned. That's amazing. Everyone gets 2,000 Union coins. Why haven't I come across such good things? Do you still need this bit of money? Zhao Xian retorted in annoyance. Besides, these 2,000 Union coins aren't given for free. Once we have money, we have to return it. The class monitor said that the weapons in the school armory are typically made of special materials. Even a small hint of star power can release the aura of the blades or swords. Under the guidance of a first-class expert, killing those fish that can't come ashore won't pose much difficulty. Would you like to join us, Brother Chen Fan? Me? I might not go. Chen Fan waved his hand and replied, I might not fit well into group actions. What group actions? Zhao Xian chuckled and gave Chen Fan a punch in the chest. It's team combat. Everyone burst into laughter. But Chen Fan suddenly stopped smiling and said, by the way, if you're going to the sinking Star River, you should be careful. I had a long fight with those blue-scaled demonic fish. Even though they can't come ashore, their water gun and water bubble bomb attacks are extremely powerful. Be careful. The water cannon bomb is slow and easy to dodge, but it can float ashore. And if you fail to dodge it, you'll be in trouble. As for the water gun, its speed is quite fast. But if you find the right angle, it basically won't harm humans. Understood. Zhao Xian, Pan Xiangdong, and the others slightly darkened their faces and nodded. After chatting for a bit more, the group left together. Sun Xiaoxiao looked back at Chen Fan, wanting to say something more but couldn't find an opportunity or topic. Chen Fan went to the other end of the weapon storage hall and picked up the long knife he had bought earlier. 50,000 Union coins. Kinda painful. Hope it's worth it. There's almost 20,000 Union coins left, which should not cause an issue when renting a house. With the long knife unsheathed, Chen Fan stood in front of a mirror, posing with it. Chen Fan nodded his head, muttering to himself, way cooler than holding a fishing spear. Pfft! Fang Qingqing, who had just come over to greet Chen Fan, burst out laughing. Chen Fan kept a straight face. I feel offended. No, Elle didn't mean to laugh at you. Fang Qingqing blushed and explained, you do look much better now, holding that long knife instead of a fishing spear with a green slime on your head. Blinking his eyes, Chen Fan leaned closer and whispered, Qingqing, is your family rich? Her answer was so direct that it was obvious nothing good was coming. Fang Qingqing was taken aback. Well, it's all right. Chen Fan sneaked a glance around to ensure no one was nearby. He moved even closer, so if you're out of money now, you can ask your family, right? Fang Qingqing had never been so close to a man before and felt a bit uncomfortable. She murmured, I believe in being independent. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I usually don't ask my family for money. Such stubbornness. Chen Fan frowned and said, Qingqing, you've seen my abilities before, how about I help cultivate your pets? I should be able to cultivate them a bit faster than you could. If you send your silver moon green feather bird to me, it might be able to break through to level 6 in 2 or 3 months. Considering we know each other, I'll only charge you 150,000 Union coins. What do you think? You can cultivate pets. Fang Qingqing was both amused and exasperated. Did this guy seriously consider her an easy target? He was fooling around with his tricks again, and now he was trying to fool her. If it weren't for Chen Fan helping her heal the goblin and silver moon green feather bird before, she wouldn't even give him a moment and would just walk away. The guy was just like the tricking you beast raising studio, always tricking people. I know you don't believe me. Chen Fan said somewhat helplessly, how about this, you just need to pay a 30% deposit. If I manage to successfully raise your pet to level 6, then you can pay the rest. If I can't do it, I promise to return you 50,000 Union coins. Fang Qingqing smiled, no thanks. I'll cultivate my pet myself. The guardian beasts grow quickly in their beastmasters' spaces. It's been over 8 months since Silver Moon reached level 5. Once it recovers, I reckon it'll break through to level 6 in about 3 more months. Tisk. It seemed like Fang Qingqing was easy to trick before, so why wasn't she biting now? Wait, not biting, it's not like I'm scamming anyone. I really can cultivate pets. How depressing. Talk about cultivating pets with director Li Sheng and got scolded. Talk about it with Fang Qingqing, but she completely doesn't believe it. Of course, no normal person would, since I just came from outside. Never mind, I'll go get a beast cultivating certificate first. When I show you the certificate later, you'll have to believe it, right? Woman, you're deserting me today, but one day you'll regret it. Leaving with a determined look, Chen Fan dropped the line and walked away proudly. Standing in front of the mirror, Fang Qingqing was in disarray. Deserting? Regret? Weren't we just talking business? How did the situation turn into a love drama? Chen Fan carried the long knife on his back and went straight back to his dorm room before logging onto the official website of the Beast Cultivator. The Beast Cultivator registration fee was 15,000 Union coins. After paying the registration fee, Chen Fan was left with only 6,000 Union coins. This money was burning a hole. He had 120,000 just an hour ago, but now he was down to 6,000. He felt like he was on the edge of survival. Chen Fan looked out the window, where the two moons hung on the treetops. The night was deep. Upon consideration, Chen Fan took out the itchy fruit from his Beastmaster's space. This thing was inadvertently discovered when he was searching for the thunder element fruit in the Black Ant Forest. Whether it's humans or creatures, anyone who touches the juice secreted by the itchy fruit or inhales its powder, would experience an unbearable itch. After some research, Chen Fan learned that powerful guardian beastmasters and star martial artists of the third rank or above can form a protective aura on their skin. This protective aura can actually block many toxic substances. But that doesn't mean the itchy fruit is ineffective on high-ranking guardian beastmasters and star martial artists. Because they still need to breathe. Moreover, the materials mentioned that smearing this juice on blades can keep it moist for several hours. If the blade injures an opponent, the intense itching would immediately cause them to reveal vulnerabilities. Used properly, this fruit can be a cunning weapon for sure. However, accidentally getting smeared yourself would be very troublesome. Chen Fan paced the branch with the fruit next to him and then started searching on the online shopping platform. On the shopping platform, there was powder and juice made from gritty fruit, but they were all out of stock. This stuff seemed quite rare. Chen Fan searched further and found the antidote to the itchy fruit, a potion made from bitter gall fruit. A tube of potion is 300 Union coins. Almost no sales volume. No sales volume yet so expensive? Unscrupulous merchant. Chen Fan bought 5 vials of the antidote and paid for it directly. Wait for the antidote to arrive, then juice the itchy fruit and grind it into powder. Suddenly his phone rang. Is this Chen Fan from Senior 3 Class 5 of Beastmaster? Your parcel has arrived. Are you in the dormitory? If so, I'll have someone deliver it to you. So fast. Chen Fan was stunned. The materials needed for Snowy and Fei Qi's breakthrough, which he ordered an hour ago, had arrived? I'm here, have someone deliver it. The status of Beastmasters at the school was once again demonstrated. Parcels could only be delivered to the school's mailroom, but the mailroom would deliver parcels for the Beastmasters directly to their doorstep. Ordinary students didn't get this kind of service. Chen Fan waited a bit in the dormitory, and then 2 students, sweating profusely, delivered the items. Opening a few boxes, indeed, they contained the materials he had bought for Snowy and Fei Qi. Since the materials had arrived, it was time to get started. Calling Snowy and Fei Qi out, Chen Fan began to get prepared. The improvement of Fei Qi was relatively simpler. So, he would start with Fei Qi. Breakthrough to level 3 requirement for Fei Qi, 10 kg of explosive bee honey. 15 kg of purple berries, 15 kg of level 3 or higher demon beast meat, 15 kg of purple blood tree leaves, northwest wind, as well as high intensity training and 15 energy points. Northwest wind. According to the prompts on the system, it seems that Fei Qi was born to absorb star power faster than other guardian beasts. Prepare these materials into dough, let Fei Qi finish eating, set Fei Qi on the roof for a sleep, and that's it. As for high-intensity training, Fei Qi liked to swim. Which finding a pool and letting it swim for 3 hours is enough. This system was quite funny. Does swimming for 3 hours count as high-intensity training? After complaining in his heart, Chen Fan took all the things like the explosive bee honey out. Chirp chirp. Fei Qi couldn't wait and jumped straight on it. Chen Fan caught him and placed him aside. Don't rush, wait for me to prepare it before you eat it. Fei Qi drooled all over the floor. This foodie. Snowy, keep an eye on Fei Qi for me, don't let him eat indiscriminately. Chen Fan took the 15 kilograms of demon beast meat and other items to the kitchen and chopped all the meat, berries, and leaves. The improvement of low-level guardian beasts was too simple. There was no technical content to speak of. Chen Fan took a basin and put everything in, then poured the 10 kilograms of honey in. But when he brought out the basin, he looked at Fei Qi and frowned. Sure, it was simple. But Fei Qi wasn't as big as a basin, could it swallow so much? These blended things weigh a total of 55 kg. Just then, Fei Qi looked at Chen Fan and, after getting his approval, jumped directly into the basin and began gobbling up the food. As it ate more and more, its body also grew bigger and bigger. Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to it, and began to prepare Snowy's materials. Without any surprises, today he could help Snowy to raise its combat power level to 4, and help Fei Qi to raise its combat power level to 3. On the other hand, Snowy's species level could also be upgraded from low awakening to moderate awakening. Fei Qi's species level could also be upgraded from low extraordinary to moderate extraordinary. Speaking of which, Snowy seems a bit odd. Snowy's species level is low awakening, which needs to reach moderate awakening, high awakening, and then it might break through to low extraordinary, like Fei Qi. Its species level is several levels weaker than Fei Qi. But when Snowy was at level 2, its attack was already very strong, enough to kill a blue-scaled demonic fish with low defense. Fei Qi is now at level 2, and its gale ability couldn't even kill a level 1 blue-scaled demonic fish. It felt like this defies convention from any perspective. Why bother with all that? Under my cultivation, whether Snowy or Fei Qi, they can all become legend. Chen Fan didn't feel like thinking about it too much, and hastened his speed to work. Short of money, hey. To help Snowy and Fei Qi raise their combat power level and species level, it costs a lot of money. Where can I get the money? Chapter 43, Provocation from Huanhai Academy. 4500 word mega chapter, seeking recommendations. Boom. With a loud bang, Chen Fan, who was sound asleep, was startled. What's going on? Earthquake. It felt like the whole building shook for a moment. Chen Fan climbed out of bed, put on his clothes and pants, and rushed to the hallway. Damn! If it's not a beauty, I would cut you into 1,000 pieces. Fei Qi, who was swimming in the big bathtub, also jumped out and followed Chen Fan. As Chen Fan got to the hallway, he saw the open space below filled with people. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle was standing on the back of a strange monster, looking arrogantly toward the female dormitory. The guardian beast was over 7 meters tall, lion-shaped, covered in golden fur, and had 2 golden dragon horns on its head, looking very impressive and domineering. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Monster name, Dragon Blood Mad Lion. Combat level, level 6, Elite, species level, extraordinary/moderate. Monster attribute, fire. Monster weakness, water. Species skills, Flame Dragon Fireball, Great Flame Bomb, Blazing Dance. Crazy Lion Bite. Monster status, proud. Monster preferences, likes to fight, likes to tear prey into pieces, likes to howl. Potential level, 4 stars. Breakthrough to level 7 requirement. Species level evolution route, 2 paths. Level 6. Chen Fan furrowed his brows. He remembered that the 3 strongest guardian beasts from War God Academy this year belonged to Chu Xian, Ye Hao, and Fang Qingqing, all at level 5. No wonder this guy was so arrogant and daring to directly break into War God Academy. Then the young man on the back of the Dragon Blood Mad Lion shouted, "Qingqing, are you awake yet? I want to treat you to coffee." Many people from War God Academy were furious. It's too damn annoying to bring along a guardian beast and make such a noise early in the morning, right? Many teachers frowned, but since he didn't hurt anyone, they didn't intervene. At this moment, Fang Qingqing appeared on the second floor of the female dormitory, coldly saying, "Shen Dao Tao, don't you think this is boring?" Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Last night, Li Sheng had mentioned this name to him. Shen Dao Tao is a genius of Huanhai Academy. Shen Dao Tao and his cousin Shen Hengziu are the two strongest people at Huanhai Academy. FEENV.com. Only these two could compete against the trio of Chu Xian, Ye Hao, and Fang Qingqing from War God Academy. Shen Dao Tao stood on the back of the dragon blood mad lion, proudly saying, "Qingqing, I heard that you lost to Shen Hengziu, and your silver moon green Featherbird and Goblin were injured by her guardian beast. Is that true? Do you want me to get revenge for you?" Fang Qingqing said expressionlessly, "No need. Besides, I didn't lose. Her guardian beast was also injured. We were just evenly matched." "Is that so?" Shen Dao Tao sneered, "But Shen Hengziu's guardian beast's injuries have already been healed. And yours? I heard that the Beast Trainer Association visited your house a few days ago, is that correct? I wonder if your Goblin and Silver Moon Green Featherbird will be able to compete in the ring match in half a month." Fang Qingqing still had no expression. "Whether they can participate or not is none of your concern." At that moment, a figure leaped into the air and landed on the ground below. It was Ye Hao, whom Chen Fan had met at the school gate. Ye Hao looked up at the dragon blood mad lion before turning to Shen Dao Tao and said, "Shen Dao Tao, has your dragon blood mad lion made a breakthrough?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding noise disappeared instantly. Many seniors at War God Academy felt their hearts skip a beat. Before this class of War God Academy had almost completely defeated Huanhai Academy and Celestial Academy. Not to mention how strong Ye Hao and Fang Qingqing are, just Chu Xian alone could sweep them all. But from Ye Hao's tone, it seems Shen Dao Tao's guardian beast has made a breakthrough? Shen Dao Tao's dragon blood mad lion was level 5, could it be that it has now broken through to level 6? Many students began to carefully examine the dragon blood mad lion. It is indeed a bit different from before. This is bad, level 6, it's already an elite. Damn, no wonder this guy dared to break into our War God Academy to provoke us. His dragon blood mad lion has actually broken through to level. What should we do? Chu Xian, Ye Hao, and Fang Qingqing's guardian beasts are all at level 5. Why is this happening? Even Chu Xian's guardian beast hasn't made a breakthrough. Why did that jerk Shen Dao Tao's guardian beast break through? Students from upstairs and downstairs were all discussing this. Teachers also looked extremely serious. On a tall building a little farther away, an elder sighed, "Chu Xian and the others have run into trouble." Unexpectedly, Shen Dao Tao's dragon blood mad lion would break through to level 6 before Chu Xian and the others' guardian beasts. The ring match in half a month, looks like our War God Academy might be in some trouble. A woman next to him frowned, "Principal, what do you think is going on? Shen Dao Tao originally couldn't even beat Ye Hao, so how did his guardian beast suddenly make a breakthrough?" The War God Academy principal responded with a smile, "This is quite normal. A guardian beast's breakthrough depends on the talent of the beast master controlling it, the talent of the guardian beast itself, and the opportunities they come across. No one can be sure when a guardian beast will make a breakthrough." Chapter 44, Provocation from Huanhai Academy. 4500 word mega chapter, Seeking Recommendations, 2. This is all very normal. Shen Daodao's dragon blood mad lion must have eaten something to break through first. The woman beside him had a solemn expression, "What now?" No one can guarantee that Chu Xian and their guardian beasts will break through within half a month. If they can't break through, Shen Daodao will probably sweep the field at that time. Not necessarily. The principal shook his head and said, "Whether it's Chu Enl.M. Xian or Fang Qingqing, their talents are not limited to guardian beasts. Their battle talents are actually above Shen Dao. Even if Shen Dao has a level 6 guardian beast, it doesn't mean he will surely win. The woman's face darkened even more, but that's an elite level guardian beast. Even if Chu Xian and the others can win, the price will be heavy. LNE principal did not speak. Because he saw that Fang Qingqing had come out and was standing side by side with Ye Hao. The two of them stood fearlessly in front of the dragon blood mad lion, giving off a confrontational vibe. Chu Xian! Come out! Ye Hao shouted loudly. Chu Xian came out from behind the dragon blood mad lion. I'm here. Damn! Ye Hao and Shen Dao were both startled. Especially Shen Dao, who had been paying attention to the front and had no idea that Chu Xian was hiding behind the dragon blood mad lion. If Chu Xian had been a little more treacherous and launched a sneak attack. Shen Dao glared at Chu Xian, his face pale. Hey! Ye Hao said discontentedly, why are you always so elusive? Chu Xian indifferently said, I wasn't elusive, I've been standing here all along, and I even have a red cape, it's just you didn't see. How the hell could I see? You were hiding behind the dragon blood mad lion, that thing so big. Ye Hao waved his hand impatiently, all right, let's not talk about that. Shen Dao, that bastard, has come to challenge us, what should we do? Chu Xian, fight! You are really straightforward. Ye Hao lowered his head and pulled Chu Xian to the side, whispering, that bastard's guardian beast has broken through to level 6, and all of our guardian beasts are level 5. You know, there's more than just a eye level difference between level 5 and level 6. Level 1 to 5 is the ordinary level, and level 6 to 10 is the elite level. Chu Xian took 2 steps forward, we won't know if we can beat them until we fight. Even if it's elite level, I can still crush it. As soon as the words fell, 3 summoning arrays appeared around him. Heavy Armored Beetle King, Desert Wind Falcon, Dark Blood Stone Golem. As soon as the 3 guardian beasts came out, they instantly dispersed and directly surrounded the dragon blood mad lion. The dragon blood mad lion roared, and its momentum skyrocketed. Flames were also burning in its eyes. The nearby students ran away immediately. Stop! Teacher Li, who had been observing in secret, came out. Chu Xian, don't fight with him, if you do, you'll fall into his trap. Shen Dao sneered slightly and said, Teacher Li, what do you mean by falling into a trap? I'm here to challenge them openly and fairly. What kind of conspiracy can I have? Teacher Li sneered, Little Dao, I used this trick when I was 7 or 8 years old, don't show off in front of me. Shen Dao's face changed slightly. Teacher Li coldly said, the breakthrough of guardian beasts is unpredictable. No one can guarantee that Chu Xian, your guardian beasts, won't break through within half a month. Shen Dao is obviously worried that your guardian beasts will break through within half a month, so he came to challenge you directly. If he challenges any of you now and you respond, your guardian beasts will likely suffer heavy losses in the end. One of the 2 people from the Celestial Academy was seriously injured by Chu Xian and is still in the hospital. If the 3 of you, Chu Xian, get injured again, or if your guardian beasts are heavily damaged, it will become a show for Shen Dao and their Huanhai Academy at the ring match in half a month. Chu Xian's expression remained unchanged. But Ye Hao and Fang Qingqing's faces suddenly darkened. Ha ha ha! Shen Dao laughed loudly, Teacher Li, you really do have a vivid imagination. I did want to defeat Chu Xian and Ye Hao after the dragon blood mad lion broke through, but I didn't think that much. Teacher Li sneered silently. Shen Dao's eyebrows furrowed slightly, what, Chu Xian, are you really afraid? Why don't the 3 of you go together? Ye Hao was furious, what the hell are you saying? Fang Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and her eyes showed anger. But Chu Xian was still observing the dragon blood mad lion, thinking about his strategy. He knew the skills of a level 5 dragon blood mad lion. But he didn't know whether the Dragon Blood Mad Lion had awakened any new skills after breaking through to level 6. After all, even if there were 2 level 6 Dragon Blood Mad Lions standing together, their skills wouldn't necessarily all be the same. And what's even worse, although it only increased by 1 level from level 5 to level 6, as Yehao said, the gap between the elite level and the ordinary level is just too big. The rise from level 5 to level 6 of the Dragon Blood Mad Lion was almost equivalent to a 2-level increase in ordinary guardian beasts. Chu Xian still had the will to fight, but he also understood Teacher Li's words. If they really fought, his 3 guardian beasts might not even have a chance to win against Shen Daodao's single Dragon Blood Mad Lion. Even if they used tactics well and caught the opponent's flaws, the result would still be a Pyrrhic victory. Chapter 45, Provocation from Huanhai Academy. 4500 word mega-chapter, Seeking Recommendations, 3. But Shen Daodao didn't have just one Dragon Blood Mad Lion. Shen Daodao had 2 guardian beasts. Just as the stalemate continued, Li Sheng spoke up again, Shen Daodao, your guardian beast has damaged the ground in front of our War God Academy dormitory, and you need to pay for it. You first give me 5,000 union coins. Shen Daodao. Li Sheng glaring, what? Does the Shen family not even want to pay this amount of money? Shen Daodao rolled his eyes, I will pay. Li Sheng nodded satisfied, after paying the money, quickly get lost. Want to fight? In the ring match in half a month, Chu Xian and the others will accompany you for a good fight. Shen Daodao wanted to say something, but Li Sheng's Blackwater Alpaca came out. Level 8 Blackwater Alpaca. Li Sheng, this shameless guy, bullying the weak. Shen Daodao gritted his teeth. If he doesn't leave, with Li Sheng's temper, he will definitely find an excuse and have the alpaca directly cripple his Dragon Blood Mad Lion. Other teachers wouldn't do such a thing. But this bastard Li Sheng could really do it. Humph! Shen Daodao sneered coldly, as the Dragon Blood Mad Lion carried him slowly towards the gate of War God Academy. After walking a certain distance, Shen Daodao said loudly, the mighty War God Academy, there is no one who dares to fight, what a pity. Li Sheng's alpaca was furious, it sprayed out a mouthful of black saliva. But Shen Daodao was prepared, the Dragon Blood Mad Lion rushed forward, carrying a gale as it quickly escaped, dodging the Black Vader alpaca's saliva. Meanwhile, even Chu Xian's eyes had become a little gloomy. The faces of the War God Academy's group of students also showed anger. All right, disperse. Li Sheng waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. Yehao pulled Chu Xian aside to discuss strategies. Fang Qingqing was feeling down and prepared to return to the female dormitory. Suddenly, Chen Fan darted out from the side and waved at Fang Qingqing. Chen Fan, rebve.co. Fang Qingqing paused for a moment before walking over. Chen Fan looked around furtively, brought Fang Qingqing to a corner of the wall, and then said, fellow student Qingqing, let me help you cultivate your guardian beast? My fee is not high, I can. Chen Fan. Fang Qingqing's mood worsened slightly, and she spoke more seriously, I really don't have the mood to think about this right now. You just saw what happened. People from Huanhai Academy came to our doorstep. But we have no solutions. I need time to think and consider some strategies. Seeing Chen Fan frowning, Fang Qingqing's tone softened, I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood today, so my tone was a bit heavy. But I'm angry at Shen Daodao and myself. I'm angry that I'm so weak and have no solutions to face these provocations. Chen Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Fang Qingqing sighed quietly. Why did she tell him these things? Although he had extraordinary skills in healing guardian beasts, he had just entered War God Academy and hadn't even had the chance to cultivate yet. Fang Qingqing whispered, you probably didn't get enough rest during the assessment in Black Ant Forest. Now you're woken up by Shen Daodao. Go back and get some rest, since school hasn't started yet. With that, she turned to leave. Wait a minute. Chen Fan stopped Fang Qingqing and took Fei Qi off his head, saying, "Do you see any difference in my Fei Qi?" "What?" Fang Qingqing frowned slightly, looking at Fei Qi. Chen Fan's Fei Qi seemed to have grown a lot larger. Its color also seemed to have changed, it had become even more green. In addition, there were strange patterns like storms on Fei Qi's green body. Fang Qingqing clearly remembered that Fei Qi had never had such patterns before. Strangest of all, Fang Qingqing felt a new ferocious aura from Fei Qi's body that wasn't there previously. What was going on? Chen Fan spoke with a sly smile. My Fei Qi's combat power level has already broken through from level 2 to level 3. Chapter 46, accepted the first Beast Cultivator order, and then went to obtain the Beast Trainer certificate. Guardian Beast name, Jade Slime. Combat power level, 3. Species level, extraordinary/moderate Guardian Beast attribute, Water, Wind Guardian Beast weakness, Earth species skills, Storm, Gliding Wing. Guardian Beast status, Happy. Guardian Beast preferences, Swimming, Eating fish, Listening to birds sing. Potential level, 6 star. Breakthrough to level 4 requirements, 20 pounds of level 3 or above. Bursting Beehive Jelly, 5 Heavenly Punishment Grass of 30 years or older, 5 Earth Wind Flowers of 40 years or older, 20 pounds of level 3 or above Demon Beast Meat, 1 Jian Huan Jialan Root, 20 Energy Points. Species level evolution routes, 2. First, the normal evolution path, Jade Slime plus Mad Shark Slime 9 Tsunami Slime. The materials and methods needed to experience evolution from extraordinary/moderate to extraordinary/high. Second, the hidden variant evolution path, Jade Slime -9 Storm Slime Demon King Slime. The materials and methods needed to experience evolution from extraordinary/moderate to extraordinary/high. Whether it is the increase of combat power level or the upgrade of species level, the Guardian Beast will undergo some changes in size and appearance. However, once the species level reaches a certain standard, another evolution might result in a species mutation, such as Jade Slime mutating into Storm Slime, or the Wild Savage Ape mutating into 8-armed Mad Ape. Latterly, it is quite normal for a cat to evolve into a lion or tiger. Previously, Chen Fan was surprised when he saw many storm patterns on Jade. Because after Snowy's combat power level and species level were upgraded, there had never been such obvious changes. However, after Jade's combat power level increased from level 2 to level 3 and its species level progressed from extraordinary/low to extraordinary/moderate, numerous faint storm patterns appeared on its body. Chen Fan speculated that Jade might possibly evolve into a genuine storm slime after several species evolutions. Chen Fan didn't dare to mention the matter of upgrading the species level. Because assisting a guardian beast in increasing its combat power level in a short period of time is already a bit shocking. After all, professional institutions require several months, and the time taken by the guardian beast master themselves might be even longer. Upgrading the species level is much more difficult than raising the combat power level. At that time, opening a guardian beast cultivation shop and just focusing on enhancing the guardian beast's combat power level would rake in a lot of money. The beast cultivation capabilities of the system are a little overpowered. Whether it's a beast cultivation company or individual guardian beast masters, they need to combine 3 methods to upgrade their guardian beast's combat power level or species level. First, Beastmaster's Space. The Beastmaster's Space is specifically designed to help guardian beasts meditate and grow. This is the basic condition for monsters to sign a contract with guardian beast masters. Star martial artists without a Beastmaster's Space would definitely not be able to sign contracts with monsters. Second, various famous rare ingredients or heaven and earth treasures suitable for the guardian's attributes. Third, battles, endless battles. Combining these 3 methods can upgrade the guardian's combat power levels and species levels. But Chen Fan's Beastmaster system bypasses the first and third methods, directly amplifying the second method countless times. As long as he finds the right materials, he can help the guardian beasts to break through in the shortest possible time. Fei Qi, did you really break through to level 3? Fang Qingqing looked at the visibly changed Fei Qi, half doubtful and half convinced. Did it just happen recently? Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Fang Qingqing widened her eyes. Fei Qi is amazing. But it's also quite normal. Maybe Fei Qi had already reached the peak of level 2 and was at the threshold of level 3. Chen Fan said in frustration, it seems that you still think I'm a scammer. Even if Fei Qi had reached the critical point, it was with my help that it broke through. I didn't mean that. Fang Qingqing gave a bitter smile. So, how long would it take for you to help me train my Azure Dragon to raise its combat power level to level 6? Azure Dragon was her cold ice white python guardian beast. When they first met by the sinking Star River, that white python had once scared Chen Fan. Chen Fan gestured with his hand. First, summon the cold ice white python. Fang Qingqing nodded and summoned the cold ice white python. As soon as the cold ice white python crawled out of the array, it hissed at Chen Fan. It's hard to say how long it would take to break through, no one can promise that. Chen Fan had Fei Qi circle around the white python before saying, but I think around 20 days should be doable. You think? Fang Qingqing was at a loss for words. She kept feeling that Chen Fan was fooling her. But what if Chen Fan could really raise the Azure Dragon to level 6 in just over 20 days? Although it wouldn't be in time for the ring match in half a month, it seemed to be much faster than those beast-raising studios. Many beast-raising studios take 3 or 4 months to train guardian beasts, and they're not even guaranteed to succeed. Seeing that Fang Qingqing had become much less vigilant, Chen Fan struck while the iron was hot. If I work overtime and devote more time and energy to train the cold ice white python, maybe I can raise its combat power level before the ring match. But it's hard to be absolute about training guardian beasts. Maybe it only needs 10 days to break through. Maybe it takes 34 days. I can't guarantee the time absolutely. Fang Qingqing nodded. I understand. So, how much would you charge me to help train the cold ice white python? Got her. No, wait, I'm not scamming anyone. Chen Fan grinned, 160,000 union coins, and you need to collect all the materials yourself. From level 5 to level 6, that's a leap from ordinary to elite. Most beast cultivation companies or studios charge over 280,000 union coins, and it might take 4 or 5 months. My price. I know. It's very favorable. Fang Qingqing nodded. Thank you, Chen Fan. You don't have to be so polite. What if I fail? If it fails, I'll refund you in full. Chen Fan waved his hand. I'll send you the list of materials needed on WeChat. Once you've collected all the materials in a few days, bring the cold ice white python over as soon as possible. We don't want to delay the 3 major academy ring matches. Shen Daodao was so annoying today. I hope you can represent War God Academy and beat him so badly that he'll cry for his parents. I know. Fang Qingqing said with a smile, I don't have any money on me right now. I'll have my family send some money over later, and then I'll transfer it to you. No problem. Chen Fan nodded, and left with Fei Qi, saying as they walked, all right, you go ahead, I'm going to have breakfast. Okay. Fang Qingqing watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, her eyes full of wonder. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Fan took a taxi straight to the Beast Trainer Association. He needed to obtain a Beast Trainer certificate to open a pet shop. Chen Fan had already paid the registration fee on the Beast Trainer Association's official website last night. A whole 1.5 union coins. Before paying the registration fee, Chen Fan had also looked up related information on the internet. The beast trainer's assessment usually involves a randomly placed monster at the assessment site, requiring the examinees to identify its attributes, habits, characteristics, and provide helpful methods and routes for its breakthrough. This tests the examinee's knowledge of monsters extensively. In a sense, it even depends on luck. If you happen to encounter a monster you've seen or understand, passing the assessment will naturally be easy. But what if you haven't seen it before? Then it's up to each person's abilities. There are 3 stages to pass in the assessment alone. It's not easy to muddle through. But for Chen Fan, it's a piece of cake. The Beast Trainer Association is located in the southern part of East Sea City. It took a full hour and a half to get there by car from War God Academy. Chen Fan got out of the car and looked around. The car had driven straight into a forest, which was surrounded by towering trees. Directly in front of him was a majestic courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, the words Beast Trainer Association East Sea City Branch were written. Under the guidance of the staff, Chen Fan entered the assessment hall's rest area, confirmed his identity, and waited for the assessment to be called. Having earned 16W Union coins today, he felt invigorated. The costs for Snowy and Fei QI to continue upgrading were now settled. With money, one can do anything; without money, it's difficult to make even a single step. 99% of the pain and discontent of Guardian Beast Masters are fundamentally because they're broke. Indeed. Although Guardian Beast Masters can earn money quickly, that's only relative to ordinary people and star martial artists. The problem is that although they earn money fast, they also spend it fast. Raising guardian beasts is not easy. Raising a goblin might be cheaper than raising an ordinary person. But raising something like Shen Daodao's Dragon Blood Mad Lion can easily make a guardian beast master go broke. Take Chu Xian's heavy armored Beetle King, for example. It's a big eater that's always eating. And the heavy armored Beetle King is massive in size, scaring people with its huge appetite. Who could afford to raise it? Chen Fan now not only wants to raise guardian beasts, but also to quickly upgrade their combat power level and species level. Now he only has Snowy and Fei QI. As soon as he contracts more guardian beasts, he'll essentially be constantly burning money. Contracting multiple guardian beasts, and helping them enhance their combat power level and species level, then relying on their feedback to drastically increase Chen Fan's own star power. The ideal is beautiful, but reality is brutal. FAWEBOLOM. Without substantial funds, it's impossible to support. Chen Fan wants to make money now more than ever. Raising these little ones is not easy. After waiting for half an hour in the rest area, the names of Chen Fan and a group of people were called through the broadcast. Standing up, Chen Fan followed a staff member into a room, handed over his smart equipment, and received a card with his exam room number and number on it. Then, he entered another room with a group of people led by the staff. There were many desks in the room, and each had a name and corresponding exam number written on them. Chen Fan found his seat and sat down. Suddenly, a bell rang, and a proctor came in with a stack of papers. "Where's the monster?" Chen Fan glanced at the papers in the proctor's hand and had a faint feeling of unease. He could see it very clearly. These were test papers, not white paper. As expected. The proctor distributed the papers. Chen Fan opened the papers and stared wide-eyed. The first question. What kind of food does a level 4 Thornwood demon like to eat? What kind of food helps level 4 Thornwood demon's growth? Second question. Ironwood spirit leaves have no benefit to the combat power level and species level of the human-faced demon spider, so why do human-faced demon spiders extremely love to eat ironwood spirit leaves? Third question. Can a level 3 fire element fire python tiger defeat a water element blue water demon python of the same level in combat? Chapter 47, Handing in a blank paper. Looking at the questions on the test paper, Chen Fan laughed proudly. What the hell, he couldn't understand a thing. But why was there a written test? From the information he had found online, it was said that a living monster would be used as a test prop, right? Chen Fan stared at the test paper, dumbfounded. If his guess was correct, if he couldn't pass this first written test, then there would be no next sections. Chen Fan silently picked up the blank paper and stood up. Everyone was shocked. Had he finished the exam just after it had started? Was there such an amazing genius in the world? Chen Fan walked up to the invigilator, placed the blank paper on the podium, and said with a smile, "Teacher, I don't want to continue the exam. Can I get my registration fee back?" The invigilator also laughed and said very politely, "Get lost." Chen Fan left the exam hall dejectedly. The laughter in the exam hall continued. 15,000 union coins, just like that, were gone. He didn't even see a splash of water. Chen Fan walked to the assessment hall, hands in his pockets and full of unwillingness. An old man and a bespectacled woman were coming up ahead. The old man was speaking amicably with the woman about something. Chen Fan moved to the side to make way. The old man gave Chen Fan a smile and nodded before the two passed by each other. Just like that, conquered by the written test, cutting off all paths of retreat, Chen Fan sighed to himself, walked to the rest area of the assessment hall and sat down. Should he just go back home like this? He was kind of unwilling. In the office, the old man who had just brushed past Chen Fan took the documents from the bespectacled woman and sat down at the desk. What Chen Fan didn't know was that the old man was Elder Zhang, who had treated Fang Qingqing's guardian beast earlier. Vice President of the East Sea branch of the Beast Trainer Association, Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai carefully reviewed the stack of documents and signed them one by one. After giving some instructions, he returned the documents to the bespectacled woman. Zhang Hai sighed and said, "Recently, there have been more and more complaints about beast raising. Those newly emerged beast raising studios, after taking orders, fail to cultivate guardian beasts, yet still deduct a third of the money. No wonder the beast masters have come one after another to complain to the Beast Trainer Association. Those bastards who hold the title of beast cultivator, go around swindling people, ruining the reputation of our Beast Trainer Association." The bespectacled woman comforted, "Don't be upset about these things. We're already coordinating with the Beastmaster Association." After chatting for a while, Zhang Hai remembered something and made a call. "Old Lu, help me find a Beastmaster in your Beastmaster Association." In the virtual video, an elder nodded slightly. "Oh, old Zhang? Who are you looking for?" Zhang Hai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't know the name, but he has 2 guardian beasts, a ragdoll cat and a slime. Any Beastmaster should be registered in your Beastmaster Association. It shouldn't be hard to find, right?" Old Lu operated the computer for a moment and directly sent the data over. Next to the virtual interface where Zhang Hai was communicating with old Lu, a full-body photo of Chen Fan, along with his name and other information, appeared. Old Lu said, "This is a student who just entered the War God Academy. His name is Chen Fan and he just came from outside. The information on these Beastmasters was sent to us by the Academy this morning. Is this the person you're looking for? He really just came from outside?" "Hey!" Zhang Hai squinted his eyes, "He looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before." The bespectacled woman nearby exclaimed, "It's that guy. The one who made way for you in the hallway just now." Zhang Hai's eyes suddenly widened, "That's right, it's him." With that, he waved to the bespectacled woman, "Xiao Wen, use your mobile phone to call him. Hurry, maybe he hasn't left the Beast Trainer Association yet." In the lounge area of the hall, the bored Chen Fan stood up. He had just gone to several departments of the Beast Trainer Association to protest against the unfairness of the current assessment system, only to be driven out. Staying here would be a waste of time anyway. Chen Fan decided to head back to school. At this moment, the group of people who had taken the written exam with him earlier came out. When they saw Chen Fan, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brother, you haven't left yet? You don't study seriously, don't learn anything, and still want to take the Beast Trainer Certificate exam? It's not that easy." I feel a bit of sympathy for him. The registration fee is 15,000 Union coins. Young man, you spent 15,000 Union coins to sign up and then came to hand in a blank paper, isn't that a bit too willful? This guy is an idiot. Even an ordinary Guardian Beastmaster wouldn't hand in a blank paper, right? The questions in the first written test are just basic ones. If you want to take the Beast Trainer Certificate exam, you have to put in some hard work. Go back and study. Many people shook their heads as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, not bothering to respond. At this moment, his phone rang. Freoval.cm. Chen Fan answered the call, and on the virtual video screen appeared the bespectacled woman he had encountered in the corridor earlier. "Hello, are you Chen Fan?" "Yes, I am." "Who is this?" Great. I am Wen Qing, the secretary of the Beast Trainer Associations. Vice President Zhang. "Chen Fan, are you still at the Beast Trainer Association?" "Oh, I see that you are still in the assessment hall." "Yes, I'm about to leave." "Chen Fan, please wait a moment. Vice President Zhang and I will come to find you right now." "We'll be there soon." "Please don't leave, we'll be right there." The group of people around them were stunned. What the hell? This guy who handed in a blank paper knows the vice president of the Beast Trainer Association? And now the vice president himself is coming to find him? Soon, several burly star martial artists cleared the way while Zhang Hai and Wen Qing strode towards Chen Fan. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hai laughed heartily and directly shook both of Chen Fan's hands. "Chen Fan, you made it so hard for me to find you. Did you really have a hard time finding me? It should be easy for a vice president of the Beast Trainer Association to find me, right?" Chen Fan blinked his eyes. "Come on, let's go over there." Zhang Hai directly pulled Chen Fan's hand and walked out of the assessment hall. Wen Qing and several star martial artists followed closely. The people in the hall stared in disbelief. "Qing's goblin was treated by you, right?" "To be precise, it was my guardian beast, Jade Slime, who helped treat it. It's a mutated slime. Although its attack power is not strong, it has a very peculiar ability." "Slime? Yes. Can you summon the slime to let me have a look?" "Sure." Chen Fan summoned the slime. The expressions of Wen Qing and several star martial artists behind them became extremely weird. The person admired by Vice President Zhang turned out to be a Guardian Beastmaster who had signed a contract with a slime? A slime? Can it even be considered a Guardian Beast? Let me talk about the updates. In the absence of special circumstances, there will usually be 2 updates per day. But during the early days of a new book, the timings for 2 chapters may not be fixed. Maybe a few minutes after midnight, 2 chapters will be updated directly. Sometimes, 1 chapter will be updated a few minutes after midnight, then the other one will be updated before noon. Chapter 48, Is the Iron Rhinoceros Going Crazy? 3rd update. Zhang Hai tilted his head slightly. "You all, step back for now." The few star martial artists behind him bowed and stepped back. On the shaded path, only Chen Fan, Zhang Hai and the bespectacled Wen Qing remained. Zhang Hai walked around the slime, clicking his tongue in amazement. "To be honest, I've only seen such a mutated slime in the records." Chen Fan smiled without saying anything. Zhang Hai gestured slightly to Chen Fan and walked towards the north side of the Beast Trainer Association. Chen Fan waved at Fei Qi on the ground and followed him. Fei Qi chirped and jumped high, landing precisely on Chen Fan's head. Watching this scene, Wen Qing behind them was dumbfounded. Soon, a scene resembling a zoo appeared before them. Various monsters were locked in cages. Unlike the zoos Chen Fan had seen before, the cages were quite large, almost covering a small forest each. Some of the monsters were napping, some were running around energetically, and some were even training alone, wildly using various skills, attacking specially made wooden piles. Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan and said, "This is a rather special place in the Beast Trainer Association. The guardian beasts locked up here have problems one way or another. Some guardian beasts have mysterious ailments that even the senior doctors of the Beast Trainer Association have no solution for. They can only slowly try to heal them. Some guardian beasts are here because their masters have passed away, and they were mentally traumatized, so they're recuperating here. And some guardian beasts were abandoned by their masters." Abandoned by their masters? Chen Fan was surprised. "When I signed the contract with my guardian beast, it was very clear in my mind what the contract entailed, so I know, the party who wants to dissolve the contract pays a heavy price. The guardian beast is the sole partner of a beast master, and some people would rather pay a heavy price to abandon their own guardian beast." As Chen Fan spoke, Fei Qi on his head became visibly nervous. Fei Qi's body shrank a lot, clinging tightly to Chen Fan's head. Not all guardian beasts can understand human language. Most guardian beasts can only understand some simple words. However, when Chen Fan signed the contract with Fei Qi, he discovered that Fei Qi was highly intelligent, like Snowy, and could understand his words even without telepathic communication. Chen Fan gently comforted Fei Qi. Zhang Hai sighed and said, "Indeed, they have to pay a heavy price. The party that initiates the dissolution of the contract must sacrifice some of their soul power and star power to the guardian beast. Though star power can be cultivated back, should soul power be weakened, it could lead to the collapse of the beast master's space. Even if the space doesn't collapse, there may be problems when trying to contract guardian beasts in the future." Chen Fan became even more puzzled. Despite this, there are still people who abandon their own guardian beasts. Zhang Hai forced a smile but did not continue the topic. He brought Chen Fan to a cage and pointed to a guardian beast inside, saying, "This is an 8th level iron rhinoceros. Last month, its master took it to the 2nd secret realm of East Sea City. It was hit by a beam from a plant called Dark Demon Flower and its stomach was injured. The beam from the Dark Demon Flower is extremely weird. It ignores physical defenses and goes straight to the internal organs. After the iron rhinoceros's stomach was hit by the Dark Demon Flower's beam, it has been suffering from diarrhea 3 times a day. In just a few days, it's almost at its wit's end. It's only the 3rd day now, but look at it, it's lying on the ground like a worm. Shamefully, we've tried various medicines but still can't help it stop its diarrhea." After saying this, Zhang Hai smiled and looked at Chen Fan. "Monster name, Iron Rhinoceros. Combat power level, 8th level, Elite, Species level, Extraordinary/Moderate. Monster attribute, Wood. Monster weakness, Metal. Species skills, Rhinoceros Charge, Rolling Wood Torrent, Ironwood Prison. Wood Spikes. Monster status, Irritated, Weak, Stomach hit by Dark Demon Flower beam, suffering from constant diarrhea and torment, needs to be given 1 thunder. Flame Violent Dragon Ginseng, 3 pounds of fragrant erosion grass, 2 green lotus fruits, and 5 pounds of silver horn tree root. Monster preferences, likes quiet, likes to eat ironwood, likes to watch television. Potential level, 4 stars. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze. When Zhang Hai mentioned that this was a special place in the Beast Trainer Association earlier, Chen Fan had already guessed his intention. Chen Fan patted Fei Qi lightly and then said, "Give it 1 thunder flame violent dragon ginseng, 3 pounds of fragrant erosion grass, 2 green lotus fruits, and 5 pounds of silver horn tree root. No special methods are needed, just let it swallow them all. For diarrhea, 1 bite and it stops." Zhang Hai's eyes sparkled, and he immediately said, "Little Wen, have someone get these items immediately." Wen Qing couldn't help but take another look at Chen Fan. Could such a young man actually heal guardian beasts? Keep in mind, although the iron rhinoceros's injury wasn't deadly, it had left a group of beast cultivators and doctors at the Beast Trainer Association clueless. He could find a solution just by taking a glance at it. Skeptical as he was, Wenqing still immediately made a phone call. In terms of beast-raising materials, no family or power in the entire East Sea City could compare to the Beast Trainer Association. And the items Chen Fan mentioned were not particularly rare materials. Less than 10 minutes later, a star martial artist and a doctor arrived, carrying a package. Wenqing sent someone to put the items into the cage. Inside the cage, the iron rhinoceros looked at those things, rolling its eyelids. Having lost so much strength, it had lost its appetite even for its favorite ironwood placed right in front of it. Whoever wanted to eat this messy stuff could have it. Outside the cage, Zhang Hai and the others laughed. Chen Fan raised his voice and shouted, "Big guy, eat those things, and your injuries will heal." Hey! The iron rhinoceros eyeballs moved, looking suspiciously at the pile of items in front of it. After hesitating for a while, the iron rhinoceros started to swallow the thunder flame violent dragon ginseng and the fragrant erosion grass. Outside the cage, Zhang Hai and Wenqing stared wide-eyed, not blinking. 5 minutes later, the iron rhinoceros had swallowed everything up. After all, for a creature of its size, these things were really too insignificant. Had it not been so depleted, it could have eaten them all in just a few bites. Gurgle! Gurgle, gurgle! There was a strange noise coming from the iron rhinoceros' stomach. It writhed in pain, rolling on the ground a bit. Wenqing was startled. "President, the iron rhinoceros seems to have a stomachache." Zhang Hai turned his gaze to Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled enigmatically. "Looking at me was useless. I only knew that its injuries would heal, but how would I know if its stomachache would hurt?" What should we do?" Wenqing became somewhat panicked. "It seems to be getting more and more painful. Although the iron rhinoceros has a gentle temperament, it can be very terrifying when it goes berserk. This cage cannot hold an 8th-level iron rhinoceros at all." While speaking, Wenqing made another phone call. "Send some strong men here immediately, the special treatment zone, cage number 9. The iron rhinoceros may go berserk." Having said that, she glared fiercely at Chen Fan. The vice president was obviously deceived. How could this youngster, who had just entered the school, know how to heal guardian beasts? This brat! You went as far as deceiving the Beast Trainer Association. Even if you wanted to deceive, you shouldn't have driven the iron rhinoceros mad. The Beast Trainer Association would tremble at the thought. That was an 8th-level iron rhinoceros known for its brute force. If it started rampaging, even without using any skills, it could bring down several buildings of the Beast Trainer Association. Amidst the chaos, several awe-inspiring figures quickly rushed over. "Disperse, all unrelated personnel. Summon your guardian beasts, guard the 4 directions. Activate the electric fence, we can't let it escape the cage." Roars rang out one after another. The arriving guardian beast masters and star martial artists quickly dispersed and nervously looked inside the cage at the iron rhinoceros. Zhang Hai couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained calm, wearing a green hat on his head, his hands tucked in his pants pockets, looking as steady as an old dog. At this moment, splatter! The iron rhinoceros let out a huge, mountain-like pile. Afterward, it roared to the sky, lay down comfortably on the ground, and wagged its tail. The crowd in attendance. Chapter 49, An inexpensive master fell from heaven. A group of guardian beast masters and star martial artists who arrived looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai looked at Wenqing. Wenqing's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, "Just now, it was just now, it was really rolling around in pain, as if it was going crazy." Zhang Hai smiled and said to the doctor next to him, the iron rhinoceros seems more spirited now. Can you check on its injuries? Yes. The doctor nodded and prepared to enter the cage. But the iron rhinoceros shook its head and slowly walked towards them. A group of guardian beast masters and star martial artists immediately became nervous again. Their strength was actually far above that of a level 8 guardian beast. If they wanted to kill a level 8 iron rhinoceros, they wouldn't even need to join forces, one person would be enough. But if someone's guardian beast died under their watch, it would be difficult to justify. So they could only do their best to control the iron rhinoceros first while protecting Zhanghai and the surrounding buildings. Otherwise, the beast might rush out and accidentally collapse a few buildings. And controlling it was much more difficult than killing it. Unless the guardian beasts brought by the beast masters had control skills. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to forcibly suppress the mighty iron rhinoceros. Several guardian beast masters and star martial artists dispersed and secretly gathered their strength. If the iron rhinoceros really went mad, they might have no choice but to cripple it first. The iron rhinoceros walked to the side of the cage, looked at Chen Fan, nodded in a friendly manner, and snorted out white air from its nose. Its eyes had already returned to calm. There was no ferocious aura around it at all. The group of guardian beast masters and star martial artists secretly sighed with relief. Zhanghai laughed, "You're not stupid. You know he helped you. Quickly let the doctor check your body and see if there are any major problems." The iron rhinoceros immediately lay down and opened its mouth. The doctor stood outside the cage, holding something like a flashlight, shining it back and forth into the iron rhinoceros's mouth. Then he showed a faint blue light on his palm and pressed it on the iron rhinoceros's belly, sensing it for a while. In the end, he brought over a machine from behind and scanned the iron rhinoceros's big belly for a long time. "President, there's no trace of the dark demon flower's energy," the doctor said excitingly with his eyes wide open. "The iron rhinoceros's stomach injury hasn't healed yet, but the dark demon flower's energy in its body has completely disappeared. At this rate, it won't have diarrhea anymore, and after a few days of rest, it should be able to bounce around like before." Wenqing stared at Chen Fan with his mouth wide open, unable to close it for a while. What was unsolvable even for President Zhang, this young man casually observed and proposed a solution that solved it. Just using a few relatively common materials was enough to remove the dark demon flower's energy from the iron rhinoceros's body. Zhanghai glanced at the few guardian beast masters and star martial artists who had just hurried over, nodded and said, "Everyone, it's fine now, thank you for your hard work, you can go first. Elder Zhang is too polite." The several guardian beast masters and star martial artists saluted at the same time and left together. After being instructed by Wenqing, the doctor also pushed the machine away. When they were gone, Zhanghai looked deeply at Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, are you willing to join the Beast Cultivator Association and be apprenticed to me?" "President!" Wenqing exclaimed. Zhanghai continued, "I know it's a bit abrupt, but I don't like beating around the bush. If you join the Beast Cultivator Association, you will become a part of it, gain access to its vast resources, and receive protection from the association. Just obtaining a Beast Cultivator certificate doesn't make one a member of the association. There's a difference between a student and a teacher, an apprentice and a master. And I want to take you as my apprentice." Wenqing's eyes widened even more. She knew that Elder Zhang's identity was not as simple as being the Vice President of the East Sea City branch of the Beast Cultivator Association. Many children from influential families who wanted to become his students were rejected by him. At over 60 years old, Elder Zhang never even took a single apprentice. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to take this young man as his apprentice. Had the young man's talent already impressed Elder Zhang to this extent? "I am willing." After a moment of silence, Chen Fan bowed and said, "Master, please accept my bow." Watching TV had some advantages. Chen Fan's bowing posture was quite professional. But with this bow, the fei qi on his head fell off. As soon as Chen Fan raised his head, the fei qi bounced back. This time fei qi clung tightly, like a King Kong circle. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hai laughed heartily and helped Chen Fan up. Although we're master and disciple, in modern society, we don't need to fuss over those formalities. As long as you recognize me as your master in your heart, that's enough. Yes, master. Chen Fan's manners improved a lot. Before accepting the master-disciple relationship, he didn't take things too seriously. Now as a disciple, though Chen Fan was not very familiar with all the customs between master and disciple, he behaved more properly. Zhang Hai liked Chen Fan more and more, laughing so hard that the wrinkles on his face were all squeezed together. You're a really great kid, very intelligent. I'm not talking about talent in beast raising or martial arts. Chen Fan shrugged. When the other party mentioned the resources of the Beast Trainer Association and words like protection, Chen Fan understood what they meant. Age really does make one wiser. The old man never believed from the beginning that the ability to heal guardian beasts came from fei qi. In fact, even if it really came from fei qi, it wouldn't be a problem for him to accept Chen Fan as a disciple since fei qi was Chen Fan's guardian beast. Zhang Hai took Chen Fan as a disciple partly for the Beast Trainer Association's interests. Recruiting talented beast trainers is natural. On the other hand, it also provided Chen Fan with a big backer. Joining the Beast Trainer Association might not solve all the problems, but it could definitely help avoid many unnecessary troubles. So Chen Fan only hesitated briefly before accepting Zhang Hai as his teacher. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Before reaching a certain level of strength in himself and his guardian beasts, Chen Fan would love to have the support and protection from such a person and force. Seeing Chen Fan's attitude, Zhang Hai was very satisfied and gently patted him on the shoulder. I'll have someone change your identity in a while. Chen Fan was stunned. Change what identity? Zhang Hai casually said, change your outside identity to a local identity. That's possible. Chen Fan was surprised and then asked warmly, Master, is this really okay? Why not? Zhang Hai said proudly, you just arrived and don't know much about the Beast Trainer Association yet, but there's a lot you'll learn later. Right now, I can only tell you that the Beast Trainer Association isn't a civilian organization, do you understand? The power of the Beast Trainer Association is beyond your imagination. What's changing your identity? Even if I made V my illegitimate son, it would be a piece of cake. This old man, why does he have to be so vulgar in his speech? Forget it, a teacher for a day, a father for life, master and disciple are like father and son, so he didn't say anything wrong. It's just that the word illegitimate son sounds a bit unpleasant. Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhang Hai turned to Wen Qing and said, Xiao Wen, take care of this matter and don't let anyone else get involved. Go to the city lord's mansion in a while, and I'll contact them later. Whether it's War God Academy or the Beastmaster Association, change all the information about Chen Fan and make it clean and accurate. Make it more believable. For example, say that he is my disciple from the Imperial City, and that he just arrived from the Imperial City some days ago. He had a quarrel with me, so he disguised himself as an outsider and went to Black Ant Forest to mess around. Are you joking? A newly awakened Beastmaster can sign contracts with 2 guardian beasts within 3 days. For that Chu family boy and Fang family's Qing with such heaven-defying talents, even after their natural awakening, their 2 families had to exhaust their efforts to help them sign contracts with their first guardian beast in half a month. Do you think signing contracts with guardian beasts is as easy as eating? Now with monsters everywhere, if you run up and ask one whether you can sign a contract with it, do you think you'll be bitten to death or not? Chen Fan grinned. This master, quite interesting. Wen Qing held back his laughter and replied with a serious face, yes, I understand. Zhang Hai then asked Chen Fan, what are the combat power levels of your two guardian beasts? Chen Fan honestly replied, Snowy's combat power level is 4, and Feiqi's is 3. Zhang Hai was stunned. He had already elevated Chen Fan's talent to an unimaginable level. But now Chen Fan was still surprising him. Then, Zhang Hai revealed an expression as if to say, see, I told you, and said to Wen Qing, you see. My student, the genius I brought from the Imperial City, it's normal for him to have such terrifying talent. But a 17 or 18-year-old kid who just came from the outside can sign contracts with two guardian beasts within 3 days, one at level 4 and one at level 3. Isn't that like Yama courting Mengpo? Chen Fan was puzzled, what does that mean? Zhang Hai, no one would believe it. Chen Fan. Chapter 50, Change Identity? That's possible. Second update. Zhang Hai patted Chen Fan's shoulder again, don't worry, I will arrange everything. From now on, you can be low-key or arrogant. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and smirked, Master, are you bragging? You're only the vice president of the Beast Trainer Association's East Sea City branch. What if I become arrogant and get killed by someone later? Dong! Zhang Hai reached out and knocked Chen Fan's head. But with Feiqi on Chen Fan's head, he didn't feel any pain when he was hit. Feiqi, however, was very dissatisfied and started chirping angrily. Zhang Hai looked at Feiqi and smacked his lips, Brat, you dare to look down on me, hey! I said you could be arrogant, but I didn't say you should stir up trouble or kill people and steal their stuff. I'm just telling you that you can be domineering when you need to be. We won't provoke anyone, but if someone dares to provoke me, I'll screw them over. In my glory days, even grade 8 grandmasters were chased by me, and I cursed at 9th grade experts to their faces. Chen Fan, could you catch up with a grade 8 grandmaster? Zhang Hai. Wen Qing. Chen Fan, you didn't dare to fight a 9th grade expert. Zhang Hai. Wen Qing. Chen Fan, I also dare to scold them. I'll do it over the internet, with the keyboard in hand, nobody can tell whether I'm a human or a dog, control the clouds with a flip of my hand and the rain with another. After I'm done cursing, I'll leave. Zhang Hai. Wen Qing finally couldn't help but laugh, Chen Fan, Elder Zhang is actually from Zhang family, the strongest beast-raising family in Tang country. He was only invited to join our East Sea City Beast Trainer Association because of some incidents back then. In the past, Elder Zhang was an advisor to the Beast Trainer Association's headquarters in Tang country, with a supremely high status. Even the legendary 9th grade Strongers would be polite when they met Elder Zhang. Zhang Hai stroked his beard with one hand and waved the other, a hero doesn't talk about his past bravery, I'm old, I'm old. It's not that you don't mention it. Chen Fan sneered, with that look on your face, you obviously want her to mention it more. Zhang Hai grinned, you've actually rendered me speechless. Pfft. Wen Qing's face turned red with laughter, and then she quickly apologized, I'm sorry, President, I didn't mean to. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hai laughed heartily, this kid's shameless attitude really reminds me of my younger days. Zhang Hai suddenly realized something was off and immediately changed the subject, kid, now that you're my apprentice, I need to arrange some tasks for you today. Before he could finish speaking, he grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder and dragged him back just as Chen Fan was about to run away. Seeing the funny interaction between the old and the young, Wen Qing said with a bit of emotion, Elder Zhang, I rarely see you laugh so happily during your time in the Beast Trainer Association. You've really taken in a happy fruit. Zhang Hai raised his eyebrows, this kid is heartless, shamelessly shameless. To be honest, I, an old man, really like it. Alright, little Wen, you should go and deal with Chen Fan's identity issue. I'll chat with him for a while. Yes. Wen Qing's face turned solemn, she bowed slightly and retreated. At this point, Zhang Hai stared at Chen Fan and laughed, even if you know what I want you to do, you don't need to run that fast, do you? I'm not asking you to work for free. No matter what, the Beast Trainer Association won't treat you unfairly. If they mistreat you, I won't agree to it either. Just wait for the money. The premise is that you have to do your job well. Chen Fan looked at the endless special treatment zone and said with a bitter face, Master, there are so many. I have to go to school. School starts the day after tomorrow. Do you think I'm senile? Zhang Hai blew his beard and glared, Go find the treatment methods for those injured or sick guardian beasts, and send them to me one by one so I can arrange for someone to heal them. Chen Fan's eyes widened, Master, you're openly robbing your apprentice in front of me, taking the credit for my work. I'll do the work, and you'll take the benefits. Zhang Hai said with a faint smile, If you're willing, I don't have to take it. Later, I'll tell the Beast Trainer Association that it was my apprentice, Chen Fan, who cured all the guardian beasts in just half a day. No, no, no. Chen Fan hurriedly waved his hands and said, You just said you would help me change my identity information. If we just mess around like this, it's easy to cause trouble. You give me the money, and I'll help you with the name. You're quick to respond. Write those methods in more detail and the effects of the materials. I also need to study them well. Zhang Hai added, One is never too old to learn. The problems of the guardian beasts in the special treatment zone give me plenty to research for a while. Just after accepting a disciple, he learns from him. Probably only Zhang Hai could pull that off. No, the homeroom teacher Li Sheng of War God Academy Senior 3 Class 5 should be able to do it too. Chen Fan opened his smart bracelet and added the old man's phone number and WeChat. Let's go for a walk. Zhang Hai walked energetically with his hands on his back. Chen Fan followed half a step behind. Zhang Hai said, When you enter War God Academy, you will start as a senior, so you only have 1 year of study time, and this year is mainly to learn about the training and fighting methods of guardian beasts. So, all other beast-raising knowledge has to be accumulated by yourself. Tonight, I will send someone to bring you some books and the manuscripts of my many years of beast-raising experience. Ability is ability, just like guardian beasts. They have powerful talents but still need to learn, train and fight constantly. And so do you. This time, Chen Fan did not spout nonsense but earnestly nodded, I understand. Today, I came to the Beast Trainer Association to take the exam. Just now in the examination room, I handed in a blank paper. Zhang Hai stopped his steps and gazed at Chen Fan. After a long while, he laughed and said, Seeing that you were talking nonsense with me before, and now telling me such an embarrassing thing, it seems like you really accept me as your master. Fine, I'm very gratified and happy. It took a while for Chen Fan to finally say, Master. I've only met 2 people in my life who are willing to trust me, take care of me, and protect me unconditionally. Zhang Hai was slightly startled, What? Chen Fan whispered, One is you, the other is the dean of the orphanage. Zhang Hai fell silent. After a while, he patted Chen Fan's shoulder and said, The new journey begins. Don't think too much and look forward. Maybe the reason your parents disappeared is that they came to Blue Star more than 10 years ago. Chen Fan's eyes widened. He had never thought about this possibility before. But now it seemed possible. So many people come here every year. Could it be possible that his parents also came here shortly after giving birth to him? Chen Fan's heart was stirred by a tremendous wave. Seeing this, Zhang Hai gently comforted, You may not know how to find them, but with your talent, one day you will be known to the world. I think by then, they will recognize you. Chen Fan nodded slightly without saying more. After all, it was just a conjecture. I'll arrange for someone to assist you later. Zhang Hai reminded, If you have any problems or needs, just find her. I'll go and get you a senior beast trainer certificate first, and send someone to bring it to you when it's done. Chen Fan nodded, I need the Beast Trainer Association to send me money as soon as possible. I need it urgently. Zhang Hai was speechless for a moment. All right, I'll let them do it as soon as possible. With that, Zhang Hai looked at the distant horizon and suddenly fell silent.